Nithyanandam, I welcome all the viewers and participants for the fresh day of Nithyananda Yoga. We'll be starting with Vidya Vinyasa Krama, the awesome 308 asanas revealed directly by Swamiji from the source Agamas. I want to start with completing all those who are here for the delay in starting the program. We are half an hour late in starting. I wanted to complete and apologize to all those who are viewing us as we enter into the Nithyananda Yoga for the day. So let's start with invoking the presence of Swamiji, our Guru, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, with the Satguru Vandanam. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. In that space, let us start with chanting the Shivamoola mantra 11 times. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 The scriptures reveal that Nithyananda Yoga is actually a ritual. Yoga is not just for physical health, wellness, or some mental peace. Yoga is actually a greater science to align yourself to the cosmic geometry. So to start with, as any ritual we do in Hinduism, we start with the ritualistic cleansing of the 5 elements in the body through the Tattva Chamanam. So let us start now with the Tattva Chamanam. Please place your hands in the Gokarna Mudra, right hand like a cow's ear. Please pour 1 spoon, 1 uddharini of water from the Panchapatram. Chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Wash your hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from the right to the left of the lips, as you can see the model doing. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with the water in the Panchapatram. With the tips of the right hand, index and middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. With the tips of the right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of the right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, gently touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and left ear. Wash your hand with the water from the Panchapatram. With the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, your right chest and your left chest. With all the tips of the right hand joined together, touch the top of your head, your right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Now, as yoga is a conscious manifestation, it's aligning yourself to experience the cosmic energy. We'll be entering into the Sankalpa Mantra, the conscious declaration. What is it we all want to achieve? What is the reality we want to manifest through doing this yoga today? That is the Sankalpa. Invoking the presence of the cosmos, let us now enter into the Sankalpa Mantra. Please place your hands on your right thigh, your right hand above and your left hand below in the Sankalpa Mudra. And let us start the conscious declaration. As we start, I request all of those watching us today, all those viewing us, and all the participants of the in glimpses of Paramashivoham to hold within you your sankalpa for this yoga and for the day. What is the intention you want to hold to manifest as your reality today? Let us start. ओम ममोपात समस्त दुरित क्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ कुंभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपाण लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्याधि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ महासंस्थान ज्ञान साम्राज्य शासक तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री कैलास परंपरागत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरो श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणामभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवप्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवकृपाकटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढगात्र यौगिकशरीरसिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्त्याविष्करणार्थं च नित्यानन्दयोगाभ्यासं करिष्ये ॐ अपौपस्पृश्य please wash your hands with the water from the panchapatram. Let us now enter into the first asana, the Sukhasana. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, cross-legged in a comfortable position on the ground. Place your hands in Bindu Mudra, touching the index finger with your thumb and place it on your knees. Do the Samanaka Kumbhaka. Hold the Mahamudra Bandha. Clench your stomach, your navel center, your perineum, and your throat. Visualize Lord Paramashiva in your inner space and let us enter into Sukhasana. Tat Sukhasana Ashaktastat Asanam Vijitam Yena Jitam Tena Jagatrayam. Next is the Parvatasana. Bring the legs into Padmasana now. Cross your legs over your thighs. Bring your palms together, raise them above the head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Clench your neck, your navel, and your perineum. Visualizing yourself as Mount Kailash, hold your hands in Anjali Mudra. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa Soham. अथवा क्षेमहादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् चक्रादिविलोपनम. Next is Hali Pavasana. Bring the soles of your feet together in the front. Hold your left hand by the right and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and gaze at your nose. In the Shambhavi Mudra, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji. Hali Pavasana. पूर्व विधियाहु मे जानो उभय पकतलि संपुट ठानो पिष्टिपचेदो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. Moving into Nagi Pavasana. Remaining in the same position, bring your hands out in front of your feet and cup your palms, making a hollow. Engage all the three bandhas, lean forward and place your hands on the ground, visualizing yourself as a snake gazing at your nose. Engage. Continue the Japa Soham. Nagi Pavasana. Purabh vidhi pariyagane nichaho ikaho niphanasyo lagai. Moving on to Kokilasana. Here you'll be visualizing yourself as a small kokila bird. Keep your fingers in Prana Mudra and hold the big toes and index with the index and middle finger. Stretch your legs out straight and upwards. Cross them into Padmasana. Then lean forward and down onto your elbows, engaging all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. Kokilasana. Athan yadasanam vakshen siddho bhaven naraha kasmad vayu sancharam kokilakhyasanena cha. The next is Nithyananda. Place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold your opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas. Rotate your arms in a circle, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye, gazing at your nose. Nithyananda. घोड़ा बाबा पाद की आंख माहिली सोयो दक्षिण को वालो तापरे गुल्फ समोय. Next is Gajasana. Place your palms on the floor. raising your hips up to the sky. Lower your head and chest like a scooping motion, down and again, like the trunk of an elephant. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Nibjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyat mastakaagre hastatalau nidhaya. In the same position, continue into Rikshasana by keeping your hands pressed onto the ground, alternating, pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. This is a dynamic posture, so do it actively and visualizing yourself as a bear. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kuryat Rikshasana bhavati. Now stand up straight into Vaishyasana. Stand tall on the tips of your big toes, with all the other toes raised off the ground, keeping your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the middle index and ring fingers to your heart center in Hridaya Mudra, visualizing Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your third eye. Engage the Udyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Vaishyasana. Keshena padugalam badhva tishte dadhomukha hata vaishyavakshe yat kritva satyavan bhavet. We'll enter into our first karana, the Urdhvajanu Karana, one of the beautiful 12 components of Nithyananda Yoga. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle. Sit as low as possible. This is the Aramandi, the half squatting position. Keep your knees bent, both hands at the chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center and raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously, follow the movement with your respective hand, raising it up and across the body. Repeat this on the other side. This is the Urdhvajanu Karana. Now, let us move into Balalinganasana. Here, you'll be visualizing yourself as if you're caressing a baby. Interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pushing it up towards your chest. Keep your spine straight, engaging all the three bandhas. Balalingasana. Ekam janurasya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Move into Padapidanasana. In the same position, bring your leg backwards. In Parashumudra, clasping both your hands around your ankle, pull it towards your body in the back, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Engage all the three bandhas. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्ठयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now, move into Natarajasana. Extending your body forward, respective hand holding on to the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend your body forward, kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, engaging just the Mula Bandha. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashthaprasarane. Very nice. Let's now move on to the opposite side of Balalinganasana. Balalingasana. Ekam jan urasya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. And Padapidanasana on the other side. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्ठयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, let us do Natarajasana on the other side. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashthaprasarane. Yes, with that stretch, let us now enter into the Ardharechita Karana. The Ardharechita Karana is our second Karana, where from the Aramandi position, bending forward and down, keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards. Keep your left hand at your chest. Extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum and bring it back towards the chest. This is called Karihasta. While the arm swings, move your fingers one by one towards the palm and outwards. Then let's enter into Anchita Karana and placing your hand on your nose. Repeat this on the other side. With that Karana, we'll be entering into one of the most exciting parts of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, the skeleton dance. You can start Visualizing yourself as a pure skeleton, this is a very powerful technique to free yourself from any karma patterns as revealed in Hinduism. So relax your body as a skeleton and start to shake intensely, vigorously. Close your eyes and dance, visualizing yourself purely as bones, as a skeleton with nothing else, just bones. Yes, you can slowly stop, relax down, move on your mat a bit. And we'll enter into the Katichinna Karana. Sit in the Aramandi position with your heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent. Bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now move your hips to one side, simultaneously uncrossing the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat on the other side. This is the Katichinna Karana, which literally means where you are twisting at the hip. With this, stretch yourself tall into Tadasana, visualizing yourself as a palm tree. Stretch your hands up by your ears and get onto your tippy toes. Yes, engage all the three bandhas in Tadasana. महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. And bend deep down into Uttanasana, touching your toes. Lean forward, bringing your hands flat on the ground. Engage all the three bandhas. And as well as you can, try to bring your forehead to your knees. Let the stretch happen completely. Uttanasana. महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान्विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. Stretch your body back into Tarakshvasana, the plank position. Keep your toes on the ground, your body straight. Rotate your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate the head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Tarakshvasana. Gajasana sthitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savyakukshim naye tarakshvasanam bhavati. Rest down now, relax into Bhujangasana, keeping your stomach on the ground. Keep your palms next to your chest and with the strength of your upper back, raise yourself into the air as far as you can, visualizing yourself as the raised hood of a cobra in Bhujangani Mudra, opening your mouth wide, inhaling through the hollow of your throat. Continue the japa of Shivoham. Bhujangasana. Angushtanabhiparyantam adho bhumau vinyasyetkaraabhyam chidharam ditva urdhvishishah panivahi. Next, let's enter into Shashasana. From the plank position on your hands and feet, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth in the mountain climbers, what we would call them. Visualizing Swamiji in your third eye, engaging in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Shashasana. Gajasana samsito janudvaima kunche varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Yes, from there, jump into Rathasana, visualizing yourself as a chariot. Alternate your feet, one in front, one behind, simultaneously jumping, alternating again and again. This is Rathasana. Gajasana samsito ekaikam padam puromagyena brahmahitva kartavyam Rathasanam bhavati. Now stretch yourself up into Virabhadrasana, one leg forward, bent at 90 degrees with one leg stretched back. Hands up next to your ears, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Engaging the Sahaja Kumbhaka and do the Udyana Bandha. Suck your stomach in and up. Virabhadrasana. Vasishtamatakaundinyam udhukukutameva chashtavakramutothanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now alternate your legs doing Virabhadrasana on the other side. Vasishtamatakaundinyam udhukukutameva chashtavakramutothanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now raise yourself into Vrikshasana, visualizing yourself as a tall tree with your hands stretched up above your head. Bring one foot to your inner thigh. Hands in Anjali Mudra. Keeping your elbows straight, pull your stomach in and up and gaze forwards in Udyana Bandha. Vrikshasana. Vamor Muladeshe Chayamyam Padam Nidhayato. Remaining in the same position, bring one foot up to your thigh, upper thigh. In Garudasana, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda, having your hands in Anjali Mudra in your heart center. Garudasana. Garudasana dhyanam srambhavi sarvadoshadirmukto bhavati mahabali. Now let's repeat Vrikshasana, visualizing yourself as a tall tree. On the other side, raise your hands above your head, engaging the Udyana Bandha. Vrikshasana. Vamormuladeshe chayamyam padam nidhayatu. From here, bring your foot up onto your thigh in Garudasana, visualizing yourself as the vehicle of Bhagavan Vishnu, Lord Garuda, and enter into Garudasana. Garudasana dhyanam srambhavi sarvadoshadvil mukta bhavati mahabali. Yes, relax from that beautiful balance, activating all the muscles in your foot. Let's enter into Trikonasana. Visualizing yourself as a triangle, stretch your legs apart, keeping one leg far back, the front toes pointing forwards, the back toes facing sideways. Straighten your arms. Bring your front arm down towards the ground while you gaze at your upper arm in Trikonasana. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashtaprasarane. From here, let us enter into Trikonasana on the other side. Continue to visualize yourself as a triangle. Lean forward and down, gazing at your upper palm. Trikonasana. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashtaprasarane. And here we enter into our last Karana in the Prathama Vinyasa Krama sequence, the Nikuttaka Karana. Sit in Aramandi and alternate your feet, placing your feet down, alternate raising the heels of your feet off the ground while facing your palms together and alternating between up and down in Nikuttaka Karana. Bring your feet together now, standing straight. Sit down on your heels under the perineum. Sit on the back of your heels in Anjali Mudra, keeping your hands in front of your heart center. Here we'll be doing the pranayama, Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you'll be making the sound of a bee. Engage the Mula Bandha. Angushtasana. Kabandha asanamityaho gorakshasana meva changushthana vipari angushtamushtikam nyem brahma prasaditam tata. Stretch your legs into Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out, heel down, toes up, keeping your palms in Vara Mudra facing down. In engaging the visualizing Swamiji in your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha, continuing the Kumbhaka of the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Saurasana, Prasarya Ekam Padadalam Samsthapya Tveka Padakam. Now stretch forward into Vidhunanasana and hold your feet, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Your hands in Prana Mudra, clasp your toe with your ring finger and index finger, keeping the opposite hand on the back heel in Vidhunanasana. Gulpaslopadam ekam prasarita tatpadagram samsrishe tatkarena. Now repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch the other leg forward. Hands in Vara Mudra by your side, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. Lean forward, clasp your hands into Vidhunanasana in the Prana Mudra, continuing to visualize yourself as the SPH. Gulpasilo padam ekam prasarya tatpadagram samsrishe tatkarena. Now come backwards. Keeping your heels together, your knees together in Brahmajarankushasana, place your palms facing upwards on your thighs. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck your chin in, visualizing yourself as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Brahmajarankushasana. Do phana phana hoya vese, do edi do gula nivese, korpagthalyanki mahili, aismahira shemili. From here, rest your knees onto the ground, spreading your legs far apart, visualizing yourself as Maharishi Kapila Muni. And gaze at your nose, engaging the Udyana Bandha, suck your stomach in. Kapilasana. Ubhe pagatali samata harave, tuniki mahili kor milave. From that, let's enter into the Bhadra Gorakasana, switching your gaze to the third eye. You can relax the Udyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as Swamiji in your third eye. Bhadra Gorakasana. Do pagathali samputakara korvarili bhu paridhare korvarili rakhe se tapri Mula dwara tiki bese. Now, raise yourself into Suryasana. Put your hands up into the air in the Padma Mudra. and gaze between the gap in your palms. Engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, tuck in your chin, tuck in your stomach in and gaze at the hole between your palms in Suryasana. Edi do gudatariyane phanapani betaka punithane. Now relax into Mandukasana, visualizing yourself as a frog here, awakening all the DNAs from the time you came into existence. Sit with your toes flat, perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of your knees, lifting your tongue up to the roof of your mouth in Manduki Mudra, visualizing yourself catching the nectar from the third eye, the eternal nectar of Amrita. Mandukasana. Padatalo Prishtadeshe Angushthedvecha Samsprishet. Here, raise your hands behind your back, continuing to visualize yourself as a frog, engaging the Manduki Mudra. Tuck your stomach in into Uddiyana Bandha in Uttana Mandukasana. Mandukasana madhyastham kurparabhyam dhitam shirah etadhekavaduttanam etaduttanam mandukam. Entering into the lion posture, Simhasana, visualizing yourself as a powerful lion. Cross your ankles and sit on your feet, keeping your knees wide, fingers spread on top of your knees. Open your wide mouth, stick your tongue out, and exhale forcefully. As like a lion, gaze at the tip of your nose, repeat several times. Dakshinam savigulphena dakshinena tathetaram. Now, let's enter into Bhadrasana, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye, gazing at your nose. Cross your legs behind your back, your toes, and cross your hands opposite, holding the opposite toes in Prana Mudra with your index and middle finger. Applying the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin in, gazing at your nose. Gulphau cha Vishalasyadho Vikramena Samahitah Padangushthokrabhyam cha Dhritva cha Prishtadeshatah. Moving into Kakabusandhyasana, get onto your feet. Squat and keep your feet flat on the ground with your knees opened wide. Bring your arms in around the back, interlacing your fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a crow, Kakabusandhi. Continuing the Brahmari Pranayama with your hands in Parashumudra. Kakabusandhyasana, Prathame Veskuttane, Do Hatpagavicha Ane. Now from here, let's enter into Kani Pavasana. Starting to get into the difficult postures, the challenging postures. Raise yourself onto your palms, placing your palms on the floor with your shoulders with your shoulder width apart. Bring your knees to the backs of your arms towards your elbows, above your elbows. Lean your chin forward, gaze ahead, visualizing yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, and raise your feet off the ground. Asana Koguna Ashi Dushta Hoi To Achi Hoi. Relax here. And we'll be entering into Kapalyasana, the first headstand, placing your hands on the ground and your head as a tripod, shoulders width apart, bring the top of your head to the ground, raise your feet up into the air, visualizing Swamiji and gazing at your nose in Kapalyasana. Sisha Sisha Dharti Teki Pagado Miliva Uncha Kukare Pagathili Akash Dishi Sanmusharashe Do Hat Kihate Lido. Now release yourself, relax down. Here, let's enter into another balancing posture, the Parshvamayurasana, visualizing yourself as a beautiful peacock. Now we'll enter into the Rechaka Kumbhaka, engaging just the Mula Bandha, gazing at your third eye. Bring your knees to one side of your elbows. Twist the body, place both hands to one side, align the elbows with your knee and hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side of the ground, gazing at your third eye in Parshvamayurasana. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam Kuryan Mayuram Pashvabhyam Mayura Pashva Namakam. Relax and repeat the Parshvamayurasana, visualizing yourself as a peacock gazing at your third eye on the other side. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam. With this, stretch yourself into Bhairaganathasana. In the plank position, bring one foot over your elbow, gazing at your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Bhairaganathasana. Asana Gaugana Piti Jai. Repeat on the other side, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Kala Bhairava. Powerful. Gaze at your third eye. Asana Kauguna Piti Jai. From here, relax into Unmukha Pithasana, bringing your forearms onto the ground, raising your hips up into the air. High. Continuing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, gazing at your third eye in Unmukha Pithasana. Bhunyastha Ujanani Hastha Chatushpadama Vangmukham. Here, shift sideways into Vaishishtasana, balancing on your palms, raising both one hand up into the air on your feet, and visualizing yourself as sage Maharishi Vashishtha. Urdhva-Kukutavashishtam Marichihala-Matsyakam. Repeat the Vashishthasana on the other side, continuing to visualize yourself as Bhagavan, as Rishi Vashishta. Urdhva-Kukutavashishtam Marichihala-Matsyakam. From here, yes, let's relax into Anjaneyasana. Stretch your legs forward, placing your hands under your buttocks. Sit on your palms, facing up, keeping the spine straight, your elbows towards your body. Tuck your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. In Anjaneyasana, visualizing yourself as Lord Hanuman. दो कर की उभे हथेली कोरवारली मेले भेली सोआगानी भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे. From here, let's enter into Paschimottanasana. Back stretch for yourself. Visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Engage all the three bandhas. And in your hands in Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers, stretch out and touch your toes. And bringing your head to your knees as far as possible, touch your elbows onto the ground in Paschimottanasana. Janu Parillatam tu Paschimamtana Muchyate. From here, let's move into Ugrasana. Visualize yourself as Devi Kali in your inner space, ferocious with yourself in Ugrasana, engaging all the three bandhas, hands in Parashumudra behind your neck, lean forward and touch your elbows to the floor, bringing your forehead to your knees as far as possible into Ugrasana. Sopanibhyam dharam dhritva janupariशिरोन्यसे tasana ugramidam proktam bhavedanili deepanam. Relax. Now let's enter into Marichyasana, visualizing yourself as Rishi Marichi. Bring one leg to your groin, your knee raised. Reach your arm in and around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind your back in the Mula Bandha. Bring your chest to your thigh, head to your knee. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Let's repeat Mahamudrasana. From here, from Marichyasana, entering into Mahamudrasana. Visualizing yourself as Swamiji. Engage all the three bandhas, gazing at your nose with your knee flat on the ground beside you and the other leg extended. Reach out to touch your toes, bringing your elbows to the floor as far as possible and your forehead to your knees in Mahamudrasana. Mahamudram Pravakshyami Tantre Sinmahavallabe Yam Prap Siddha Siddhim Chak Kapiladya Puragataha. Now repeating Marichyasana on the other side. Repeat Marichyasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam. Bring your forehead to your knees. Now in Mahamudrasana, resting your knees to your side. Just leg stretch, bring your chest forward and down, engaging all the three bandhas and gazing at your nose in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Mahamudram Pravikshami Tatresin Mahavallabhe. And from here, let us bring your feet together into Bhadrasana, continuing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, engaging the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as Swamiji. Sit, bring the soles of your feet together, keep your knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine, gazing at your nose in Bhadrasana. Gulpau Trivishadasya Sivanyaf Pashva Yokshipet. From here, let's enter to Gwali Pavasana. Keeping your toes together in the same position, separate the heels of your feet, touching with your hands placed onto your knees. Gazing at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin into your chest. Gwali Pavasana. Purva Charapati Choko Kahyo Soi, Vahi Vidhiyo Kiji Soi. Now, moving into Joniyasana, gazing at your nose, lean forward, stretch your legs slightly forward, keeping your feet together. Lean forward and place your palms in between the soles of your feet in Joniyasana. दो पगथली संपुट करे कोरवार एडी मेढ के ढिंग धरे अर्धात को अंतरराशे लाट पगथलियां ऊपर दाशे. Now relax. Move into Midiki Pavasana. Stretching your hand to lean forward. Do your best as much as you can. Put your head onto your feet in Midiki Pavasana. Bring your forehead to the ground and gaze to the nose. Purabhidi Paripagatali Samputishole Dhimili Rashe. Now from here, move into Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring your hands underneath your feet, underneath your joined legs, gazing at your nose, and lean your forehead towards the ground, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space, gazing at your nose in Siddha Samadhi Asana. दो पग थली संपुट करे, शोले मेढ आगा में धरे. From here, let's move into Chiniki Pavasana, continuing to keep your feet together. Raise up with your back straight, continuing to gaze at your nose in the Rechaka Kumbhaka with the Japa Mahasadashivoham. Separate, opening your feet like a book, holding them out apart, gazing at the nose with your elbows to the thighs, on the thighs towards the knees. दो पगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Raise up now into Charapata Chokasana. Keeping your feet together, place your palms onto your elbows, pushing your knees towards the ground lightly, gazing at the third eye in Charapata Chokasana. Engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, tucking in your stomach. दो पग थली संपुट धारे, आगा ने कर जोर पसारे. Let's move on into Bhairavasana. Bringing your heels up onto your toes, bringing your soles of your feet facing together, knees wide, lift the heels up, bring the toes down onto the ground, gazing at your third eye. Place your palms in the Bindu Mudra, your index and thumb joined together onto your knees, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. In Bhairavasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Kala Bhairava. Gulpau sampiricha nyonyam vittameno chitam shanaihi. Relax now. Let's enter into Samanasana, visualizing yourself as the supreme point of Hinduism. Gaze at your third eye. Bring one with one heel at your perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pushing the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze at your third eye, holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra in Samanasana. Samanasana Siddhamantradi Sadhana Tekapadamro Dattva Guhyonyalinga Vaktrake. From here, bringing the raised foot onto your shoulder. In Apanasana, lifting the other leg towards the sky. Gaze at your third eye, repeating the Japa Mahasadashivoham in Apanasana. Kevalam palame kanchas kandhe charopi yatnataha. Now relax. We'll be repeating Samanasana on the other side. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji, holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra in Samanasana. Samanasana Vakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhanat. From here, continue again into Apanasana on the other side, facing sideways, stretching your legs up into the sky, visualizing Swamiji, gazing at your third eye in Apanasana. Kevalam padame kanchas kandhe charopi attataha. Relax from here into Gomukhasana, crossing your feet over each other, one knee stacked upon the other, visualizing yourself through the face of a cow, gazing at your nose. Start with the Sitkari Pranayama, the pranayama of cooling the body with the Japa Om Nithyanandoham. Gomukhasana. Savve Dakshina Gulphanto Prishtapashve Niyojit. From here, let's enter into Anasuyasana, visualizing yourself as Devi Anasuya, Rishika Anasuya, with golden skin. Gaze at your nose from Gomukhasana, holding the big toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Relax your shoulders, pulling the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose. Anasuyasana. Dachina Godo Nicho Thane Vavunta ke upar aane. From here, now relax into Anasuyasana number 2. But in the same position, bringing your hands behind your back, bring your forehead to the ground in Anusuyasana 2, visualizing yourself as Devi Anusuya with golden glowing skin, hands in Parashamudra. Jimana Goda ki sandhi upridava Goda ki sandhi milai rashe. Yes, raise up now. We'll be entering into Garudasana, visualizing yourself as the vehicle of Lord Vishnu, Garuda. An eagle, gaze at your nose, sitting on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other, keeping your spine tall, chest out, hands on the respective knees. Gaze at your nose. Japa Om Nithyanandoham. Garudasana. Dava Pagmodi Edi Mahila Gulpamula Dwarini Chede. From here, let's enter into Naradasana, visualizing yourself as the great Deva Rishi, Narada, with the Veena. Gazing at your third eye with your hands in Parashamudra clasped behind your neck. Twist out with your elbow outside your raised knee in the Mulabandha, gazing at your third eye. Pishtijuvam Pagathali Keri Bhupari Tahi Lagave Pheri. From here, continue into Matsyapitakasana, raising one foot over the opposite thigh and the knee raised with your one hand at your ankle and the other hand in Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers clasped around your toes. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsyendrasana, gazing at your nose. Vamena Vamangushtham tu Grihita Matsyapitakam. Let's repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as the face of a cow, stacking your knees, gazing at your nose. Savve Dakshina Gulphantu Prishtapashve Niyojayet. Into Anusuyasana on the other side. Dakshina Godo Nicho Thane Vamanta ke upar aane. And Anusuyasana 2 on the other side. Visualize yourself with golden skin. You're manifesting the most healthiest, beautifulest body for yourself through Nithyananda Yoga. Gaze at your nose in Anusuyasana 2. Jimana Goda ki sandhi upridava Goda ki sandhi milai rashe. Now, raise yourself into Garudasana 2. Visualize yourself as the divine vehicle, as Lord Garuda, as an eagle soaring through the skies with both your hands on their respective knees in Garudasana. Dava Pagamodi Edi Mahilo Gulpamula Dwarini Chede. From here, twist into Naradasana, your elbows outside your knees, visualizing yourself as the eternal sage Narada, gazing at your third eye, hands in Parashamudra. Pishtijuvam Pagathali Keri Bhupiritahi Lagave Pheri. Now, let's continue into Matsyapitakasana in this sequence, visualizing yourself as Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu, gazing at your nose, hands in Prana Mudra. Vamena Vamangushtantu Grihitam Matsyapitakam. From here, relax now. Into Matsyendrasana, keeping one knee raised with the other knee on the side of your hip, the other knee crossing over the knee, and the other foot crossing over your knee, gazing at your third eye. Bring your elbow outside of your raised knee and visualize yourself as Matsyendranatha, the great sage, the master of Hatha Yoga, who has revealed this asana to us. Matsyendrasana. Udaram Basmabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnataha. Now, Kubasana, switching your hands, stretching the hand which is currently bent and bending the other hand towards your forehead, visualizing yourself as a camel, gazing at your third eye, hands in Prana Mudra, holding the opposite toe. In Kubasana, Asana Kauguna Jholo Jaye. Now, Matsyendrasana 2, visualizing yourself as Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga, visualizing yourself with the best yogic body, gazing at your third eye, both your hands flat on the ground, outside your knee, and in Shambhavi Mudra. Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendrapitham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Let's repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Bring your hand up to your neck, visualizing yourself as Matsyendranatha. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnataha Namrangam Vamapadam Hi Dakshajanoparinyaset. Relax that hand. Bring the other hand towards your forehead, towards your neck. In Kubasana, visualizing yourself as a camel, gazing at your third eye. Asana Kauguna Jholo Jaye. Relax both your hands flat onto the ground in Matsyendrasana 2. Continue to visualize yourself as Matsyendranatha, gazing at your third eye. Matsyendrapitham Jatra Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, let's relax in one of the best asanas, Padmasana, which Swamiji says Padmasana can be used to check your heart health and improve your heart health. If you're able to sit for 42 minutes with no numbness in Padmasana, that means you have a perfectly healthy heart. Do take the time later today to test yourself on your heart using the yogic measurement of heart rate. Visualizing yourself as Lord Shiva in Padmasana, gaze at your nose, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Asanam Dvividam Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tatha. Visualizing yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Cross your hands over and touch your opposite toes in Padmasana 2 with your fingers in Prana Mudra. The japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham. उत्तान उच्चारणौ कृत्वा उरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः उरुमध्ये ततोत्थानो पाणि कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. From here, enter into Kukutasana, placing your palms in between your thighs and your shin. Put both your arms inside as far as you can. Try your best, you can do this. Yes, visualizing yourself as a rooster. When you visualize yourself, it becomes easier for you to do this asana actually, because you're awakening that DNA within you. Now, placing your palms on the ground between the two thighs, lift yourself up, gazing in your inner space in the Shambhavi Mudra, in Kukutasana. Padmasanam samsthapya nanurvorantare. Relax. Let's enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism in your third eye, remaining in Padmasana. Raise up onto your knees, placing your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep your elbows together, press against the navel, lean forward, finding your balance, extend your knees, lifting up the ground, remaining in Padmasana. This is Baddha Keki Asana. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvayena tatkur paristapita nabhipashvaha. Now stretch your legs out into Mayurasana, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Engaging the Sahaja Kumbhaka in Mayurasana. Atha Vakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Uttamam. Now relax onto the floor in Makarasana. Visualizing yourself as a crocodile. Keep your palms clasped in Parashamudra behind your neck. Completely flat. Stretch your legs out facing outwards. Makarasana. Adhyashashete Kadayugma Vaksham Bhumavashtabhya Bhumo Chapado Chapisarimano Shistitva Kadayugme Dehagnikarama Makarasanam Tate. And from Makarasana, raising yourself into the locust pose, visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. In the Sahaja Pranayama, the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham. Adhyasyete Karigmavaksho Bhumavashtabhyakarayostalabhyam. From here, bring your feet towards your back, holding onto your feet, pressing it towards the ground on the side of your hips, visualizing yourself as a camel. In Ushtrasana. Adhyashashete Padiyugmavashtam Prishte Nidhaya Pidhatam Karabhyam. Now, stretch your back, raise yourself, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva's bow, a drawn bow, gazing at your third eye. Lift your chest off the ground, raising your head up, gazing at your third eye. Prasare pado bhidandarupa ukaraucha prishthe drita pada yugmam. Now relax your on the floor and raise yourself up into the 100th asana, Bhagasana, gazing at your third eye, bringing both your knees together, sitting on your knees with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Putting your palms on your knees in Bhagasana. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Uluta modi pavado vaise, bahuro jugati kare ek vaise. Moving on into Gohi Asana. Bring your hand onto the floor. Bring your palms onto the floor, shoulders width apart. Placing your palms, fingers interlaced, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of your head on the ground. And walk your toes forward, raising your hips up, and raise your feet towards your chest, balancing in a headstand posture, half headstand posture, Gohi Asana, with your hands in Parashamudra. Do hati kahuni joy punhikalai jane doi. Stretch your legs up into Shirasasana, visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, gazing at your nose in Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha didhayoidatam hinaha. Relax now. Relax your feet onto the ground slowly, safely, carefully, and let's race into Podhyasana. Visualizing the supreme point of Hinduism, stretch your legs up with your hands behind your shins and ankles, pulling your knees towards your forehead as far as possible. Stretch yourself, be authentic in your yoga. Do haath pagad bahar aane, goda tare kank seethane. Relax into Parighasana, bringing your hands behind your shoulders, visualizing yourself as a mace. Stretching your legs up in Parighasana, gazing at the third eye. Uttana Shayanam Kritva Pado Militva Prasadya. Now relaxing into Naukasana. Place your elbows on the ground, visualizing yourself as a boat crossing this ocean of samsara, gazing at your third eye. Uttana Shayanam Kurparabhyam Bhumavashtabhyasto Nitambam Nidhaya. Now, raise yourself into Rudrasana, visualizing yourself as the ferocious form of Bhagavan Paramashiva, as Lord Rudra, gazing at your nose. Engage the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as bellows. Lift your feet up, keeping your hands right under your feet, holding it towards your chest. In Rudrasana. Pagathali Samputikari Hatasya, Paguchai Pagakangutha Daule, Parlikane Talave. Now relax into Unmukha Pithasana. Lay on your back with your knees raised, visualizing yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Bringing your knees up, clasp your feet and raise your hips up towards the sky. In Unmukha Pithasana. Urdhve Januni Kritva Shaidvodvamukam Tatha. Now relax into Shavasana. Visualizing yourself as a dead body being liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Engage the Shakti Chalan Mudra, visualizing the energy flowing through your entire body. Unclutch from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Exactly as a dead body, chanting the japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. अथ शवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Let's take the break here. Relax in Shivasana. We finished the first part of the sequence of Prathama Vinyasa Krama. Relax into Shivasana. For a few minutes, we'll take a short break now.
Nithyananda, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start today's sessions with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the glimpses of the Paramashivoham Level-1 Day 3. Today, we are going to learn about awakening our 4 inner powers. Understand, if you are here, it means existence wants you to be here in this form. And you are not an accident, just have some life you're living. No, you are an incident. Existence wants you to be here in this form. Our scriptures say, Brahmanyam Bahuputratam, meaning you are the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. You are a conscious miracle of existence. Don't think this is some positive thinking or all those are good to listen, but I'm struggling with life. Some simple things I'm not able to break. Understand? You are the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. This is the simple, straightforward, actual truth. If you start your life trusting this truth, you will start experiencing life in its peak possibility. You will start experiencing life in its peak, the way you want it. Understanding that existence, cosmos, our consciousness wants to, are trying to express itself through you. Then, when your potential is nothing but the expression of existence through you, understand this as a primary cognition. Your potential is nothing but the existence potential. When you freely allow this, you will start realizing your infinite potential. When you start becoming the fulfillment of the existence, you become flowing energy with, Swamiji says, living enlightenment. Living enlightenment is aligning, flowing with the energy of existence, which is trying to flow through you to its infinite possibility, infinite potential, in synchronicity with its miraculous happenings. When you live in this way, you will find there is no personal barrier, no emotional baggage, and you live this way, you will find there is no personal barrier and nothing that holds you back in life. Life flows continuously like a river, carrying bliss and fulfillment every moment. Today, we'll be learning the deeper truths and powerful techniques, how to flow, how to overcome personal barriers and resolve emotional conflicts. And start moving to operate our life, exist our life in the higher plane of consciousness, experiencing Paramashivoham, experiencing the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. Again, who is Paramashiva? What we call the existence, the consciousness, the formless, divine, coming into the form, the light body, we call Paramashiva. It's waiting to flow through you. The Shakti, the energy to understand and change whatever needs to change is what we need to do. And we need to have that buddhi, the intelligence to understand and accept what you don't need to change. And the yukti, meaning the clarity to understand and realize the however much you change, whatever you see, the reality itself is continuously changing dream. So, where to start? Yes, we understand this truth, powerful truth. Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. I am the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. I am the existence. Existence is waiting to flow through me. So, how do I experience that? Where to start? What I'm going through at the moment is some ups, downs, dvandva, meaning success, failure. Some days I'm happy, some days I'm depression. And I'm not facing the way I want to live. I'm not able to be yet. Yes, in some areas I am, but in some areas I'm not. So where do we start? What is the barrier that is stopping me to, what is that I am putting the barrier for the existence to express through me? These are the questions. And any point of time, if you have any questions, you can post it in the chat and let it be an interactive session. So this is where we start. Exactly, this is where we start. Listening. We learned in one of the previous sessions that 90% of our life, our inner space, we do not know what is happening. It is in darkness. So many things, so many thought currents, so many decisions we make. We are not even aware, living in unconscious. That is the root of the problem. Whenever you listen to you, whenever you listen to others, life starts happening. When you don't listen to others, you don't listen to you also. Listen to you and listen to others. only when you listen to you first and see that you are in state of completion, conflict-free life, then only you can listen to others. When you listen to you authentically, you do not need any separate meditation practice. Just by listening you, you will reach a depth of you. You will experience the depth of you. You understand what is happening. You will reach the depth of you. If you listen to the words that come out of you, you will see that very words, if those words are in pure completion, those very words change your inner space. And vice versa. Those very words can then put you in depression, put you in powerless space, put you in hopeless space, put you in impossibility space. Listening awakens your intuition. Listening to you awakens your intuition. Listening awakens your innermost intelligence. So start listening to you. For a person who wants to begin life, the first thing that needs to happen is listening. Swamiji says, a listening is God. Meaning, if listening somehow starts in you, everything will become so alive. Non-listening is death. Listening is life. Many things happening in your life because of non-listening. Non-listening of your inner space. What is happening? So now just quickly take a pen and paper and write down when you listen to you. Truly, in your innermost being, in your inner space, whatever is happening, did you listen to you? If you listen to you, understand, Swamiji says, your inner space, you will see the depth of you. You will see your intuition awakens. That listening to you, you will go to your depth. And what needs to be changed, that will change. What needs to keep and grow, that will grow. Without listening, how much ever you practice, whatever meditation technique, whatever teaching that you are learning, it is only trying to practice, not practicing. Trying to do sadhana, sadhana itself is practice, and you are trying to do the practice, not even practice. When you listen, practicing starts. Sadhana starts. Listening to your own inner space is the beginning of your life, the peak possibility of life. Understand? Listening to your own inner space is the beginning to achieve anything in life. Otherwise, how much ever you practice, whatever you are learning, is not going to work. Listening to your inner space is the beginning of life. Listening is the first step to reach your ultimate potential, to experience Paramashivoham, or to live living enlightenment, living and radiating enlightenment. When you listen to yourself authentically, you will achieve peace, or the space of completion which we explained. By listening to your mind and allowing to speak without passing a judgment, we can melt down our deep conflicts, the gaps in the thought current, conflicting, complicated thoughts. So by understanding this truth, start listening to yourself. Be aware of what thoughts you are entertaining. Provide authentic listening to you. You will realize many wonderful good things you have. You will also learn how to cause your reality. Life shows you what needs to be done. You will find many powerful clicks. You will find many powerful paths to follow. So, any questions, please do let me know. Now, so once you start listening, you will understand how to, where are all you're missing. What needs to be done. Bring awareness to your complete thought currents. As much as whenever you are aware, you are literally living in the present. Now, once we understand this, now our inner space has got infinite potential to manifest anything that we want. We have 4 powers, innermost potential inner powers. Tune into that powers. Unlock those powers. We manifest many things that we want in life. To be able to unlock these great powers which is inside you, in your inner space, you need to listen to yourself again. You need to understand yourself. When you listen, you understand yourself. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you all have the great infinite powers sitting inside you. They are related to 4 major dimensions of your life. How you live. Your choice of words, your thinking, your emotions. This is what we call life, right? We talk, we go through certain emotions, we think, and you're living. What kind of words that we do, what we do with those words, how are our thought currents, how are our emotions, and how we live. Based on these, we unlock our highest potential, which is already there. When you awaken your peak possibility with each of these dimensions, it becomes a great power and supports you in what you want to manifest in your life. The 4 inner powers, based on our words, based on our thinking, based on our emotions, based on our living. The power of words, in Sanskrit we call Vak Shakti. The power of thoughts is called Mano Shakti. The power of feeling, emotions, is Prema Shakti. And the power of living is Atma Shakti. Words, thoughts, a feeling, or emotions, and living. When you unlock the power of words, the Vak Shakti, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and most effective words towards yourself and towards others. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in whatever you do, your job, your relationships, your education, your business, your finances, and the life itself. The power of feeling, the emotions, teaches you how to launch yourself in the next level life through empowered responsibility. And you are truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. These are fundamental principles of life to unlock this inner potential, inner powers in us. Please understand, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, these are not something new. This is how people lived. From time immemorial in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, people lived with these. If you take up any scriptures, any Puranas, even a common man lived these principles. Be it a king of the country, be it a family man, be it a sannyasi, be it a simple, a normal, a regular person. Everyone used to follow this. That's why even a common man has the power to bless, because of course the level is totally different, but they lived this harnessing these powers. These four fundamental principles, these four are fundamental principles of our life. Each of the four powers is guided by the spiritual principle known as Tattva. Tattva in Sanskrit is principle. Tattva is the key to unlock the corresponding power in you. The power of words, Vak Shakti in Sanskrit, will be available to you when you practice a tattva called, a principle called integrity. The power of thinking will be open to you when you practice authenticity. The power of feeling will be available to you when you practice responsibility. You will have access to the power of living the moment you decide to enrich others. So when you follow integrity, you will have power of words. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, from time immemorial, people, as I just said, people lived with the integrity, and whatever they say, even for a common man, become reality. Whether they bless, whether they curse, immediately become reality. The power of authenticity. When you follow the authenticity, you unlock the power of thinking. When you follow the responsibility, you unlock the power of feeling. And when you live life for enriching, you unlock the power of living. Have any questions? Please do let me know. Integrity means honoring every word that you utter. So, to yourself and to others as your life. That happens only when you listen to you. Most of the time, what's happening? We do not know what are the words that we are uttering in our inner space. So many words we are uttering. We are not conscious about it, or we're ignorant of it, we are negligent about it. So, and when the reality comes, we think life is cursing you. Our life is tough on you. Integrity is simply having confidence in yourself and others having confidence in you. You having confidence in you and others have confidence in you. When you give a word, it will completed in time you started. And if not, you will complete and restore the space of integrity. For example, you decided, you get up 4 o'clock yoga. You are so inspired, you decide, you tell to yourself that you will do 4 o'clock yoga. But morning you put the alarm and immediately you just snooze it and sleep off. If you don't bother about it, you create a space of non-integrity, even though you are not told anyone to any, but you only set to yourself the decision for yourself, but you ignore even to you, word given to you, a space of non-integrity is created. You lose your power of words. So whatever, when you are creating so much of non-integrity, whatever you say, you want to start a business, you want to successful in this one, will not happen because you created a space of non-integrity. But nothing to worry. How much ever non-integrity space is there, there is a way. The moment you decide to live integrity, you can complete with that non-integrity space and build the power of words by following the tattva of integrity. So I repeat, the meaning of integrity is honoring every word you utter to yourself and others, to yourself also and others. For example, I just said, anything that you tell to others or you, either you keep that, maximum keep that, but if you cannot, at least complete. Say that. Say to yourself, what do you mean by complete? I said I will wake up at 4 o'clock, but I did not. I simply utter these words with the feeling of change inside you, the feeling of restoring that space inside you, that I did not keep my commitment, I'm restoring this space. The commitment you make to yourself and others in word, the commitment, I repeat, sorry, commitment you make to others is word. The commitment you make to yourself is thought. You are not telling to any other words, but if you're telling your friend that you will definitely come to her birthday party, that is a commitment, you give it in words. And the thought, you wake up at 4 o'clock, that's the thought to yourself. Almost all the time, you use the words carelessly. You speak so casually without knowing the power of words. Every word that you utter and honor integrates you and strengthens you. Each time you don't respect or honor your word, you are in becoming non-integrated space, you are weakened. Each time you honor the word, you give it to others and build their confidence, that grows the power of integrity, the power of word. Vak Shakti builds. Each time you honor the word, you give it to yourself, your confidence in yourself grows. When you have success, when you have confidence in yourself, anything that you take, business, relationships, job, success, in anything that you want to achieve, you need to have confidence in yourself and others, others having confidence in you. Life is complete, successful when you do not have any guilt feeling or sense of incompletion, unfulfillment. If, if you use the words carelessly, if you don't keep the words that you've given to others, be very clear. You don't have a commit to promise, you don't fulfill, but you commit for something, then fulfill it. Then finally, who is the sufferer? You. Having that infinite potential at your disposal, you only are wasting that power and not seeing the success that you want to have it. Any thoughts on it? Please do let me know. Now I'll go over today we'll be discussing more and more, much deeper of these four tattvas. And I'll just go over the introduction part, the four tattvas. The four principles of our life. Any questions? Please do let me know immediately. So when you unlock the power of words by following the integrity, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use right and most effective words towards yourself and others. Now, the next power is authenticity. Next tattva is authenticity. What is authenticity? Authenticity is nothing but being sincere to the four aspects of you. What you feel as you, what you feel inside, what you are projecting outside to others, how you want others to look at you, feel about you, and what is your life image. Being sincere to all these four is authenticity. Being four identities, being sincere to all these four identities is authenticity. Again and again and again, align yourself to authenticity. In every field that you take, everything that you do, what best I can do. Whether it's the ordinary level of the world or anything, metaphysical, anything. You always think, show your passion to excel. Feeling about you, how you feel about you, and what is your best image is nothing shorter than what we started this session as. You are Paramashiva, or you are the cosmos, you are consciousness, except that anything that you express or feeling is lower image. Authenticity. When you start being authentic, it empowers you. When it empowers you to be a leader of your life. When you become a leader of your life, you see the success in anything that you do. You live in leadership consciousness. Bringing out of the mood of powerlessness or low self-esteem, lower mamakara, bringing back to who you truly are, aligning again and again and again to that. Is authenticity. Bringing yourself out of the mood of powerlessness again and again and again. When you are powerless, feeling very agitated and uncomfortable, completely wash yourself with authenticity. Simply remind yourself your true self. Only when you constantly retain your authenticity, you can continue to remain in that in the consciousness of a leader of your life first, a space of a leader. And when you are in that, nature listens to you when you are in authenticity. Try to constantly bring authenticity in anything that you do, in your thinking, in every level of your thinking, in what you do. When you're not entertaining your low mood, you are not entertaining your powerlessness, you are living authentic. Do not entertaining fear. Any fear is inauthenticity. A person with authenticity achieves enlightenment. Authenticity is the self-completion technique from beginning to the end. Again and again and again, how to do practically. Again and again and again, saying no to the mind which says it's okay. And continue to be in the cozy, comfortable, lower mood. When you constantly tell yourself with authenticity, fill yourself with authenticity in your thinking, you unlock the power. You have to make sure that authenticity gives you the power. It empowers you and it constantly gets you out of the space of powerlessness. Understand, whenever you are powerless, understand you are inauthentic. Immediately remind yourself who you truly are. Any questions? Please post it in the chat. Now I'll continue with the next power, which is responsibility. What is responsibility? Living, cognizing, thinking, talking, expressing, responding to life from the truth that you are the source of everything. And therefore, you are responsible for all the happenings around you. Only when you understand that you are responsible for your whole life and life around you, the possibility of expansion starts. Feeling responsible is life. You feeling not responsible is death. There's no growth. For anything you feel responsible, your life in that zone expands. When you don't feel responsible, you shrink in your life continuously. Take responsibility for your health. Take responsibility for your wealth. Take responsibility for your relationships and all other aspects of your life. When you start taking responsibility, you decide the way your heart beats. You can decide the way your lungs function. Take the responsibility only, then you will experience a real health. Take responsibility, even the non-mechanical parts of your brain, which is responsible. Law of cosmos is responsibilism. The whole Bhagavad Gita, Swamiji says, Sri Krishna teaching Arjuna, who is a representative of all of us, teaching the responsibility. So many paths. But first of all, to follow that path, a person needs to be responsible for which whatever path he can decide. But if a person is responsible only, he can follow the path. Law of cosmos is responsibilism. Law of nature is responsibilism. And when you take responsibility, those higher energies express through you. We always measure the results of our responsibility based on the money, our name and fame. When you take the responsibility, when you start expressing authenticity, whenever you calculate through yours, whatever you calculate through your small logic, the benefits you may get 1,000 times more happens. Your body gets built as you want, healthy. Your consciousness gets built beyond the body, and you are building a space of eternity, living enlightenment. Any questions? Please do let me know. And whatever the next power is enriching, next tattva is enriching. When you operate your life, whatever you have sharing with the world, enriching with the world, one and all. You unlock the power of living. You reach the state of Ishvaratva. When your enriching expresses through your heart, you reach the space of Ishvaratva. Ishvaratva is God. Ishvara is God. When enriching expresses through your being, you express the ultimate space of enlightenment. Enriching is the constitution of life. That means that once you know the constitution of life, you can just make anything happen. When you start enriching, you just play the extraordinary powers. Just do good to people from your heart. You will just change your aura. You will just change the way the cosmos responds to you. Miracle starts happening around you, and you will become the center of the miracles. Because you know the constitution of the cosmos. Enriching makes you and your peak potential, peak possibility, literally enriching makes you an incarnation. To be able to unlock these great powers inside you, you must first understand a little more about yourself. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, these powers are really real. I'm just providing you the gist of what we have been discussing. Of the 4 dimensions of us, of our words that we use, of the thoughts that we entertain, the emotions that we go through, and the life that we lead. All of us carry the energy to make what we want as reality. We need to believe that, we need to manifest that. All of us carry the energy to make what we want as reality in our space. That's what life is about. Whether you want health, wealth, happy, relationships, bliss, completion, anything, success in any art form, success in any sports field, anything, whatever you want, causing that is your life. Ability to cause that in your life is life. The ability to cause that exists in everyone. Unfortunately, life is too much of a big wood dump on a small fire. Even too much of wood can put out the fire if the fire is too small and wood is too much. That means what? Too much of impossibility is dumped on the possibility of fire that you have. Possibility is a fire that is too small, and the impossibility wood is too much that you are, collecting. All of us have the possibility as a fire and the fire in us, and unfortunately, the ideas of impossibility is too much dumped on us. When too much of idea of impossibility is dumped on us, by us, nobody else dump on us. We only are collecting these thoughts of impossibility. We only dump on ourselves. Understand this truth. The moment you decide, and when you understand this truth, you cause your reality. The moment you decide to cause your reality, cosmos will celebrate through you. The moment you decide to cause, cosmos really celebrate you. Cosmos showers its blessings. Any questions? Please do let me know. And what is your understanding? You can post it in the chat. I request all of you to understand and cognitions. You can post your questions. I can post your understandings in the chat. Now we are going to move on to our next session. Yes, now your next Acharya is here. All day today, we are going to learn the powerful truth to unlock these 4 powers. We're going to learn more and more cognitions. So I'll conclude this and pass it on to our next Acharya. Thank you all. See you all in the next sessions.
Nithyananda, everyone. Nice to see all the seekers here. Ma Prabhavati, Bhaumati, Nithyanandam. Nice to see you, Ma. Leah Kaure, Nithyanandam. May I request all the other participants to please switch on the camera. Indrani, Nuruba, Premarupananda, George, Grinberg, Gurmeet. Let us see you all. Thank you, Ma Ivana. Yes. Thank you, everybody. Yes. All right. I'll begin the session with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with your hands together, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Connect to your breath. Take long, deep breaths. Let us all come to the space of listening. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanam Murtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcoming all of you to glimpses of Paramashivoham Level 1. One of the most important quality that all seekers should have is listening and a beginner's mind. I know a few of you here for quite some time now, and it is really encouraging that you have made yourselves available yet again to receive the prasadam, consecrated delivery from the avatar in the form of these powerful cognitions and truths that he is delivering to humanity. I request all of you to sit here with a beginner's mind. Even if you're thinking, I've heard all this before, I know it. Despite being here, you're going to miss out. Let us all come to the space of listening. Like I said, in the Vedic tradition, the one and only one quality that qualifies a seeker is to be in the space of listening. We're not in any regular class, not in some kind of an academic session where you need to be using your intellect to grasp all these truths, and there's going to be an examination or a written test at the end of it where you're going to just vomit it all out and then forget it and it's over. No, it's not that. We are here in the presence of an avatar. The avatar, the words that he gives, has the energy to transform you, provided you are sitting here in the space of Shravana. Shravana is listening to the truths being delivered. The next step would be Manana, internalizing all the truths, contemplating on them, and start expressing it in your life, living it in your life, radiating in your life. That is Nididhyasana. All the 3 steps are essential for the transformation to be happening in all of us. Swamiji, in one of the satsangs, actually spoke about how Bill Gates, in a lecture, happened to talk of him and his classmate. Bill Gates actually failed 3 papers, and his classmate, who qualified with very good marks in all the exams, never failed any paper. Eventually, Bill Gates went on to become what he became, started Microsoft, the multi-billion-dollar company, and despite the fact that he had failed 3 papers. And then there was this friend who had passed all the papers, and he took up a job in Microsoft. He was only working as an engineer while Bill Gates owned Microsoft. Now, both of them started off at the very same point in life. Both of them studied in the same college, gave the same exams. Despite the fact that he didn't pass 3 question papers in his exams, Bill Gates became what he became, whereas his friend was only employed in the same company, despite the fact that he passed all the question papers. Now, naturally, the question comes up, why? How? Isn't it? Why? Why did it happen the way it happened? Swamiji says, the only answer to that question would be how you allow life to happen for you. Are you allowing life to express through you? That makes all the difference. And today's session is about allowing you to live your peak possibility in all dimensions of your life, where you are going to allow life to express through you without creating blocks at the various levels, which become your stumble blocks in the course of your life, and which will prevent you from accomplishing whatever it is that you would want for yourself in your life. Understand, we are all a part of the bigger cosmic play, the Brahmanda and the Pindanda. The entire universe operates on the cosmic principles, the tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. We, being a part of the Brahmanda, the macrocosmos, the hologram of it, that we are, the microcosm, the Pindanda, have to just align our life to living these tattvas, the cosmic principles. And with that, there is every possibility for all of you to manifest the reality that you want for yourself in your life, in every which aspect, be it your health, wealth, blissful relationships, or enlightenment itself. All of that is a possibility that awaits all of you when you start aligning and living to these cosmic principles. Our being, our brain is hardwired to live life in its peak possibility. And that is the truth. In today's session, we will get introduced to all these cosmic principles and integrate ourselves to living and expressing them so as to manifest our peak possibilities. So, are we all ready? Yes, can I have a show of hands? an acknowledgement for the same on the chat box. We can get started. I have Abhinash Gupta, who's watching us on YouTube, and he's asking a question. I got a job, but I'm not able to do the job because of my laziness. What can I do? You're asking the right question at the right platform, Abhinash. Continue to be in this session, and Bhagavan will ensure that the laziness and boredom, which is a pattern that has settled at a level of your muscle memory, is broken. Be a part of Paramashivoham Level 1, where you will be cleansed of all these kind of impossibilities which tend to pull you down and not allow you to do what you actually should be doing in your life. When you have joined a job, you will have to live that dimension of your life in its authenticity. How to get rid of your tiredness, your boredom? There are many solutions to that problem. Continue to be with us and you will be enriched for sure. Swamiji says there is nothing called impossible. Impossibility is just a border that you create for yourself. See, like I said, we are all the part of this macrocosm, isn't it? The skin defines your boundary, which separates you from the whole, at the physical level. Similarly, your mind creates the border of this much only I can do. That is not possible for me. This is the border that gets created by your mind, which separates you from the whole. There is no impossible. Swamiji says it is I am possible. So in Paramashivoham, that possibility will be awakened for you, Abhinash. So continue to be there in the session while we lead you through all these powerful cognitions, understandings, as well as sharing all the techniques towards manifesting that reality for yourself. Mahadaimai Swami has already briefed you about the tattvas, the unit principle on which the cosmos functions, understandings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Swamiji says, know that all of you are inherently powerful. Each of you have those inner powers that are continuously available to you. You actually have the power to manifest the reality of your choice. Whatever it is that you want for yourself, you have it in you to make it happen. And the key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking the 4 inner powers that are continuously available to you. Whatever it is that you want for yourself in your life is even shown to you as a possibility because you are capable of manifesting that. Otherwise, life would not even show that to you as a possibility in any aspect. Suppose you're suffering with a certain disease and you are desirous of health. Health is a possibility for you, and that is why it is even shown to you. You can manifest it when you unlock the 4 inner powers. These powers are there. You may not be using them consciously. when you are given the right understandings to use these powers consciously, you can create and craft your life as you would want it. So, what are these 4 inner powers that we are referring to? First is the power of your words, what we know as Vak Shakti in Sanskrit. The second power is Mano Shakti, the power of thoughts. Third, Prema Shakti, the power of feeling. And the fourth is the Atma Shakti, the power of living. For newcomers, just see how in our unconscious, unaware lifestyles that we are living, we don't even know that these are the powers that are inherently there in all of us. How many times have you uttered your words consciously? Are you even aware of the thoughts that are continuously going on in your inner space and the nature of those thoughts? As long as you live this kind of an unconscious lifestyle, you will never be able to reap the power of your words, your thoughts, feeling, or living. Know that these are all powers that are there in you. Let's begin with that understanding. We all have the power of words, power of thoughts, the power of feeling, and the power of living. With that understanding, the next question comes: how do we unlock these powers? Let us go one by one. The power of words, Vak Shakti. When you unlock the power of words, what happens is that you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and the most effective words towards yourself and towards others. We will go step by step, and to each of these powers, we will also be giving you the keys. Just know that when you unlock the power of words, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the most effective words towards yourself and others. Similarly, when you discover the power of your thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in your job, relationships, education, finances, and life itself. Now, I request all the participants, with the understandings that you have received so far, just take a few moments to visualize what success you want to manifest in your life. Like I said earlier, it is about listening, internalizing, and expressing these fruits in our life. So let us start working on the truths and see if it's going to really happen for us. Okay? So let's take it up. Take a few moments and visualize what success you want to manifest in your life. It could be in the field of the zone of dimension of your health, in your finances. It could be in your relationships. If you're a student, it could be about your education or any such aspect of life which may not fall into any of these categories, or your spiritual progress, or your quest for enlightenment itself. Whatever it is that you want, take a few moments to visualize what success you want to manifest in your life. For each one of you here, It is your own life, and you know what you want best. So visualize that for yourself. The power of feeling teaches you how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. And that is Prema Shakti. The fourth, the Atma Shakti. You'll be truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. So each of these four powers is guided by a spiritual principle known as the Tattva. The Tattva is the key to unlock the corresponding power in you. Like I said earlier, all these four powers have keys which you can use to unlock that power. Now, the power of words will be available to you when you practice integrity. Vak Shakti will get awakened when you practice integrity. Similarly, Mano Shakti, the power of thinking, will be opening up when you practice authenticity. The power of feeling, Prema Shakti, will be possible when you practice responsibility. And then you will also have access to the power of living, Atma Shakti, when you decide to enrich others. Swamiji says, it is if you have tasted the fruit, you become responsible to plant the seed so that many others can taste those fruits. That is what enriching is all about. Whatever has been an experience for you in your life, which left you fulfilled, which gave you a wow feeling, which expanded your very consciousness, you become responsible to hand it over to many others so that even they can be the beneficiaries of that expansion. So that is when you radiate Atma Shakti. So let us now address each one of these principles, tattvas. The first principle is integrity, what we know as Sampurti in Sanskrit. With integrity, with Sampurti, you can unlock the power of words. When you start living integrity, you will manifest the power of Vak Shakti. Vak Shakti as in any word that you talk will become reality. Bhagavan says, when you start living integrity, the whole cosmos will intervene to make your words into reality. So what is this integrity all about? Bhagavan defines integrity as you fulfilling the word and thought you gave to yourself and to others and experiencing a state of Purnatva, completion with yourself and with life. Whatever commitment that you have given to yourself in the form of a thought or a word, manifesting it into reality, honoring those words, honoring those thoughts is integrity. When you manifest your words and thoughts into reality, you will experience a space of completion, Purnatva with yourself and with life around you. Now, power manifestation, the Vak Shakti, will automatically happen when you are integrated. Understand, we are not teaching integrity as a morality, not even as an ethic. It is just about aligning yourself to the cosmic principle so that you start radiating that very consciousness, super consciousness in your day-to-day living. Bhagavan says, when you start living integrity, the whole cosmos will intervene to manifest your words. Whatever you say will become reality. I would like to share a small example from my own life. The days when Swamiji introduced the four tattvas, whatever I understood, I definitely tried and lived these tattvas to the best of my ability in those days. This could possibly have been about 8 or 9 years ago, when Swamiji was teaching us integrity, authenticity, responsibility. Every word that I uttered, I honored. Every word that I gave to myself, I honored. Every word I gave to others, I honored. And I tried to live integrity to the best of my knowledge. As a professional, I'm a doctor. Okay, I am a pediatrician who attends delivery calls also. At the time of birth, it is necessary for the pediatrician to be there in the operation theatre or in the labor room to attend to the baby's needs. Some babies are born with issues. They don't cry at birth. Their heart rate is not good enough. The transitioning from the womb into the outer world is not a very smooth process. So the pediatricians are needed there to resuscitate the babies. It so happened that there was an emergency case for which I was called for. When there is an emergency delivery to happen, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes in our country to organize for the operation theatre, the anesthetist, the obstetrician and the pediatrician, all the supportive staff to bring out the baby out by a cesarean section. It so happened that that particular day, I was a good 25 minutes away from the hospital where the baby was to be born. Nevertheless, I said yes, and I started out driving the car to reach the hospital. It was around 3:30 in the evening, which is the time when all the schools let out the children. So the traffic on the roads is much more than what it would be at an hour, a little earlier than that. Say at 2:30, the road would have been a little more comfortable for me to be driving, say about 20 minutes to reach the hospital. But at the time when the traffic is too heavy on the road, I just declared from the space of integrity, let all the signals go green for me. Believe it or not, I had to pass by 7 traffic signals. All 7 were green. So I crossed that distance within 12 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes max. And it so happens that when I enter into the hospital, the operation theatre actually had another case which got a little complicated. So it took more time for the operation theatre to get handed over to us, the next team of doctors. So I was there bang on time to receive the baby. When you live integrity, these are the kind of miracles that start manifesting in your life. When you say, when I said, I will be there, I was there. With a very logical mind, if you were to think and analyze, it would have taken me a good 30-35 minutes in that peak traffic time to reach the hospital. But that is when I understood the utility of living these truths, powerful truths that the Master gives us. When he said, the cosmos will intervene to manifest your words into reality, that was my first-hand experience of living this cosmic principle of integrity. Now let us understand the power of words with a small story. Once, a small town was visited by a saint. As the saint passed by a small hut, a woman came to him and begged him to pray for her dying child. Now, since the saint was new to the town, a crowd gathered around him, curious to see if he could actually do anything. The woman brought the sick child out to him, and he said a prayer over her. Suddenly, a man yelled from the crowd, "Do you really think that your prayer will help this child when every medicine has failed? After all, they are just some words," shouted one guy from the crowd. Now the saint turned and started shouting at that man, "You idiot, you don't know what I'm doing, so just shut up." Now this man got furious. His face grew red and hot. "How dare you insult me?" he shouted at the saint. The saint smiled at him calmly and said, "If one word has the power to make you so angry, may not another word have the power to heal this child?" Do you get this story that goes on to illustrate the power of words? If a word can trigger you to anger, cannot another word heal the baby? This is the power of words. Now, let us now work on this principle of integrity. We will do a small exercise. Look into your own life and list down 10 promises and commitments that you gave to yourself, which you did not honor and fulfill, and therefore you did not live the cosmic principle of integrity. It could be simple things, like you told a friend, "I will meet you at 5 o'clock." And it did not happen for whatever reason. You could not honor those words. Or you have given a commitment to yourself on January 1st, the new year that has started. Many of us give commitments. Every morning, I'm going to get up and do yoga. Or you will say, I am going to go for my morning walk. I will wake up at 5 o'clock every morning. A lot of commitments we give, but we did not honor and fulfill them and therefore lacked integrity. Look into your own life and list down 10 such promises or commitments that you have given. This exercise is to do completion with work. So let us do it sincerely. When you know that you have not lived that commitment, you now will give a commitment to yourself to be in integrity and complete with your words, promises that you have given to yourself. So what you will do is consciously declare to fulfill all those words, promises, or commitments. For whatever reason, if you are not able to fulfill them, at least complete with those words. You will tell yourself consciously and withdraw those words. Do your best to fulfill. For whatever reason, if those words are no longer relevant for your life now, where you stand now, it is okay to withdraw those words. Even then, you are in integrity. It has to be done as a conscious process. At a point in time when I was studying, I had this fantasy of going horse riding. I told myself, I want to learn horse riding. I also told myself, I want to learn swimming. I wanted to go ice skating. These are all words that I gave to myself when I was a kid, growing up as a teenager. But life took me on a different path where my academics took away most of my time. So there was no time for me to go and learn horse riding, or there was no opportunity to go ice skating. At that point, I had to look into my own list of all the words that I have given myself, and I took time off to go learn swimming. Because at the end of the day, if you know to swim, it is a life-saving activity, isn't it? And it is a possibility for me. So I enrolled for swimming classes at the age of 35, and I learned how to swim. So I fulfilled that word and reclaimed my integrity. In the same way, I completed with the words of going horse riding and ice skating, and I declared to myself consciously, you know what, this is not something that I would want for myself in life where I stand now. So I complete with it. I withdrew those words and I reclaimed my space of integrity. Similarly, all of you, look into that list that you have written now. Look in to see what you can fulfill. Go ahead and fulfill. For whatever reason, if that is not a possibility, consciously complete, withdraw with those words and reclaim your integrity. Again, once you've done this, look into your own life and this time pen down 3 promises and commitments that you gave to others, which you did not honor, fulfill, or withdraw, therefore lacking integrity. Let us all do this exercise. See, the thing with us is, at least society teaches us in terms of morality, what you tell others, you should live. But nobody teaches us that the words that you give to yourself also you must honor and you should fulfill them. There are 2 aspects to this exercise. One is the words that we give ourselves. The second aspect is the word that we give to others. Both are equally important. Most often, what do? It's okay. What is there? Who even knows what words I gave to myself? It's all right if I don't attend to it. It's not all right. Swamiji says your words are directly connected to your breath. Every word that you do not fulfill and you do not complete with will remain as a incomplete fragment and fragment you from inside. At the end of the day, what is your life? Your life is just the words that you give yourself, isn't it? Every time you do not fulfill the words that you give, you will lose confidence about you. Similarly, when you do not fulfill the words that you give to others, they will lose confidence in you. Your life happens to you with people, isn't it? So it is very important how you treat yourself and how you treat people around you. Any word that you have given to others, you need to fulfill them. Fulfill those words. That's the only way you can reclaim your self-confidence and also the confidence that others will have on you. Please look into your own life and pen down the 3 commitments that you gave to others which you did not honor. Now, like how you completed for the words that you gave to yourself, you will also have to complete for the words that you gave to others. Sometimes it may even happen that they do not even remember. Hey, did you really tell me that? I don't remember. But if you remember, you have to complete with them. You will have to make a call to those people, the 3 people to whom you have given words, and either recommit to completing the word you gave and fulfill it, or withdraw those words and complete the word that you gave. These are exercises that you will be doing to reclaim your space of integrity, to align yourself to this tattva of integrity. It does not have to be very big commitments, even small commitments. Swamiji says, see, you may tell yourself tonight when you go to bed, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I will get up and go for a walk. You got up, you went for a walk. You did it 2 days, 3 days, 4 days at a stretch. 5th day, suddenly something happened. A friend came home and then you went late to sleep. 5 o'clock, 5:40, your alarm rang. What did you do? You just told yourself, it's okay. Today, one day I will miss. It's all right. And you just snoozed the alarm, pulled up the blanket, and went back to sleep. What happens next? The next day, when you go to bed, if you're going to tell yourself, tomorrow morning I'm going to get up at 6 and go for a walk, remember the previous day you did not honor that word, that commitment that you have given to yourself, that 6 o'clock every morning I will get up and go for a walk. That same incomplete part of you is going to come up and show its fingers at your face. I know you, as if you're going to get up. And that is exactly what happens. Even one day, if you break that commitment that you have given yourself, be very sure you are not going to get up and go for that walk again. So you will just slip out of that activity until and unless again another big enlightening day where a friend comes and says, hey, how come you're not been coming for a walk? And somebody has to really push you to make it happen. This is what happens when you fall out of integrity, even for small things in your life. And that is the reason why, come what may, I will live the word that I have given myself. That is real integrity. So, even with people, you have to live integrity, come what may. I will fulfill the word that I have given to whoever it is. It could be your child, it could be your spouse, it could be your friends, your neighbors, whoever. It is necessary that you reclaim your integrity by completing or fulfilling. Do your best to fulfill. For whatever reason, if that is not possible, at least you have to complete. Tell them, I had told you that I will be doing this, but it's not happening. So I am completing for those words. You can also recommit to live those words and honor those words with a definite time frame so that you come back to the space of integrity. So let us move on with more understandings about living the tattvas. Bhagavan is saying, listen, you can do it. You actually have the power to simply manifest the reality of your choice. The powers that we are referring to, integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching, are the expressions of the inner potential bioenergy, which is there in all of us as the Kundalini Shakti. When that is awakened by living the four tattvas, you actually will have the power to manifest the reality of your choice. You have the potential for self-transformation that will enrich every aspect of your life, bringing you everything from health to wealth, to meaningful relationships, to lasting happiness. This is a possibility for all of us because our DNA is actually hardwired to live these truths. Swamiji says, see, your consciousness is programmed to catch the best expressions that it sees. When these truths are being shown to you, your consciousness can simply catch on to that, and when it is being shown as a possibility, it would want to radiate and live those cosmic truths and principles for yourself. Like I said, inside each one of you is the enormous potential energy known as the Kundalini, which is nothing but your own latent inner energy, which you have never used and which you may not even know about. The Kundalini Shakti, we spoke about it elaborately in yesterday's session. If you have visited temples, you will see a murti of a sage with a long beard with a snake depicted above his head. That is the depiction for Patanjali. Patanjali is the master behind the science of the Kundalini Shakti, because in him the Kundalini was completely awakened. He is depicted as that snake, the Patanjali, the master who put all the yoga together and gave it to the world as the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, what was originally given by Mahadeva himself. Patanjali took up the responsibility to deliver it to the world. Now, he lived enlightened because the awakened Kundalini manifested the powers of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Kundalini expresses through you in these four different streams known as your four inner powers. All these inner powers are the different expressions of the Kundalini energy in your life. The key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking these four inner powers that are continuously available to you. See, you use these powers every day in your life, but you don't use them consciously with a clear intention. Please understand, All these powers are great energies, just like how electricity and wind power, if you know how to handle them properly, they can shower you with everything that you want. But if you do not handle them properly, they will continue to impact your life in negative ways. The power of words, integrity, we spoke about, actually is your very bone structure of your life. If you do not live integrity, you are assembling your life with broken bones, which is definitely going to collapse and give you pain and suffering. See, if you do not handle it properly, it will continue to impact your life in negative ways. So the key is to create the right space inside you to express your greatest and highest possibility. When you create the right space inside you, all the events of your choice will simply flow into your life without any effort. Everything that you do will be successful. When you learn to use these powers in the right way, you will immediately transform not only your life, but the lives of all of those who are living around you. To be able to unlock these great powers, you must first understand a little more about yourself. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you have 4 giant powers sitting inside you. And they are related to the 4 major dimensions of your life, which is your words, your thinking, your emotions, and your living. When you awaken your peak possibility in each of these dimensions, it becomes a great power and support in your life. We spoke about Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti, Prema Shakti, and Atma Shakti, the power of words, thoughts, feeling, and living. When you unlock the power of words, you will have a spontaneous intelligence to use the most effective and right words towards yourself and others. When you discover the power of your thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in every aspect of your life. Similarly, the power of feeling will teach you how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. You are truly enjoying the power of Atma Shakti, the power of living, when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. So, we spoke about the key to unlocking all these powers. The key to Vak Shakti is practicing integrity. The key to Mano Shakti is the practice of authenticity. The key to Prema Shakti is the practice of responsibility, and the key to the Atma Shakti is the cosmic principle of enriching. Right? So this was more or less a repetition of the previous presentation, mainly to reiterate the same understandings to all of us. Let us now move on to unlock the power of words. We will be understanding more truths about the cosmic principle of integrity. Your words are your life, isn't it? Everything about your life is the words that you give to yourself and others. Whether you realize it or not, your life is built on your words and commitments. The words that you give to yourself and others form the structure on which your life building itself is built, isn't it? So it becomes so important that we honor our words, because the whole building called your life is built on the words that you give yourself. If you keep telling yourself, I am a failure, I am a failure, I am a failure, you are going to manifest that reality in your life. At the same time, when you use powerful words towards yourself in your life, use empowering words for people around you, you will see that that itself will become the reality of their life. It is very important. If your life can be compared to a building, the words that you give to yourself and others is like the foundation of this building. It has to be free from dust and rust, which means that it has to be free from unconscious patterns. Like I said earlier, most of the words that we give to ourselves are unconscious. These unconscious words that you give to yourself and others is the dust and rust on your building, the building called life. Now, the building built upon such a rusty, dusty structure cannot last long, isn't it? It has to be made of pure, authentic, strong steel. Similarly, your life is built on the words and commitments that you give to yourself and to others. It has to be without any unawareness or unconsciousness. The strength of your life is based on the words that you give to yourself and to others. If your words are conscious, your life will be conscious. If your words are unconscious, your life will also be unconscious. Now, that is why integrity forms the basis of your life. Integrity is part of your very life energy. It is the energy on which you and the whole cosmos runs. It's very, very important for us to internalize these truths about integrity, about how your words form your very life, and how you need to be using these words with so much of awareness and consciousness. When you use your words with awareness and consciousness, you will become very mindful of all the negative chatter that goes on inside you, towards life, towards people, all of that. You need to live the commitments that you give yourself. Honor the words that you give yourself, because eventually everything in your life is the totality of honoring the words that you give to yourself and to others. The words that you give to others is what the inner structure of success in your life. The people who are successful are the ones who honor the words and commitments that they have given to others. When you honor the word that you give to yourself, you will start respecting yourself for who you are. And similarly, when you honor the words that you give to others, their respect for you, their confidence about you will increase. Isn't it? Now, these two put together is what your life is all about. Every word that you utter and honor integrates you, it strengthens you. If you do not honor your words, you are weakened. It is as simple as that. Success is nothing but you having confidence in you and others having confidence in you. What is life after all? Life happens to you because of people, and it is so important how they hold you and how you hold yourself. And the sure short success formula for living success in life is living the cosmic principle of integrity. When you start living integrity, integrity will start bringing all possible auspiciousness in your life. With integrity, your awareness will go up. With integrity, you will start entering into yoga. Like I said earlier, Patanjali, the great sage, talks about how the very first step towards yoga is reducing the inner chatter and the unwanted words that we tend to engage ourselves with. He says, Yogasya pratamam dvaram vag nirodha. When you start living integrity, that will kill all the inner chatter that goes on continuously on, like an FM radio station has been fixed inside and somebody has forgotten to switch it off. Most often the unconscious, unaware thoughts and words that continuously happen inside us, which essentially are negative in nature, all of that will drop. The inner chatter will come down. With awareness, whatever words that get created inside you will lead you to fulfillment. The word that is perverted and hurting yourself is guilt. The word that is hurting others is violence. The word that goes on expanding you is desire. The commitments that constantly keeps you in a state of completion and expansion is integrity. Understand how words can make you or break you, depending on what they express. If the expression is happening from a space of awareness, it will always lead you to fulfillment. If you're using negative words against you and are hurting yourself, it will create guilt. If you are using words to hurt others, that is what is violence. And the words that goes on expanding you is your desire. Decide that you will honor all the words that you give yourself. The moment you do that, the unwanted negative inner chatter will stop, and every word that you will utter will be with so much of awareness that it will only leave you fulfilled. It will establish you in the space of completion. Continuing with the presentation, The strength of your life is based on the words that you give to yourself and to others. If your words are conscious, your life will be conscious. If your words are unconscious, your life will be unconscious. And that is why integrity forms the basis of your life. Your very life energy, the energy on which you and the whole cosmos runs. So, what is integrity? Integrity is you fulfilling the words and thoughts that you gave to yourself and to others, and experiencing a state of completion with yourself and with life. It's not just about the big commitments that we make in our life. It could be something as simple as I'm going to wake up early every morning and practice yoga, or telling a friend, let's meet up at 5 p.m. No matter what the word you have given to yourself or to others, honoring it as your life is real integrity. Your unkept words create a hangover inside you. Many a time, you do not even remember the commitments that you make to yourself and to others because you use your words so unconsciously without even thinking. You don't realize the impact that it can have on others. When you make a commitment and you do not keep it, it will leave a hangover in you and in the other person, which can destroy your self-confidence and other people's confidence in you. Look into your own life. How many times when you utter unconscious words in your relationships, in your business, or anywhere else, when you do not honor those words because they have happened in unconsciousness, you will be unaware of what consequences it is going to have in your life. In a very casual way, many a time people utter what they don't even mean. We are not even aware of the consequences that it can lead to. When you are unaware of the consequences of your words, life will always bring shocks to you. Bhagavan says, if life is continuously bringing shocks to you, understand that you are not living in integrity. Now, integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. Understand, it has two dimensions: honoring the words that you gave to yourself and to others. See, whenever you're giving a word, who is the first person to hear those words? Even when you're talking to the other person, who is the first person who's listening to it? You, isn't it? So, using the right words start with you. When you honor the words you give to yourself, your confidence in yourself grows and all of your self-doubt melts away. You become powerful. When you honor the words you give to others, others' confidence in you grows, and your relationship with that person becomes powerful. Do you all agree? Ma Gurmeet, Indrani, Ivana, Bhavmati, are you all there? Yes. Whenever you keep up the words that you give to yourself, your confidence builds up about you. Similarly, when you honor the words that you give to others, your relationship with that person will become so much more powerful because they are confident about you. That when you say something, you will actually mean it and you will do it. So their confidence in you will also grow, isn't it? It is necessary that we use our words consciously. Using words consciously with awareness will help us understand the impact of the words on ourselves and on others. Using the right words can immediately change the way that you feel and think about yourself. You will even notice a change in your body's response to a situation when you handle it with the right words. Isn't it? Using the right words towards yourself is so important. It can actually change the way you feel about yourself, the way you think about yourself, how your body will respond to a particular situation will change when you handle it with the right words. Suppose you have a headache and you want to get out of that headache. Use the right words, says Swamiji. Even if you're saying, I don't want headache. If you're using those words, the headache will continue to stay and bother you. You know why? When you say, I don't want, you are giving power to the word, I don't want. But when you say, I don't want headache, you are giving as much power to the headache as you are giving to the words, I don't want. So it is going to continue to be there. Instead, when you say, I want good health, you see how the headache will start disappearing. When you use the right words, you can manifest that reality for yourself. Even when you're going through a certain pain in any part of the body, don't use the word, oh, I don't want the pain, I don't want the pain. It is going to be there nevertheless. Just look in with a lot of awareness. Give your attention to that body part without using the word pain. Just see what is happening there. When you flood that part of your body with your attention, with your awareness, the pain itself will start diminishing. Over a point, it will come down to just one point, and then suddenly it will leave your body. With just you flooding the awareness and using the right words. That is how your body's response to a situation will change when you handle it with the right words. The right words keep your inner space conflict-free and peaceful, visibly improving your health and longevity. If you say, you know what, I have become old because I am 70 years old, 80 years old, you are giving the wrong cognitions to yourself. I cannot do this because I am 80 is a wrong understanding. Your age is just a number. 80 is just a number. It is a belief that you have that strengthens that kind of powerlessness even in your body, says Bhagavan. He spoke about how during his wandering days, Bhagavan wandered the length and breadth of the country during the Parivrajaka, and he met up with some Tibetan lamas. The lamas were known to have long life with good health. So Swamiji went up to a person who was 130 years old. He was working in the field and he asked, tell me the secret of how you people live such long lives. And this man who was 130 and working in the field, he said, I am just young. I'm just 130 years old. If you really want to meet some old people, you go to this place and There are people who are even 180 years old because for them, the belief is that the human body will live up to 300. In fact, the same men took Swamiji to a crematorium where all the boards that are there on the site where the bodies have been buried read, died young at 180, lived healthy till a certain age, 250 kind of stuff. So the words that you utter are very, very important. Use the right words. Right words keep your inner space conflict-free and peaceful, visibly improving your health and even longevity. By creating and expressing the right words to yourself and others, you can actually shape your reality as you choose. Listening brings integrity, is the next truth. Let us work on this truth. When was the last time you really listened to your own words? Really? When did you actually listen to yourself? The fact is that we never ever really listen. We don't listen to ourselves nor to others. When you start listening to yourself, you will naturally become more aware of the words you give to yourself and to others. You will also have the ability to listen to others' words with integrity. Become aware, become conscious of the words that are happening inside you. Start listening to yourself. With that listening, integrity will start happening. When you listen to yourself, there is no more room for any unconscious, unaware words happening in your inner space. You will be so integrated to yourself. It starts with you. When you establish yourself in the space of listening to you, you will also have the ability to listen to others' words with integrity. Your listening is directly connected to your ability to handle reality as it is, without creating your own unconscious ideas and conclusions. Understand? Your listening is directly connected to your ability to handle reality as it is. When you do not have listening, you always come to a conclusion even before the information is cognized in you, isn't it? Very often, because you are not in the space of listening, you draw your own conclusions about life that is presenting to you in the form of people also. And that is why the very first step in Hindu spiritual practice is Shravana, integrated listening. What happens if I cannot keep a word, comes the natural question. If you do your very best to keep a commitment but still find that you cannot keep it, you can complete with yourself and the other person by telling them in advance that you cannot keep up the commitment. Like the example of you told your friend that we will meet up at 5 p.m. Something happens and you will not be able to be there by 5 p.m. You at least call up that person well in advance to inform him, I will not be able to make it. I cannot be there at 5, and recommit. You can tell them, I will be 10 minutes late or maybe 1 hour late, or can we meet tomorrow at the same time? Once you complete, you can move on without any pain or guilt or any other hangover of that commitment. Because as long as you don't complete with those words, that hangover will remain in you, which will ensure you that you are never going to keep up any commitments in your life, or worse still, you will not even have the confidence to make a commitment in the future because you know from inside that you're not going to keep up the word. So it is very important to live integrity either by fulfilling or by completing. Understand, even completion is integrity. Integrity means aligning the words that you utter in both your inner and outer space, both towards completion. And when you are in that space of integrity, Vak Shakti will open up in you. Anything that you speak will become the reality. Integrity is a beautiful way to ensure that you do not create incompletion in yourself and others through your words. Okay. Take responsibility for your words. Taking responsibility for your words is practicing dharma, right living. Like in the Hindu epic Mahabharata, it is said, do not do unto others that which would cause you pain if it is done to you, and this is dharma. Whenever you use words, remember dharma and ask yourself, will these words cause pain to me or to the other person? Then let me not do it. Always be aware of the power and impact of the words that you utter to yourself and to others. Uttering the right words and feeling responsible for fulfilling them will unlock the power of words in you, the power of Vak Shakti. Any questions about the understandings given so far? Please go ahead and ask. My Elizabeth Mary Crow Nithyanandam, Rohit Aya Nithyanandam. If you're all listening in the space of listening on YouTube, any queries and questions, please go ahead and post them. We'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Yes. Like I said earlier, Abhilash Gupta, please to enroll for the PSM program that's starting in full-fledged tomorrow. You can overcome the boredom and the tiredness, the laziness that is preventing you from living your peak possibility of manifesting better opportunities on your job front. So if there's no questions coming up, then I would like to continue with the next cosmic principle about authenticity. What is authenticity? Now, as you saw, the power of words can make or break any relationship. The power of thinking is deeper than the power of words because it can make or break your life itself. The power of thinking is the power to train and tune your thinking to its highest potential. We are now entering into understanding authenticity. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you can control your mind in pretty much the same way that you can control your body's movements. Like I can take this phone into my hand when I want it, and I can put it back when I don't want it. I can control my body's movements. Similarly, your mind is also matter. You can stop it when you want, you can use it when you want, and you can control it as you want. You can decide and declare who you want to be. It is possible to train your mind and encourage only those thoughts that are in alignment with your highest possibility, discouraging and completing with all the powerless ideas, the disempowering ideas. It is a possibility for all of us. Understand very clearly, your thinking is the power of thinking is one of the 4 powers that is already embedded in you. Your thinking can either make you or break you. Thinking is not an accidental thinking that happens with your, thinking is not accidental. Thinking happens with your voluntary involvement. Your thinking process is actually encouraged, entertained, and enriched by you. But unfortunately, you believe that thinking is accidental and that you cannot control your mind. Because the whole process of thinking is going on in an unconscious, unaware zone where you are not taking responsibility even for your own thoughts. And you start believing that it is beyond me, it is beyond my control, it is impossible. This whole idea is wrong. When you unlock the power of thinking, you will be able to spontaneously focus your thoughts to achieve your highest potential. Constantly functioning at your peak possibility is authenticity. Authenticity is the key that unlocks the power of thinking. Listen, you don't have just one identity as you imagine. You actually have 4 dimensions, 4 identities. At all times, you carry 4 identities or dimensions together. We will understand each of these dimensions one by one. The first of the 4 identities is what we know as the inner image. The Sanskrit terminology is mamakara. It is the inner image and experience that you carry about yourself. What you truly believe inside yourself about yourself. Understandings like I am healthy, I am ugly, I am intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, whatever you believe about you, inside you, is your inner image. You carry many such inner ideas about yourself. Unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The mamakara will always be less than what you project as you to others, which is your ahankara, the outer image. The outer image or the ahankara is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as very powerful, talented, honest, helpful, whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. It's always opposite. The inner image will always be lower than the reality, the factuality. The reality is that we are all Paramashiva. But the factuality, your inner image will always be less than that. The outer image will always be more than the factuality. What you believe yourself to be, it will be more than that and even above what the fact of the matter is. Apart from these two, there is a third identity that you carry, which is the image or the expectations that others have about you. Now, this is known as the others image. The Sanskrit terminology is anyakara. How others perceive you may be different from how you project yourself on them. Because at the end of the day, people create their own opinion about you from the subtle signals that you give them rather than what you openly project. You may say, you know what, I'm the most talented person, I'm the most successful person, I can achieve anything, there is no impossibility for me. You may tell all those things in your words, but people are very intelligent. They catch even what you do not say. And especially what you don't say, they catch very well from the subtle signals that you give them. Now, there is a fourth identity. It's very subtle because it is not directly related to you. It is called life image, swa anyakara. Life image is what you experience life to be for you. For example, you may feel life is lonely, life is complicated, life is scared, or life is scary, life is sacred, or life is always showering me with everything that I need. Life is unfair, life is cruel. Like this, each one has a certain identity that they carry about life, a certain image that they carry about life. Please understand, this is also your identity because it defines the exact experience you will be receiving from the people and situations in your life. So, life image is also your own identity. Now, we need to understand all of these images so that we can start aligning our life towards authenticity. Authenticity means living at your peak in each of these dimensions. What is the peak inner image? Whatever is the peak outer image, peak life image, and peak others image. When you start living the peak in all of these dimensions, you are living authenticity. How did these images happen inside us? So let us go on to understand how this fragmentation happened. The origin of all that is your root thought pattern, the source of all your conflicts. Understand, when we say pattern, a thought pattern, we mean a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience like failure, rejection, being punished, being subjected to abuse, or witnessing the death of a loved one. See, a baby that is growing up is a bundle of bliss energy. Anywhere in the first few years of life, generally less than 7 years of age, the child is exposed to a certain conflicting situation. It could be something as major as a death of a loved one, or it could be something as simple as it was the birthday party and the cake was cut. The mother came in and she gave the bigger piece of cake to the sibling, and this girl received the smaller piece of cake. That itself can be a source of conflict for that child that's growing up. At that moment, that child made a statement inside her for herself, which said, I am not loved. That becomes a conflict. And the split happens at that point in time where she feels I am not loved. About the mother who is there in that situation, it was just a casual action on the part of the mother. But the fact that the child perceived it as the mother loves my brother more, my mother doesn't care for me, will become the statement that she is giving. The mother is life that is happening to her at that point in time. That becomes the life image. Life doesn't care for me. Life is partial to me. Life is unfair to me. These are the kind of conflicts that become patterns inside us. And how this child will respond at that point in time will be the blueprint of how she is going to respond to conflicts that will happen in her life. She might have shouted at her mom in anger, or she might have just sulked and cried. That will remain the blueprint for the rest of her life. In any conflicting situation, she is going to repeat the same thing again and again. So, it is during such moments of crisis that you create an idea about yourself and life, like I am weak, or I'm a failure, or nobody loves me, or life is dangerous, so I have to be very careful. Almost all root thought patterns are negative, even the ones which may lead to success in your life, because they are born out of your feeling of powerlessness. For example, if there is a child who made a mistake in school, she answered the question wrong, that can actually become the source of a pattern where she goes on to prove herself in life. See, at a point when she gave the wrong answer, the inner image that happened in her would have been like, I always make mistakes. I'm good for nothing. Now, that is the source idea that she carries about herself, her inner image. Now, she wants to prove herself different to the world. So she goes on to take up more and more exams. She will get many degrees. She may even get a PhD. She may get a doctorate. She may be a professor in a university. All of this, the world will look at as, oh, how successful is this person? But then, even those actions were born out of a feeling of powerlessness. So, understand the common root thought patterns. I'm sure most of us here will be able to relate with. I am a failure. I am alone. I am ugly. Nobody loves me. Life is out there to cheat me. I am weak and unhealthy. I am powerless, so I have to please everybody. Life is hard, so I have to work extra smart. Life is too big for me to understand. These are the kind of thought patterns which arise out of these the conflicting incidents of life. Understand, all thought patterns are based on inadequate cognitions. The child deciding that I am a failure, I'm good for nothing, is the wrong cognition that she took at that moment. It cannot continue for the whole life. It is an inadequate cognition because life itself is different every moment and you need to respond to life spontaneously. But right now, you are nothing but a bunch of programmed actions and patterns that never let you contact life as it happens. The moment you perceive a conflict, the pattern takes over. And you will only be seeing life's happenings, life's situations through the prism of that conflict, through the prism of those images that you have created for yourself. You have many thought patterns, but a root thought pattern is one of the few defining thought patterns that are continuously running your life without your knowledge. Even the conflicts among your identities, the inner image, outer image, others image, life image, all of that, the conflict that is there is nothing but the result of your root thought pattern. Are all of you able to relate to these understandings? Do you need any clarifications? Please go ahead and ask. Because we will be working in identifying where the conflict happened, what is the root of all these incompletions inside, and on completing all of these patterns. If you look deep, all your problems arise from the conflicts among the four identities. You believe you are a failure, but you want to show to the world that you are the most successful person. The kind of suffocation that you will be going through in the process is because of the conflict. And all of your problems are also rooted in these conflicts. When any one of your dimensions is out of alignment with the others, it causes disease, suffering, and incompletion in your life. Please understand, all these identities you carry are actually the thought patterns that you carry about you. Even others' image about you is an idea that you have created in them. So, understand, there is nobody to blame. You are the creator of all your identities. Now, when one identity is fighting with the other identity, how can your thinking even be focused? All of your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. When all your identities or images are in tune, all of your thinking will be aligned in one direction. Your inner image is saying one thing, outer image is contrasting opposite. You cannot align all your thinking you cannot focus it in one direction. It is only when all your images are aligned, your thinking can be aligned in one direction. When all your images are in tune, you can actually focus and start manifesting every reality that you want for yourself in your life. Your thinking will become sharp and clear when all the images are in tune. It will be like a laser beam. And when that happens, when authenticity happens, when you are living the peak possibility of all the four images, you will awaken the power of thinking. With authenticity, there is no more space for unconscious thinking and living, because you will always be aware of the cause and effects that are playing in your life. Your thinking goes hand in hand with the way you want to build yourself. Now, these four parts of your thinking need to be completely purified. So let us now look inside and identify the images that you carry about yourself. Whatever you can imagine is real, says Bhagwan. You can please look in and start penning down your inner image, your outer image, life image, and others' image. Whatever it is in the current moment, please look in and identify them all. When you know where you are standing correctly, you will be even awakened to the possibility that you can rewrite what you feel will be the peak possibility and the best qualities that you can possess of all these four images. It is what it is right now, the way it is. And then you can actually look at how you want it to be, whatever you think as the peak possibility. For example, if you think life has been unfair to me, is the life image that you carry. But the peak possibility of the life image for you could be life is auspicious. You need to pen that down. We will work on aligning it towards that direction. All the best qualities that you can possess. Of the four images, you can actually start rewriting it. Let your thinking always be aligned to your peak inner image, peak outer image, peak others image, and peak life image. When your thinking is aligned in this direction, you are actually living authenticity. Usually, your inner image will be much lower than the identity that you project outside to others. Isn't it? Understand this very important truth. If you can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space. It is there in your thinking space. Understand this very important truth. You are projecting yourself higher than who you are to the outer world means that that identity is already there in your visualization. It is already there in your thinking space. And whatever you can think of as yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into a reality. It may not be your innermost belief at this point in time, but the fact that you are showing yourself as that person to the outer world means that it is there in your visualization space, and you have that ability, that capacity in you to manifest it as your very reality. Understand? Let us all work now to align your inner image and outer image. Please make two columns in your workbook titled as inner image and outer image. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images. Like I said earlier, the beliefs that you have about yourself will mostly be negative. I am weak. I am unlucky. I am incapable. I am a loser. I am unhealthy. Sometimes it may be some positive words also. I am friendly. In the second column, write the corresponding outer image that you project to others. For example, you may believe that I am scared, I am weak, but you will be projecting yourself as I am strong, I am capable, I can handle anything. Inside, you would be feeling that you're the most unlucky person, but outside, you will be projecting yourself as very lucky, very friendly. Make a list of both. Your top 10 inner images and the corresponding outer image that you project to others. Now, compare each inner image and outer image that you have noted down. Wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner and outer image, what you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. See, both of them are from you. Understand? Nobody else is doing that for you. Even the higher identity that you are projecting is from your own visualization space. So, which means that that is a possibility for you. You have the capacity to live that identity. So now, choose the higher identity. For example, wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your identity to the inner image to that outer image. Do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. Even though there is a conflict, it may not be the reality of the moment. You may be showing yourself as very capable to the other person. That is the outer image that you're projecting. There is no need to fall into any kind of an incompletion about it, says Swamiji. Hold on to that higher identity and tune yourself, tune your inner image to that higher identity, the higher idea that you are showing to people. Don't reduce your projection towards others. Instead, increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. Repeat this for each point. Compare both the identities and whatever qualities are best in both, choose those. And draw a star against all your best. Whichever is the higher identity, star it. If there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your outer image to match that. If there are some great qualities in the outer image that you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. Continuously tune yourself to your peak image. This is how you will live authenticity. Authenticity in thinking essentially has two steps. First, find out what you really want in your life by sincerely contemplating on what you want your 4 dimensions to be. Make a list of your best inner image, outer image, others' image, life image, and place it by your bedside, your office desk, or any place where you can see it as soon as you wake up and all day. Apasmara, it is called. Many a time we forget even what we have learned, what we want for ourselves in our lives. The forgetfulness takes over. To escape from the clutches of forgetfulness, Swamiji is giving this as a very beautiful and a simple technique so that you're constantly reminded of living authenticity in all these 4 aspects of your life. Write it, make that list, and put it up at a place where you can see it as soon as you wake up in the morning and all through the day, wherever you spend maximum time. Now, identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, or who you want to be, and how you want to be. What is it that is stopping you? from living that peak possibility in each of these dimensions. One of the biggest obstacles for most people is nothing but self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures, says Bhagavan. No bigger obstacle than your own self-doubt. Whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Start bringing authenticity to your thinking. Whichever thought is not in alignment with your peak possibility, complete with it. Consciously decide to complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with those patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. When you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking, and you will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. In Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step, which is manana, authentic thinking. Thinking towards achieving whatever you want in your life. Building all these four images, the best inner image, best outer image, best life image, best others image. Aligning your thinking process in that direction is authenticity. Let your thinking be established in authenticity, continuously expanding you towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts that makes whatever you think into as a success, you have unlocked the power of thinking. Remember, authenticity is the key to unlock the power of thinking. So, with this, I will have to conclude the session. Any questions, please go ahead and ask. I see that our Acharya has already logged in. She will be guiding you from here. About what has been already shared, if there are any questions, please go ahead and ask. We can clarify it for you. Okay. Since it's time now for me to hand over, I'll conclude with the Purna Mantra, thanking you all for your active participation and listening. Please go ahead and internalize these truths, Manana. Bring integrity to your words, authenticity to your thinking, and you will see that any word that you give, the cosmos will assist in manifesting that as reality in your lives. In the space of gratitude to Bhagavan for all these empowering truths, to align ourselves to the flow of consciousness, the cosmic consciousness inside of us. Let's chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandamma, Uma Balaji.
Nithyananda, thank
Yes.
you, ma. Just a minute, please. Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. Nithyanandam Bhavati, Nithyanandam Ivana, Grebinar, Foam. So, can we all turn on our cameras and be available in front of the camera? We will begin with the Satguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Satguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguణarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. So today we're learning about the four principles, the four powers, the four tattvas. So we learned about the first two powers, that is integrity and authenticity, the power of words and the power of thinking. We will now be moving on to learning about responsibility, the power of responsibility and enriching. The four principles is the essence of life. Understand? The four principles are the essence of life: integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. From time immemorial, so many different scriptures, spiritual literatures, philosophies evolved on the planet Earth. These four principles are the essence, literally the essence of all the spiritual scriptures and spiritual truths. Just like how they churned the whole Milky Ocean, gods and demons finally got the nectar pot. After churning the ocean of scriptures, the nectar pot that Swamiji is sharing with all of us are these four principles. Everything, whether it is physical health, mental wellness, successful business, success in any profession, or enlightenment, ultimately, everything can be achieved just with these four principles. So, if you are facing any problem in your life, any obstacle in your life, or any conflict, all these can be handled very practically, very efficiently, and skillfully just by applying these four principles. These four principles are the essence of all the spiritual scriptures. So let us move on to learn more about the next power, which is the power of responsibility. So, unlocking the power of feeling. When you take responsibility, when you become responsible for all the happening in your life and around you, you will unlock the power of feeling. So understand the power of feeling is nothing but your ability to realize yourself as the source of all the happenings in your life. Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. So understand the power of feeling is nothing but your ability to realize yourself as the source of all the happenings in your life. This understanding gives you tremendous control over your own life and gives you the power to be a positive influence in the life of others. So, just by taking responsibility, okay, you have the power to be a positive influence in the life of others. The power of feeling is unlocked when you recognize yourself as a leader and take responsibility for everything in and around you. And responsibility is the key that unlocks the power of feeling. Now, what is responsibility? Let us understand, let us learn this principle, the sacred truth given to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as a gift to humanity. Responsibility means living and responding to life from the truth that you are the source of and therefore responsible for all the happenings in and around you. So, this may sound something like for some people it may sound a little vague, but understand when you start taking responsibility, you will see how powerful you start feeling and how you are able to move things that where you feel stagnant, you feel there are obstacles and you're unable to come to a conclusion or take any kind of a decision. When you start taking responsibility for all that is happening in and around you, then you manifest the power of feeling. The power of feeling gets unlocked and you are not the same person again. So you are an empowered person. When you apply these four truths in your lives, you are not an ordinary or a normal person. You become an extraordinary person radiating the powers of Paramashiva, radiating the state, space, and being of Paramashiva and manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Now, let us understand our current situation through the help of a small story, how we all operate in our day-to-day lives. Once upon a time, there were four people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Once, there was an important job to be done. But who was to do it? Everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought that anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. So, this is how we function in our personal lives because we think somebody will do that job. It is not our responsibility. Somebody is going to attend to it and somebody else is going to take care of it. So, a person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions lives like an animal. He lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible only for his own actions is a human being. He lives in middle level consciousness. A person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness. Even though your actions are not responsible for something, taking responsibility even for others' inauthenticity and irresponsibility makes you a leader. the best way to start from is your own home. So when you start taking responsibility inside your home for all the members in your family, for all the extended members, like taking little, small steps towards the bigger goal of life. So it all starts with taking responsibility at home, and then it expands to taking responsibility for others and the society. When we hear about taking responsibility for everything, the biggest question we have in our minds is, how can I be responsible for everything happening around me? I understand that I can be held responsible for what is happening inside me, but how can I be held responsible for what is happening outside me? For example, if an accident happens in my life, how can I be responsible when there are natural calamities happening around across the globe, accidents, loss of lives, violence, wars? Have you ever looked in and thought about this? So we are directly responsible for whatever is happening inside as well as outside. So you will start looking at these truths, applying these principles only when your frequency of consciousness is raised. And that can happen just by becoming a part of this program, attending this program, receiving the initiations from the master will raise your level of frequency, the frequency of your consciousness. When your consciousness is raised to the next level, you start looking at everything from a different perspective. So you don't tend to stoop towards the negative tendencies, but you look higher up, how you can evolve, how you can make a difference for yourself as well as for all the people around you, and how you can make a difference to the society. What responsibility can you take to help make the world a better place? And that can happen only when you become a part of this program by signing up and by receiving the highest truths and also receiving the energy transmission, the Diksha from the master. So here, let's continue. There is an important difference between being the cause of something and being responsible for it. Sometimes you may not be the reason for a certain happening, but if it is affecting your life, you are directly responsible for that happening. For example, you may not be the cause of political corruption in your country, but as a citizen of the country, you are responsible for it. In some way, you must have elected that person into power. Or you may have desired, you may have, you know, unconsciously, you may have liked something that the person is doing without understanding the consequences of that person's actions. So we become responsible even by creating the wrong kind of thoughts, the negative thoughts. So you may not be the reason for it, but that doesn't mean you are not responsible in truth. You need to know that unless you take responsibility, you are neither going to improve the situation nor are you going to expand your inner space. You always believe that you are suffocated by your smallness, but in reality, you are actually suffocated by your bigness. Whenever bigness is demanded of you, whenever you feel you are being forced to expand, you shrink even further into your comfort zone. Your tiredness, your weakness, your powerlessness, all these are nothing but the resistance you have to seeing your own bigness. That is why when someone tells that you are weak, poor, and a sinner, it is so easy to accept. But if someone tells you that you are divine, you are powerful, you are complete, your whole identity starts trembling with fear. But life always demands your expansion because expansion is the natural law of life. Like how you grow from a child, you become an adult, and then you take on responsibilities of a family. From being a daughter, you become a spouse, a wife, and then you become a mother. So, motherhood is also expansion, understand? So, expansion is not just limited to one area of your life, it is the overall expansion that happens to the being. When you receive these higher truths, you apply it in your lives, you start living these truths, and then you see the expansion happening. So, when demands your expansion, life demands your expansion because expansion is the natural law of life. That is why you carry such a deep fear of life, especially life in the form of other people, because people are the most living expression of life. The more you engage with life, the greater the expansion that will be demanded of you. Whenever you're feeling weak, tired, powerless, the first thing that you need to do is to take on 10 responsibilities and commit to fulfill them within an impossibly short time. So you can start from your home, as I said, you like at work, you're feeling stuck. You feel that things are not moving. So if you're not able to move things in one particular project, Swamiji always tells, take up more projects. Take on more projects, start attending to them, and then you will see that your whole inner space will be shaken so powerfully with that commitment, then there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside you. So understand, whenever you're feeling weak, tired, powerless, all you need to do is take on more responsibilities and start executing them. And then all the weakness and tiredness will just drop. So we have always felt that responsibility is a burden. That is our understanding about taking on responsibility. So it is only when the master comes and tells you and guides you, shakes you to the reality that taking responsibility is not a burden, it is a power. And when you start taking responsibility, the responsibility that you are taking and executing directly leads you to leadership consciousness. So you start thinking less about yourself. You start thinking less about yourself and you start thinking about others, about all the other things that need to be attended. So when you're filled with that energy of attending to others, taking responsibility for others, and making a difference for yourself as well as others, it leads you to leadership consciousness. Now, as long as you feel responsible only for your family, you remain as the head of just your family. But when you feel responsible for the community, you become a leader of the community. As your feeling of responsibility expands, your leadership quality also expands. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration, known in Hindu spiritual practice as Nithyananda. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling in you. Let me repeat. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling in you. The moment you hear that you are responsible for everything happening around you, you think, if I feel responsible for all the garbage on the streets, I will be stuck cleaning it up the whole day. I will not be able to do anything else. So listen, I'm not saying that if you feel responsible for the streets, you will need to clean them yourself. I'm also not saying that you will not clean them yourself. Anything may happen. But don't be afraid to dive into the feeling of responsibility just because of your imaginary complications. Do not stop yourself from feeling it at all. So, complete with those imaginary complications. Take a little time to let this feeling to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. It has to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. Then responsibility will become synergy. That is synchronized energy. Understand the science of feeling. You can feel anything as joy or anything as pain. It is your freedom. Even the greatest achievement can bring pain to you, and the worst experience can be a joyful learning. You have the ability to decide how you want to feel. So, understand, whenever you feel empowered, you are joyful. Whenever you feel powerless, you experience suffering. All your suffering, pain, anger, guilt, fear, jealousy, frustration is nothing but powerlessness expressing in different ways. When you feel responsible for everything that happens in your life, you will feel that everything is joyful because nothing can make you powerless. So, empower yourself with responsibility and unlock the power of feeling. So, by unlocking the power of feeling, what happens when you unlock the power of feeling? So, understand you will always act from a space of power and completion. You will start focusing on the solution and not the problem. You will expand your inner space and open up new possibilities. You will gain a high degree of control over your life, and you will raise yourself to the next level of success and evolve into a new being. So, this is the secret story of all the people who are high achievers. So, understand, with the master's guidance, with his blessings, you can also become a leader. You can become a leader and you can also become a high achiever. And this is how high achievers function. We can learn from the master's life how he takes responsibility for the whole of humanity. And constantly, consistently, he keeps working, contributing to the welfare of the whole society at large. When we take small responsibilities, we raise ourselves to the next level, and that gives us a feel good factor. So, you are motivated to take on more responsibility when you feel good about yourself. Again, it reflects your inner image. It is a direct reflection into your inner image, how you feel from within, and how you can make a difference. So now let us do a short exercise to understand responsibility and unlocking the power of feeling. Write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. For example, at work, in relationships. For each of these areas of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions you take. Identify where you are not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. So let's begin. Write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. For example, at work and in relationships. For example, at work, you have so many ideas, but you also carry a fear that it may not be accepted by your higher authority. Or you may feel that when you share your ideas, you will be laughed at or you will be turned down. So the fear that is stopping you from expressing yourself. So in one area, it could be fear. In another area, it could be you're feeling shy. You are having low self-esteem. So it could be anything. Or it could be that you are not acknowledging your own self. Again, that is having low self-esteem. You may be very intelligent, but outside you may feel that you may not be considered as an intelligent person. So it could be anything. Look in and start writing down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself completely. It could be at work, it could be at home, it could be with your friends, it could be in any field. So now, for each of these areas of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions you take. For each of these areas of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions you take. So, first, we will look in and we will identify the areas where we are unable to express ourselves completely. Once we have identified these areas, now we will look in and see the kind of thoughts that we are entertaining, the kind of thoughts that we are engaging ourselves with, and the words that we are giving to ourselves and others, and the actions that we are taking. So look in and pen down. So now identify where you are not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. Like, for example, you have a fear, innate fear of presenting, okay, in a meeting. You have this fear of presenting. Even though you have a successful plan, if it is executed, the project can become a very big success. You have fear of your boss or your higher authorities or to the people whom you are reporting. You may feel that your plan may not be accepted. So what are you doing about it, about that fear? Is it okay to get rejected? Even if it is getting rejected, so what? At least you had a plan, you presented it. You mustered the courage to present it, isn't it? Even if it is not accepted initially, you can work further on that plan and present it again, give it a next try. It is okay to keep on trying. We don't give up. Whether it is your office, your home, you're trying to make your relationships better. You're trying to have complete fulfillment in your relationships. But every time you try, you end up failing. In the sense it is not up to your expectations. So you withdraw. So what are you doing about it? Are you trying? Are you taking responsibility to correct whatever needs to be corrected? Or are you waiting for the other person to make a move? You want to be guided all your life by somebody? Or will you take the responsibility for others and start guiding others? So you can look in and identify all these aspects. So only when you look in, you will have the clarity where you stand, where you're feeling stuck. So when you look in and when you get the clarity, you will also take the responsibility and move forward. what needs to be done, what are the action plans that needs to be taken. So when you apply these action plans in your lives, understand, you will unlock the power of feeling when you become responsible. Responsible not just for yourself, responsible for everyone around you. So choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. So you can choose any one area wherever you feel you need to improve, you need to focus, you need to make something better. It could be a relationship, it could be a project, it could be your child, it could be your business, it could be anything. It could be your health. So choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. So if you're not feeling healthy, if you're not fit enough, identify what has to change for that to happen. I'm just giving you an example of health. So it could be various other areas of your life. So once you identify what needs to be changed, so you will continue for a week and follow up with yourself sincerely and record your progress. So once you identify what needs to be changed, what needs to be done to bring in that change, continue to follow up with yourself sincerely and start recording your progress. See, when you are recording your progress, you feel motivated to continue. Yes. So start applying these truths in your lives. Take on responsibility. See the expansion happening when you take responsibility. That helps you to unlock the power of feeling. So, with that, we will now be moving on to our next topic. The next power or the next truth that we'll be looking at is the power of enriching. So, what happens? Okay, the next power is the truth that we would be looking at is the next principle is enriching. So, understand living itself is a power. So every day you're walking, talking, sitting, thinking, speaking, feeling, and so on. Now, all of these put together is living. Living itself is a power. Now, you can harness the power of living in your life when you adopt the lifestyle of enriching. Please understand. You can harness the power of living in your life when you adopt the lifestyle of enriching. So, what is enriching all about? So, the purpose for which you are born is enriching yourself and others. When you operate out of this understanding, you are most alive, at your peak, and living enlightenment. Enriching is the key that unlocks the power of living in you. So, you become the source. Enriching is you taking responsibility with integrity and authenticity, that you are committed to continuously enrich, which is expanding yourself and life in and around you. When you are committed to enriching yourself and all around you, life showers you with the best of everything. You not only experience life within you, but also outside of you with others. When you enrich, the power of living is awakened in you. So listen, all your struggles in life begin the moment you start thinking that others are separate from you. Let me repeat. All your struggles in life begin the moment you start thinking that others are separate from you. Understand, there is no one called other in your life. The other is only the forgotten and disowned parts of you. Your struggles with others are nothing but your struggle with the forgotten side of you. When you enrich others, you are naturally enriching the neglected side of your being. Understand? When you enrich others, you are naturally enriching the neglected side of your own being. So, the more you enrich others, the more you enrich yourself. Above all, you wake up to the truth that everything and everyone is a part of you. With integrity, you experience the space of positivity. With authenticity, you experience the space of possibility. And with responsibility, you experience the space of leadership. With enriching, you experience the space of enlightenment itself. Yes, so I hope all of you are able to follow what is being shared here. If you have any questions, you need clarity, you can share here in the chat as a message. You can type in the chat box and it will be attended to. So if you have any questions or clarity you need on these topics, please share your doubts. You can type in the chat. So I hope all of you are clear with whatever is being shared. In case you have any doubts, you need clarity, please share in the chat. Okay. So let's continue. Now, let me repeat. With integrity, you experience the space of positivity. With authenticity, you experience the space of possibility, and with responsibility, you experience the space of leadership. With enriching, you experience the space of enlightenment itself. Yes. Now, enlightened living is nothing but harnessing all your inner powers and using them to enrich yourself as well as others. Understand? Enlightened living is nothing but harnessing all your inner powers and using them to enrich yourself and others. So, the power of living includes all the other powers in itself. So we are learning about the four truths. So we started off with integrity, authenticity, and then responsibility. Now we're looking at the power of enriching. And with all these four powers, when you start giving your listening, when you apply listening, when you start listening and apply these four principles, you will start manifesting all the state, space, the being, superconsciousness, and powers of Paramashiva. So, with that as the ultimate goal, that is to become Paramashiva, when you have integrated listening, the Shravana, authentic thinking, Manana, and you make a responsible declaration, Nidhi Dhyasana, you will not only be living an enriching life, you will live as Paramashiva and you will radiate that Paramashivatva. So Christopher Kilpatrick is sharing, when I try to enrich someone with my experience, then the experience disappears. Why is this? The experience disappears or you forget the experience? Can you be clear what exactly you're trying to ask? See, the experience cannot disappear. You may forget, the experience. The experience as such enriches you. Okay? So, Christopher, sorry, can you share that? Can you look in and see, is the experience disappearing, or the memory of the experience is disappearing? The experience as such cannot disappear. The memory may, you may forget, or you may not be having the hangover of that experience. You may be feeling whole. You may be in complete completion. When that experience, when a certain experience happens, you may be in the present moment enjoying that experience. Yes. So it is your memory. So Christopher is sharing that I have real bad memory. It might be forgetful. Yes, you may be forgetting the experience, but the experience as such may not disappear. Okay. So when you live, see, again, bad memory, I would say, is because you are not living in the present moment. You have a lot of inner chatter happening inside you. Understand? When we are stuck with the inner chatter, continuous inner chatter that is happening inside us, we are constantly having a conversation within us. That is when you suffer from bad memory, because you don't live the moment, the present moment. You are not in the present moment. Life is happening in the present. So when you are stuck either in your past or in your future, then you may not remember certain things. See, like Swamiji says, we are so engrossed in our inner chatter, we will not even realize that we have driven all the way from our home to our workplace. We will not even remember that we drove because we are so busy, but we know where to take the next turn, how to reach the office. That happens automatically. But since we are engaged in that inner chatter, we don't live the in the present moment. We That forgetfulness happens. That is also a disease. So see, when you apply all these truths, when you follow the charya pada, that is when you do yoga, when you have the 1200 breaths. Okay, Swami says long deep breath. When you do yoga, you take deep breaths. So when you have 1200 long deep breaths, the parasites that are sitting inside you, which is causing all these emotions like anger, anxiety, fear, forgetfulness, all these can be removed. The parasites can be removed just by following the charya pada, by waking up in the brahma muhurta, by doing the panchakriya. Okay, and following the lifestyle that Paramashiva has given us in the agamas. So all these can help us walk out of these kind of samskaras or patterns. Yes, so let's continue. Enriching gives life to all the powers. When you enrich yourself and others, it is a step above taking responsibility. Enriching alone can burn any lack of integrity, inauthenticity, or irresponsibility in you. Enriching is taking responsibility for everyone and everything, including others in authenticity and lack of integrity, because they are a part of you. Understand that you do not live in a desolate cave or forest. You live with other people where life is happening outside of you. Life is happening with others. You are involved with hundreds of others, and hundreds of others are involved with you. So, naturally, when your life is involved with so many people, for any transformation that you want in your life, you have to work and transform other lives as well. Otherwise, you may sit and continuously meditate for days or months and raise yourself to a very high level of joy and bliss. But the moment you come back to your house, your spouse can bring you down in less than 10 minutes. So you can try it at home. See, when you do meditation on your own, when you read spiritual books, of various masters, when you're addicted to reading books, you are not helping yourself. It could be dangerous. Only when you follow a master's guidelines, whatever the master speaks, you can imbibe the truths directly from the master. Otherwise, just accumulating knowledge is not going to help you. It is only going to lead you to even more confusion, because you will not know how to apply it, when to apply it, where to apply it. So when you accumulate knowledge, when you continue to accumulate knowledge, it becomes an addiction and it doesn't help you. So when you have a living master in your life, just by listening to the master's words, you can watch any satsang. All the satsangs are filled with powerful cognitions that can be applied in our lives. And we can see the results when we apply the powerful truths in our lives. We experience bliss, and we also experience higher levels of consciousness. Similarly, if you're not able to sit and watch a satsang or listen to a satsang, you can pick up any books that have been written by the master, because again they're all filled with the powerful cognitions. All the master has to give to the humanity will be available in the form of words in the book, but it is actually his energy that is being transmitted. His energy has been transmitted as words. So when you are empowered, nobody can bring you down. That is the reality. Having makes you responsible for sharing. This is the natural law. For example, a person with eyes is responsible for giving the benefits of vision to a blind person. A person with power is responsible for making powerless people become powerful. A person with knowledge is responsible for making ignorant people knowledgeable. If you are wealthy, you become responsible for making the poor wealthy. I'm not saying distribute all your wealth. No, if you pick up 10 poor people and distribute all your wealth to them, we will have 11 poor people, that's all. So, understand, I'm not asking you to distribute your wealth to the poor. I'm asking you to take responsibility for educating them and making them wealthy. You become responsible for sharing anything on your own, anything you own, and making it grow. So, understand, enriching is your very nature. Whatever you do is enriching others. Even your very breath is enriching the trees and plants on planet Earth. Enriching others enriches you because everyone is a part of you. The moment you convince your heart that life is for others, all the suffering in your heart leaves you. Enriching others to live at their peak possibility is the ultimate way you can enrich them. So decide to make enriching your lifestyle. It could be anything. See, the powerful truths that are being shared here in this platform, in this program, You can enrich your friends, your families, and bring them together. Whatever truths you are receiving, if you feel that, hey, this sounds interesting, why not try it? Please do try it. And also enrich your families or friends. Whoever in your life needs help to move to the next level, you can share these truths with them. It can be like yoga. You can ask somebody with a health condition to do yoga. Health condition in the sense which doesn't restrict their physical movements. So you can enrich them with the powerful truths that are shared here. You can enrich them with your experience. When you start sharing the experiences that you are having in this program, if you have started manifesting powers by being a part of this program, in this program, you can make others also, you can enrich others also to become a part of this program so that they can also start manifesting powers. See, manifesting powers happens only when you are in Advaita, Paramadvaita with the cosmic energy, with Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the master, the guru. When you are in oneness with him, when your feeling connection is strong, you start manifesting powers. So you can enrich your loved ones to also raise themselves to the next level. So it could be as simple as that. Now, enriching others to live at their peak possibility is the ultimate way you can enrich them. So decide to make enriching your lifestyle. Internalize this important truth. Do not give up on yourself and people. Even if people fail 100 times, continue to work with them. When you are frustrated at other people's failure, understand that it is nothing but your frustration towards your own failure. If we turn our back on people, we are not living dharma, because when we give up on others, we have also given up on ourselves. So never give up on people. Swamiji never gives up on people. He continues to enrich, enrich, enrich. Even the people who have abused him, left him, he continues to enrich them with his teachings. Because he's only interested in giving enlightenment to the whole of humanity. He doesn't expect anything from anyone. He only wants to give, give, give. So, understand, never giving up on people is also a divine quality. Now, let us do a short exercise to understand how we feel about ourselves and how we can make a difference in others' life by enriching ourselves and enriching others. So, the technique to unlock your power of living, let us do an exercise, internalize the truths, understand our thought currents, the patterns that we are stuck with. So, write down the first incident in your life where you felt that you were exploited by life and you had to take care of yourself. Now, complete powerfully with that root thought pattern, which is making you feel separate from others. So, write down the first incident in your life where you felt that you were exploited by life. You felt that you were not being attended to, you were neglected, or you were being taken advantage of or used, and you had to take care of yourself. So, write down the first incident that you can remember. Even if you remember, see, it all begins in our childhood. Until the age of 7, the root pattern starts before the age of 7. So if you're able to remember any incident in your life before the age of 7, it's the best way. But if you're not able to remember, you can begin with any recent incident in your life when you felt that you were exploited by life and had to take care of yourself. So once you identify the incident and pen it down, you can complete powerfully with that root thought pattern, which is making you feel separate from others. If you felt that life was biased towards you, your parents were biased towards your siblings, they treated you differently, they treated others differently, somewhere you're caught in that thought pattern that you are by yourself, you are alone, you don't have anyone for you, you feel like an orphan. Even when you're living amongst hundreds of people, you feel that you are separate, you are not a part of the whole. So complete with that root thought pattern, which is making you feel separate from others. And for the next 48 hours, see everything and everybody you meet as extensions of yourself and serve them joyfully out of a space of completion. So once you have identified the incident in your life where you felt you were exploited by life and had to take care of yourself, complete powerfully with that root thought pattern, which is making you feel separate from others. And for the next 48 hours, see everything and everybody you meet as extensions of yourself and serve them joyfully out of a space of completion. So we have a beautiful Purna mantra which says, Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. From the space of completion, only completion comes out. Even when completion comes out, completion remains as completion. When the completion goes back, completion remains as completion. Yes, you can continue to do the exercise. Until and unless we complete with this root thought pattern, we will be manifesting the same kind of incidents, the same kind of people, which will continue to make you feel whatever you feel from within. It will not help you to alter or raise yourself, you raise your inner image. You will be stuck with that inner image until and unless you complete with your root thought pattern. Life doesn't happen. So you may be living, but you will be dead from inside. You may not have that spark from within to operate, to wake up in the morning, to move, jump out of bed and look forward to another beautiful day. As long as you're stuck with your root thought pattern, understand you may be living externally, but from within you will be shut, completely shut. So it is highly recommended to do all these exercises, especially exercises related to completion. Do it sincerely, give it your whole, and then you will see walking out of all your, not only the root pattern, the entire thought current will drastically shift. You will have that cognitive shift where you start thinking and perceiving the reality as it is. When you start looking at in a spiritual understanding, when you give it a spiritual understanding to all the incidents that are happening in your life, when you apply these truths, when you live these truths, you live powerfully. You become a power center, I can say. It has nothing to do with name, fame, or, earning money with that. Nothing to do with that. How you feel about yourself, how you start looking at yourself. The inner image is transformed. So these truths can be applied to yourself on a daily basis. So write it down, and to remember, write it down and keep it with you all the time. Maybe as a screensaver on your laptop, on your phone screens, you can have them as your these important points that you need to be attending to work on yourself. You can have it as your screensavers. So when you open your phones, or when you open your laptop, that will be the first thing that you will be seeing. So it helps you to remember what needs to be done. If you have any questions, you can continue to share here in the chat box. So you can start with one at a time. Like, say, for example, integrity. You want to apply this truth. You want to start living integrity. Now, what you can do is remember to be integrated to the words that you are giving yourself. Okay? It can start with when you wake up in the morning. You may decide to go to office by 9, but you end up landing yourself by 10. So what happens when you miss integrity? First thing is you can complete with yourself, okay, and then set short term goals, shorter goals, for 1 hour, for half an hour. The next half an hour I'm going to be integrated. Let me become aware of the kind of words that I'm giving myself, the kind of thoughts that I'm having. Okay, so when you're missing integrity, also remember to complete with it. That's the best part. You can, like how the river Ganga can just get cleansed when the pollution stops. When they stop polluting the river, it has the ability to cleanse itself. Similarly, the Vak Shakti, the Vak is an intra organ which is located in every being. Every human being has this intra-organ called the Vak. It is a power. So when you start giving, when you start completing, when you start living the words that you're giving yourself, when you acknowledge and honor the words that you are giving yourself, what happens? You will have the Vak Shakti, the power of words. That is, when you bless somebody, it becomes a power. The blessing reaches the person. You can make a change in the other person's life just by being in integrity. So set short term goals for integrity. You can start with one power, the words that you are becoming aware of, the words that you are giving yourself, honoring the words that you're giving yourself as well as others. But when you're not able to do that, complete with yourself, doing the completion, perpetual completion. All these leads to radiating the powers of Paramashiva and radiating Paramashivatva. So, with that, I come to the conclusion of this segment. The further segments will be taken over by the next Acharya. Let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all for your participation. Yes. Thank you, Madhayamai Swami.
Thank you.
Over to the next Acharya.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Yes, let's continue. So for whatever we discussed, if you have any questions, please post it in the chat. And also your understanding. One of the sessions we learned, whatever you hear is Shravana, meaning listening. And after listening, second step you need to do is Manana, meaning internalization of what you heard. Then you learn a lot more, the next 20% of your understanding. So whatever you are understanding, please post it.
Listen, even the question, who am I, has certain level of presumptions, assumptions. You assumed you are a whole and you need to find out who you are. Here, before even that assumption, asks you to enter into pure questioning. Understand? First time when you start experiencing inner image, outer image, life image, first time when you start experiencing the root pattern, the root incident, root image. Listen carefully. Root pattern, root incident, root image. If you have false presumption, you are a whole entity, you will allow the root pattern to happen. If you have pure questioning, you will allow the enlightenment to happen. I know this generation may feel pure questioning at the age of 4, 5, before 7 is not possible. How is it going to be useful for us? No, understand? Because for last few generations, pure questioning was not possible throughout the life. They lost pure questioning throughout the life. That is why now it feels pure questioning before 7 is very difficult. Now, this generation, when you guys start pure questioning, even during some time of your life, your next generation, your DNA, your extension will feel pure questioning before 7. Pure questioning is all about the level of Kundalini Shakti, the level of mitochondria, cell energy, which comes to baby from father and mother. If the father and mother are seekers, that DNA gets into the baby. Baby will never have, child will never have root pattern. Even the first time he is put into powerlessness, he will not assume he exists, he will not create the inner image, outer image, life image based on his illusory false I. He will only start looking into by whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object. Means, who is creating inner image in me? By whom directed and united with which does the first vital life energy and chief cause comes forth towards its activities? Means, who is creating my outer image? Understand? Each line, the first line is the action of creating inner image. If you don't ask the first line, your inner image will be created. If you ask the first line, you know what is the action creating the inner image. Listen carefully. Inner image is willed and caused by something which empowers the mind to go towards its object. Listen carefully. first time in your body, when mind moves towards some object, that movement is called inner image. It will create an inner image in you. If you allow that movement without being awareness, without being aware of it, you will create inner image. In that very root, if you question, Keneshitam patati preshitam manakkena pranaha pratama praiti yuktaha. You caught the inner image before it gets formed. You caught the outer image before it gets formed. Understand? When your mind moves towards its first object, it creates inner image. Inner image is the first object your mind holds on. That is the first object your mind holds. When you do not understand it is the first object, unfortunately you think it is subject. Object being misconstrued as subject, and whole life spent on protecting that object which you misconstrued as subject is life. For a normal man, life goes in the delusion of protecting a misconstrued subject. Inner image is actually object but poses as subject. Ghost. He is not part of you, but he makes you believe he is source of you. And you go on living to protect that stupid fellow. It is like you sell all your wealth, you sell all your time, you sell all your energy, you sell everything. Your inner image is an object, not subject. The first inner image is your mind's movements to its first object. Because it happens so quickly, in such an overwhelming moment of your life, before you even become aware of the various spare parts you brought with you. It is like all the kids in India will start their life, play, trying to repair the old alarm clock. I don't know whether it is a standard rule. At least in my village I have seen. All the kids, they will somehow pick up an old repaired alarm clock, they will open, and finally they will put it in a plastic carry bag. After opening, they will not know how to assemble. Then they will put it in a plastic carry bag, take it to the shop to assemble it. I have done that. I know many middle class Indian kids have done it. When you open it and throw it, only then you know. Now you don't even have a count of all the spare parts you have. After birth, before even you know all the spare parts you have, when powerlessness attacks you, the first movement of your mind to first object, inner image, is misconstrued as subject. See the speed with which you approach the inner image and the powerlessness which you show to inner image. Please understand, with anybody you show powerlessness, he will try to take over you. Understand? Everyone will want you to show your powerlessness to them. Only Guru wants to see always powerful. Guru wants to see you always powerful. He neither wants you to have powerlessness nor wants you to show your powerlessness to him. Other than Guru, everyone wants you to show yourself powerless to them, because only when you show yourself powerless to them, only when you are powerless in front of them, they can take over you. But with Guru, only when you are powerful, I can take over you. Only when you are powerful, I can manifest through you. There is no taking over in Guru-disciple relationship. There is only manifestation. Do not have anybody around you who entertains your powerlessness, who all the time wants to see you powerless. Understand? Even though you enjoy their attention, love, care, all the stupidity, it is like giving Coca-Cola to a diabetic patient. Yes, it will be very tasty, but poison. Even if you are given neem juice, which is bitter, go to a person who gives you medicine. If you are diabetic, even if it is bitter like neem juice, go to a person who gives you medicine, not to a fellow who gives you very tasty but poison. Understand? In the life, if you decide not to entertain anybody who wants you to be powerless or who supports your powerlessness, who directly or indirectly enjoys your powerlessness, if you cut all those relationships and throw them out, that itself will solve 90% of your problems. Because they again and again engage the powerless part of you. Understand? A vegetarian guy will engage only with the milk of cow, and he will be engaging only milking the cow. A non-veg guy will be engaged with the blood of the cow, with the muscles of the cow, with the meat of the cow. People who are engaged with your powerlessness, directly, indirectly interested in your powerlessness, are meat eaters, life eaters, human meat eaters. They will eat you. Even if they are too sweet for behavior, and they will usually be. They will be very sweet. That is the way they destroy people. How Saguni was so sweet. to Kauravas. The Saguni sweetness to Kauravas. I don't know how many of you know. Saguni actually is dead against Kauravas. He took a vow to destroy whole Kaurava Vamsha. Because his sister was kidnapped and married to a blind man, and whole life she has to live blindfolded, he decided to take revenge. He destroyed the whole Kauravas. But everyone from Duryodhana to the last, actually they are not 100, 101. There was one daughter and 100 sons. All the 101 believed he is the most sweetest Mama Shri, Mama Shri. In your life also you will have lot of Mama Shris who engage only with your powerlessness and who expect you constantly to be powerless. Because more you are powerless, more they can support you. More you are powerless, more they will be overpowering you. More you are powerless, they will occupy you. During the powerlessness, the speed with which you approached your inner image, he overpowered you and declared himself as you. The misconstrued subject, object is being misconstrued as subject, and that being believed as your identity. Listen. That being believed as your identity. The mind, when it approaches the inner image with tremendous powerlessness, inner image tells, don't worry, I will take care of you. And then suddenly he says, I am you, I am everything, come on. Sad part of this whole thing is, throughout the life, you never discover it. You go on serving this fool who occupied you illegally, cosmic illegally, and declaring his authority over you illegitimately as your inner image. Understand? The earlier you discover your inner image is not you, better for you. Keneshitam padati preshitam manakena pranaha prathama praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshushrotram kavudevo yunakti. If you ask the question, by whom, willed and caused, does the mind go towards its object, you will not create inner image. By whom, directed and united, with which does the first vital life energy, chief cause, comes forth towards its activities, means that's the first outer image you declare. If you don't ask this question and being in slumber during satsang, whole life is a satsang. If you don't ask this question, you will create outer image. If you ask this question, you will create graceful being. I tell you, the inner image is the root cause of all your pains. Outer image is root cause of all your sufferings and failures. All your sufferings. Listen carefully. Pain is when you are failing in. Failure is when you are paining with everything else outside. If you experience suffocation within you, it is pain. If you experience around you, it is failure. It is suffering. Inner image generates pain, outer image generates suffering. If you ask this question, Keneshitam vachamimam vadanti, at whose will does this speech gets activated and speaks? Understand? The first inner image, outer image, life image is the time speech gets activated. The verbalization gets activated. This verse is all about the root pattern. When you catch it, when the root pattern develops, you will rise as an enlightened being. At least now, bring yourself to pure questioning. You can manifest. Sadashiva instead of Sadashava. Instead of always being dead, you can manifest always being Shiva. Keneshitam patadi preshitam manakena prana pratama praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti. At whose will does the speech gets activated and speaks? Enlivened and directed by what? Luminous divine power. Indeed, do the eyes and ears engage in their functions. It means how the life image manifests. Actually, outer image only. When it starts manifesting, it's life image. If these questions are asked at right time, you are an incarnation. At least, if you ask these questions now, you will be an enlightened being. If you ask these questions at right time, you will be an incarnation. If you ask now, time will be made to be right and you will become an enlightened. Understand, a good news is once the root pattern is created, you always function. You always function only based on the root pattern. Don't ever think some other suffering is added to you after that. No. If you think, oh, the biggest suffering I am going through in my life started at the age of 11. No, you are wrong. Root pattern is the biggest suffering. The root pattern is the biggest suffering. Anybody understands this verse completely, internalizes it, you will have the power to complete your root pattern, and you can help anybody to complete their root pattern. This should be the introduction to Hinduism. Completing the root pattern is the first initiation, should be given as from the Hindu tradition. Because Hindus attend first things first. Completing with the root pattern, understand? This question is actually asking, who am I? Who is asking, who am I? It is not just who am I, it is asking, who am I? Who is asking, who am I? நானார் என கேட்கும் நானார். Who am I? Who is asking, who am I? Keneshitam patati preshitam. Even before you assume the I, asking who is that I, who even assumes I. Keneshitam patati preshitam manakkena prana pratama praiti yuktaha. Keneshitam vachamimam vadanti. At whose will does the speech gets activated and speaks? Enlivened and directed by what? Luminous divine power. Indeed, do the eyes and the ears engage in their functions? Means the life image. Who forms the life image? Who allows the inner verbalization, first verbalization to start? A man who is caught in his inner image lives his whole life in prison. That's a life imprisonment, I tell you. No other punishment can be worse than getting caught in the inner image. Men always think lust is the biggest suffering. Even a womanizer knows lust is the biggest suffering. But I tell you, it is not lust. It is the ideas of male, female, and the suppression you carry in your muscle. That is the real suffering. Even the idea, if you are a male, you have to conquer. Most of the womanizers not even have so many women in their life for pleasure, because after some time they realize the pleasure does not get generated by constantly changing the external partners. Every womanizer realizes, but it is like a conquering. That stupid idea, if you are a male, you have to conquer, goes on torturing you, goes on punishing you, goes on putting your life in deeper and deeper hells. Exactly when you ask this question, like how my mind is moving towards its object, the inner image, the root pattern you generated will start losing power over you. It will start losing power over your thinking. This verse, if you internalize and start the pure questioning, don't do it like a technique, but do it like a decision making. This should be like your boardroom meeting. Boardroom meeting is not technique, ritual. The decisions you take, you are going to execute it. Let your seeking be strategy meeting, not ritual. Most of you think, whatever we discuss in board meeting stays in board meeting. What? Then why board meeting? Board meeting is not Las Vegas trip. Whatever is done in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas. But board meeting, whatever is done in board meeting becomes the reality. All you are seeking is most of the time like Las Vegas trip. Never becomes part of your real life. But seeking should be like a board meeting, strategy meeting. Once you conclude, you are going to execute it. Time-bound decisions. Do's and don'ts. Right, wrong. Listen, I tell you. Take this pure questioning as a sincere strategy board meeting. So whatever conclusions you arrive, start executing. Do not have the fear. You may forget your strategies and collapse. If you can discover it once, you can always reinvent it again. If you forget, let's reinvent again. Let's have board meeting once more. Let's develop the strategies. Let's start living. If you ask these questions, right strategies for life will evolve. Pure questioning evolves right strategy. Whenever people ask me, Swamiji, what should we do after the inner awakening? Come on, bring more and more completion into you. Take next 6 months as a completion project. Every person involved in your life, you will complete with them. Every situation, you will handle it with completion. Yourself or others, more and more and more completion. More and more and more completion. More and more and more completion. Fill your life with more and more completion. Attend every day satsang, because that will bring not only completion, again and again you will be reminded. You do not need to remind yourself. I am here to remind you. Satsang is nothing but continuous support by me after inner awakening for all of you. After inner awakening, continuous support for me. Continuous support from me for you is satsang. Keneshitam patati preshitam manakena prana pratama praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshushrotram kavudevo yunakti. This should be today's Vakyarthasada subject. Subject for today's Tarka, Vakyarthasadas. Pure questioning as life strategy mating. End of the Vakyarthasadas, conclusions you all arrived. You should note down and start applying that as a life strategy. Your Vakyarthasadas is not Las Vegas trip. You try to forget it, hide it as quickly as possible, as much as possible. No. It is strategy board meeting. It should be executed till the end. With this, for all the inner awakening participants, take this as a message. Infuse completion in your every action, thinking, words. Make this as a next 6 months project. More and more and more completion. Completion with others, completion with yourself. In every step bring completion. Completion will bring integrity. Completion will bring authenticity. Completion will bring responsibility. My own ashram land, just because the mango trees were leased, I did not pick up a mango and eat. No, it is leased. Call the person who got the lease and ask his permission and get one. The fellow who took the lease literally cried. He literally fell at my feet and cried. What is this, Swamiji? It's yours and you leased it. You have all the right to have one. I said, no, that is not integrity. I learned this lesson from Ramakrishna. When somebody brought mango from the roadside tree, which actually belongs to that house owner, Ramakrishna says, no, I can't touch this. There is stealing in it. The fellow goes and finds out, actually the tree is in his property. Even though it is outside the compound, the land belongs to the owner. So the tree belongs to the owner. So he plucked from the tree without asking the owner. Not only Ramakrishna did not touch it, he said, there is stealing in it, give it back. Completion will bring you tremendous integrity. It will bring you tremendous authenticity. It will bring you tremendous responsibility. All these are powers. Life with a responsible feeling is a power. There are tons of donkeys living in the human body. They don't feel responsible. If you want to be like that, then you can also be without responsibility. Responsibility is a power, not just work. It's a power. Enriching is a power, not a sacrifice. Understand? Enriching is a power, not sacrifice, not service. It's a power. All the four powers will be brought to you. Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti. Vak Shakti is experienced through integrity. Mano Shakti is experienced by authenticity. Buddhi Shakti means tremendous strength in your intelligence is experienced by responsibility. Jiva Shakti, the power of life. Jiva is experienced by enriching. Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti, Jiva Shakti, Buddhi Shakti and Jiva Shakti. Vak Shakti is experienced through integrity. Mano Shakti is experienced by authenticity. Buddhi Shakti is experienced by responsibility. Jiva Shakti is experienced by enriching. From now onwards, talk all these as four powers, not just four tattvas. Somehow integrity, authenticity means it's like a rules you have to follow. It always comes with an understanding and connotation. No. It's a power you need to manifest. Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti, Buddhi Shakti, Jiva Shakti. It's the four powers you have to manifest. Learn how to manifest it by pure questioning. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
And what are your understanding? You can post it in the chat. Whatever you heard, manifesting the four powers. What are your understanding? You can post it in the chat. Manana. And what are your understanding? You can post it in the chat. Whatever you heard, So we have been learning about the right listening. Life starts with our listening. Whenever you attend something, program, Swamiji says, program doesn't start when Swamiji starts speaking. Program starts when you start listening. Only when you start listening, program starts. A small story. A man tells his friend, I haven't spoken to my wife for 1 week. The friend asks him, why? Are you having a fight with her? The man replies, no, I am too afraid of interrupting her. So whenever you listen something, you make your own meaning of the words uttered. You have your own understanding. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected and connected. What actually being taught and whatever is your understanding may be completely disconnected, and you are just make the meaning based on whatever your patterns are. True listening is hearing plus right cognizing. Listening is listening and right cognizing. So then what stops you from listening? What stops you from listening is incompletions. So what is an incompletion? Past thoughts, emotions, anything about the past which makes you powerless. That could be past thoughts, past emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues. Sitting in the present, they're affecting you now. Anything about the past affecting you now, the present now, when in turn affects the future, suffocating you now, is an incompletion, making you powerless, making you feel sad, making you feel depressed about life. They'll not let you live in the future. That is an incompletion. So if you have that incompletion, they stop you because you are lost in the past. So you will not listen what is being spoken. Incompletion stop you from listening. Incompletions have a running conversation in our head about the past. So you don't listen. We're constantly thinking about what happened in the past. And these create inner chatter and stops from listening. Authentic listening is hearing plus cognizing happening without any interference of incompletion. Without incompletion, you directly hear and cognize the way exactly what is. When you listen, all the best things of life can happen to you with. There is a beautiful story during the, all of you may have heard the story of Bhakta Prahlada. Hiranyakshu is one of the demons. His wife, Kayadu, a queen of demons. When his wife, Hiranyakashipu went for fight his wife was under threat. So she went to Narada Muni and spent her pregnancy time there. She spent a happy and contented life in sage Narada's ashram. And the child in the womb listened to all the great principles of life which were taught by Narada Mahamuni. At the end of the 9th month, Queen Kaidu gave birth to an enlightened son. He was named Prahlada. So all the best things can happen with right listening. Listening starts with listening to ourselves with clarity. Now, a little bit about yourself. Your name, where you're born, and what you do. Your professional background and experience. Your passion and skill sets. And something about your family. What you tell, quickly pen down. Then Swamiji says, listening can do so much to your being. Swamiji says, you have a natural system, natural flow of your being, and your being is allowing the words to enter into your being naturally, cognizing, allowing the natural cognition process without the interference of the incompletions, without interference of anything. As you just listen, cognizing, understanding, listening happens. Listening stops the moment when you get into the incompletions. When you allow your incompletions and your restlessness, listening stops. And you miss the whole thing about life. Now let's understand. Life begins with listening.
Today's subject for Nitya Satsang is listening and enriching. Please listen. Please come to the space of listening. Listening. Listening is such powerful, such an important experience, and such a beautiful spiritual practice available free of cost. Please understand. It's available continuously. Listening. Listening can do so much to your being. Please come to the space of listening. Only then I can even teach about listening to you all. Even to learn about listening, please come to the space of listening. Please understand the definition of listening. Definition of right listening means allowing the words to enter in your inner space, automatically letting them cognize without you constantly interfering with your incompletions is listening. Please understand. You have a natural system, natural flow of your being. Your being is not static. The word being actually is a verb. It's not noun. Your being is naturally programmed to imbibe, cognize, internalize. So understand, allowing the words to enter into your being, natural cognition, allowing the natural cognition process without you interfering with your incompletions is listening. For example, whenever you allow your incompletions to wake up, your incompletions to interfere your thinking process, the cognition process, listening stops. Even now, if you allow your incompletions, like restlessness, maybe various reasons, before coming, you would have had a fighting with somebody, or still you are carrying some depressive thought, or feeling tired, bored. Any incompletions you bring with you during the listening and allow the incompletions to disturb your cognition process, listening does not happen. Your inner being, your inner space is programmed to think without knowing you are thinking. Please listen. To think without knowing you are thinking. To cognize without knowing you are cognizing. To cognize without knowing you are cognizing. To think without knowing you are thinking. Please listen intently. When your belt fits, belly is forgotten. Shoe fits, leg is forgotten. Chain fits, neck is forgotten. Ring fits, finger is forgotten. Only when there is a fitting problem, that area is remembered. You remember your knees only when there is a pain. You remember your back only when there is a pain. If your back is smooth, you forget it. If your belly is smooth, you forget it. Listen. Actually, when there is no incompletion in your thinking is forgotten. When there is no pain in your knee is forgotten. When there is no pain in your back is forgotten. When there is no pain in your neck is forgotten. When there is no incompletion in your thinking is forgotten. When Patanjali says, Yoga chitta vritti nirodha, yoga is cessation of mind. It does not mean you will fall in coma. I don't have mind, but I am not in coma. I don't have any chitta vritti. Any time I can fix QEEG machine in my brain and show you. Last time we did some research during the materialization process. 40 minutes I sat with that QEEG machine, not even a moment there was any graph. It is just simple straight line. And I am sitting, talking, moving, rolling, laughing, doing everything. And doctors are actually shocked. They thought something is wrong with the machine. So they changed the second machine. And then they changed the third machine. All the three machines are showing the same straight line. I said, problem is not in the machine. And problem is not there anywhere. This is the way my brain functions. They said, medically, We can't understand because there's no, the whole science about the brain is beaten to pieces now. Because any thought shows alternation in the wave pattern. They said see, even if you want to sit up, you have to have a thought. And I am materializing actually. The materializing is going on. The person who is receiving, her brain is also connected in QEEG. My brain is also connected. And there were other few mediums whose Kundalini I was awakening. Their brains are also connected. So any action, you need to have at least one alternation in the wave pattern. They were shocked. Whole 40 minutes, I think totally 40 minutes we did one session. The whole 40 minutes, I am drinking water. They asked me to lie down on the cot. I was lying down, then I sat up. I was laughing, talking. Throughout, not a single wave. And they discovered one more thing. Whenever the person who is receiving is materializing something, their brain also goes to the same pattern of my brain. They said that there is perfect entrainment with my brain. Please understand, when Patanjali says, Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha, yoga is cessation of mind, he does not mean yoga is falling in coma. He means yoga is thinking without any incompletions. It's not that I don't have thoughts, but I don't have thoughts as you understand. What is the source of your thoughts? What is the source of my thoughts is totally different. Your thoughts, for example, if your thoughts are fueled by petrol or diesel or crude oil or kerosene, my thoughts are fueled by solar energy. The energy is totally different. When the fuel is different, the action, reaction, wear and tear, the possibility for rejuvenation, renewation, everything is different. Please understand, listening means cognizing without any interference of incompletions. I am defining listening. Listening means cognizing without any interference of incompletions. While you are listening, tell all the incompletions, be out. I'll talk to you later on. I'll attend to you later on. Just like you switch off the cell phone, tell your inner space, I'll attend to all your questions, queries, worries, thinking, the subjects towards which your attention is attracted. Please understand, the subjects towards which your attention is attracted is nothing but the past incompletions. And one more beautiful thing you need to know. I have one good news and bad news for you guys. The good news is listening leads to more completion, Completion leads to more listening, and more completion leads to more listening, and more listening leads to more completion leads to more completion. That's the good news I have. Bad news is incompletion leads to more incompletion leads to poor listening, and poor listening leads to more incompletion leads to more poor listening leads to more incompletion. I have a good news and bad news both. Understand, listening means internalizing without the interference of incompletions. One day, unfortunately, when I was browsing through the channels, I got stuck in this Lok Sabha TV. And these politicians are such, even in the screen, when they come, you can't move them. No, I was pressing my remote. Channel is not changing. And unfortunately, I was forced to see few minutes. I don't want to say anything further about it. I felt only one thing. If at all, just this one lesson of listening could have been there, so much can be done, I tell you. So much can be done. Everyone thinks by not listening, you disrespect that person, you show your protest, you show your anger. Please understand, by not listening, you are not taking revenge on him. You are actually abusing you. People forget, by not listening, the person who is speaking is not going to be affected. You are going to be affected. In the Lok Sabha, the whole country is going to be affected. Please understand, the first year of marriage, the man speaks and woman listens. The second year, woman speaks and the man listens. In the third year, they both speak and neighbors listen. Now, when you both speak and neighbors listen, the relationship ends. Listening. I tell you, when you listen without incompletions inside, many times the other person will not be able to agitate you. I tell you, in any argument, in any conversation, please understand, I am giving you a master key. In the primitive time, when we were tribes, cannibals, the ability to handle the weapon is going to decide your victory. In the modern day, the ability to hold the conversation is going to decide your victory in relationships, business, conversations, or your career, in everything. How many of you cognize what I am saying? Please understand, in the primitive periods, actually in the history, they divide the history in many ways: Stone Age, Bronze Age, Modern Age, Industrial Age, IT Age. No. I am dividing only in two ways. One, weapon age and words age. That's all. Shastra, the age of Shastra, weapon, the age of Shastra, knowledge, over. Now, the ability to hold the conversation only is going to decide whether you are going to be successful in your job, in your career, in your relationships, in your life, everything. So I am giving you the master key for success. In any conversation, the first person who gets agitated loses the game. If somebody is able to agitate you, you lost the game. This fool, Zakir Naik, I was seeing many of his arguments, debates. I really wanted to have a debate with him, public debate. I am trying to find. No, all he does is agitates the other person and he wins the game. Come on, let me see. Yes, nothing is minus. This fool goes on abusing Gita, Upanishads, everything. Of course, I cannot go that low, stoop so low. I cannot criticize Quran or Bible. No. I cannot eat the same dash he eats. That is not possible. But I can handle him. No, I can't eat what he eats. But I can give what he eats. That is different. He just agitates the other person and claims victory. I was studying some of his debate shows. No stuff. Zero stuff. He is not even capable of playing with words. He catches very weak, foolish gurus and gurujis and tries to win over them and thinks he is establishing his supremacy. Please understand, you need to understand, in any conversation, the moment you are agitated, you lost the game. You lost the game. Any conversation, do not allow agitation. Do not allow incompletions to interfere your cognizing process. without incompletions, if you internalize, for the internalizing process, even your brain does not need to work. That is what I proved through the QEEG. I was not in coma. I was cognizing everything. My eyes were open. I know where things are. Not only I was able to see everything which you can see, I was able to see things which you can't see. But my brain did not show a single wave pattern. Understand? Continuously listening without allowing incompletions to interfere your cognition itself leads you to completion and the space of enlightenment. आज के नित्य सत्संग का विषय है सुनना और लाभान्वित करना। ध्यान से सुनिए। सुनना, श्रवण करना इतना शक्तिशाली और महत्वपूर्ण अनुभव है, इतनी सुंदर आध्यात्मिक अभ्यास है जो निःशुल्क रूप से लगातार आपको उपलब्ध है। सुनने का अर्थ है अपना स्वाभाविक संज्ञान या सोच समझ को अपने भीतर आने की अनुमति देना, बिना अपनी अपूर्णताओं को उससे प्रभावित करने की अनुमति दिए। आपका व्यक्तित्व एक जड़ रूप नहीं है, उसका स्वभाव है सोचना और समझना। आप स्वाभाविक रूप से सोच सकते हैं, ये जाने बिना ही कि आप सोच रहे हैं। आप स्वाभाविक रूप से सोच समझ सकते हैं, ये जाने बिना कि आप सोच रहे हैं और समझ रहे हैं। जब आपकी सोच में अपूर्णता नहीं है, आप सोच को भूल जाते हैं। पतंजलि कहते हैं योगः चित्त वृत्ति निरोधः। विज्ञान के अनुसार कोई भी कार्य करने के लिए दिमाग के वेव्स में परिवर्तन होना अनिवार्य है, किंतु मेरे दिमाग पर जो वैज्ञानिक अभ्यास हुए उनसे स्पष्ट हुआ कि बिना वेव्स के दिमाग काम कर सकते हैं, बिना अपूर्णताओं के हस्तक्षेप के। सुनना यही सही अर्थ में सुनना है। सुनना अधिक पूर्णत्व का निर्माण करता है। अधिक पूर्णत्व अधिक सुनने की आर ले जाता है। अधिक सुनना पुनः अधिक पूर्णत्व लाता है। लोग सोचते हैं कि दूसरे को ना सुन के आप दूसरे के प्रति अपना वृद्धि प्रकट कर रहे हैं, विरोध प्रकट कर रहे हैं, किंतु समझिए कि आप यह करके वास्तव में स्वयं का अपमान कर रहे हैं। Listening with listening begins life. When you start the cognition process internally without incompletions, life starts in you. Only then relationships starts in you. Only then living starts in you. Only then anything good will start happening in you. Please listen. If you start cognizing without incompletions, even your health will become better, because the agitation caused by the incompletions during listening leads to blood pressure, diabetes, in all other degradation of the body, which is the root cause of all the diseases and disorders. Stress is nothing but incompletions, the interference of the incompletions during your listening. If you bring listening, even your boss cannot agitate you. Even your spouse cannot agitate you. I know. People can believe boss cannot agitate you, but people can't believe spouse cannot agitate you. It is said that husband is the head of the family. But remember, the wife is the neck of the family. The neck can turn the head exactly the way she wants. जब आप बिना अपूर्णताओं से सुनते हैं, दूसरा आपको नहीं हिल पाएगा। प्राचीन काल में हम शास्त्रों का उपयोग करते थे, आधुनिक काल में हम शब्दों का उपयोग करते हैं। किसी भी वार्तालाप में जिस क्षण में आप उत्तेजित होते हैं, उसी क्षण आप केल हार गए। लगातार बिना अपूर्णताओं के प्रभाव के केवल सुनना आपको पूर्णत्व दिलाता है और जीवन मुक्ति की ओर ले जाता है, और जीवन मुक्ति की ओर ले जाता है। ध्यान से सुनिए। जब आप बिना अपूर्णताओं से सोचते हैं, आपका स्वास्थ्य भी अच्छा हो जाएगा। तनाव का अनुभव और कुछ नहीं बल्कि अपूर्णताओं के साथ सोचना समझना है। लाइफ starts with listening, happens with listening, continues to exist with listening, ends when listening stops. Mahadeva is continuously teaching the meaning of the Vedas, but only who listens, listens. He started, I think, when the universe started, and he is continuing still now. Who listens, listens. Please listen when the incompletions in you is not allowed to interfere with your cognition. Listening happens. Listening. 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 With listening starts life. So all the 6 program participants, the inner awakening, the Samyama, Nirahara Samyama 16th batch, Nirahara Samyama 17th batch, ingenious. I request all the program participants understand this one truth. Listening. Your program starts the moment you start listening. Your program does not start the moment I start speaking. Your program starts the moment you start listening. Understand? For some people, program starts now. For some people, program may start tomorrow. For some people, it may start after 5 days. For some people, it may start 21st day. For some people, it may not even start. So the program starting is in your hands. As far as I am concerned, program started. I request all of you, come to the space of listening. Listening. I tell you, it is with listening the whole program starts. Have the right listening. In an old Catholic school, after the 12th grade examinations, there was a farewell meeting happening. Few nuns were sitting and talking to the kids who are leaving the school, 12th grade kids. They asked, the Mother Superior asked one girl, what are you going to become in future? Doctor. She was very happy, encouraged her, gifted her a stethoscope and sent her. Next girl comes. Mother Superior asks, what are you going to become? Engineer. Mother Superior was very happy. She gives a scale and blesses her and sends. Next girl comes. What are you going to become? She shouts, lawyer. Mother Superior was very happy. She gives a lawyer coat as a gift and sends her. Next girl comes. Mother Superior asks, what are you going to become? She says, prostitute. Mother Superior faints and falls. They sprinkle water on her. Somehow Mother Superior, she regains. Tell me, what did you tell? Prostitute. Again she faints. Again they sprinkle the water and she wakes up. She asks, tell me clearly what you want to become. Third time this girl screams, prostitute. She said, sighing a big relief, I thought you are going to become a Protestant. Too much of incompletions during the listening. Don't bring your incompletions interfering in your listening. If you have not laughed, you have not got the thing. Ask the people who laughed. When there is so much incompletion in listening, if you have not laughed, there is incompletion in your listening. Quick, catch it. And I tell you, even if you miss the joke, don't miss the laughter. So, understand, with listening starts the life. Essence of today's satsang is listening. With listening starts the program. And with this, I'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang, Nirahara Samyama. All the 17th batch Nirahara Samyama who are starting the Nirahara Samyama today, please log on and register at nithyananda.org/events. आज की सत्संग का सारांश है, सुनने से ही आपका जीवन आरंभ होता है। लगातार सुनने का अभ्यास कीजिए। अगर आप आज से निराहार समय में आरंभ कर रहे हैं, आज पूरे दिन में कोई भी समय में हमें कॉल कीजिए और रजिस्टर कीजिए। कॉल करने का नंबर आपके टीवी स्क्रीन पे है। दिस प्रोग्राम यू डोंट नीड टू पे एनीथिंग, इट्स अ निःशुल्क प्रोग्राम है, निःशुल्क प्रोग्राम है। You don't need to pay anything, but you may have to enrich. You may have to enroll yourself. कार्यक्रम निःशुल्क है, आपको कोई भी शुल्क चुकाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। प्लीज सिट स्ट्रेट, सीधी तरह से बैठ जाइए और चेतना स्थिति के साथ कल्पना कीजिए कि आप बिड़ती वटवृक्ष बन गए हैं। इस कल्पना के साथ आप अपने दोनों नासिकाओं और मुख के द्वारा सांस अंदर लीजिए। जितनी देर सांस को आप अपने अंदर बांध कर रख सकते हैं, उतनी देर आप अपने अंदर सांस को बांध कर रखिए। जब आप सांस को और बांध कर नहीं रख पा रहे हैं, तब आप अपने मुंह बांध रखकर सांस को अपनी दोनों नासिकाओं द्वारा धीरे से छोड़ दीजिए। आप में अपनी पूरे संपूर्ण श्रद्धा, उत्तरदायित्व और लाभान्वित करने के 4 तत्वों के साथ आशीर्वाद देता हूं कि आप सबकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत हो जाए और आप सब अपनी जीव ऊर्जा को सीधे आकाश और वायु से उत्पन्न करें। आप क्रिया आरंभ कीजिए और इस क्रिया को लगातार 21 मिनट तक कीजिए। प्लीज सिट स्ट्रेट, क्लोज योर आईज, cognize you become kalpavriksha, bididi kalpavriksha. Inhale through both the nostrils and the mouth simultaneously. Hold as long as you can. Exhale through both the nostrils as slowly as you can. Do this for next 21 minutes. Even if you are not doing Nirahara Samyama, please do this Kriya. With integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, I bless you all. Let you all experience Kundalini awakening, and let you all create this energy directly from space and live health, bliss, and enlightenment. Namah Shivaya.
Inner awakening, stunning health recoveries, 100% cure for depression, insomnia, asthma, fatigue, chronic pain, insecurity.
Samarambha Jnana Sambandha Madhya.
Please go ahead and post your understanding from this Swamiji's powerful satsang. We have been learning the 4 inner powers, how to unlock them. So many powerful cognitions are the power of words, or Vak Shakti, and the power of thoughts, the Mano Shakti, and the power of feeling, the Prema Shakti, and the power of living, the Atma Shakti. When you unlock the power of words, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and most effective words towards yourself and towards others. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts and achieve success in your job, relationships, and education, finances, you name it. The power of feeling teaches you how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. You're truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live life for others by enriching. Tattvas are the fundamental unit powers or principles of life. Tattvas, key to the 4 powers. Each of the 4 powers is guided by a spiritual principle, which is Tattva. Tattva is the key to unlock the corresponding power. The power of words will be available when you practice integrity. The power of thinking will be open to you when you practice authenticity. And the power of feeling will be available to you when you practice responsibility. And you will have the access to the power of living the moment you decide to enrich others. So integrity is the power of words. Authenticity, you unlock the power of thinking. And by following the tattva of responsibility, you unlock the power of feeling. And when you follow the enriching, you unlock the follow of living. And we have learned that integrity is simply having confidence in yourself and others having confidence in you when you give the word, it will get completed in time you stated. And if not, you will complete and restore the space of integrity. Honoring every word that you utter to yourself and others. And the commitment you make to others and the world, the commitment you make to yourself in thought. Honoring it is integrity. So now Now let's listen from Swamiji. Integrity is the key to success. It is the fundamental unit of life is integrity for successful life.
But Sanatana Hindu Dharma is apaurushya, the Vedas are apaurushya. Source itself is ultimate. Mula itself para. Listen. Source and ultimate not being too different gives tremendous confidence about the vision delivered from the source. See, the word para, the ultimate, if you translate that as para Brahma, the Brahminical, Vedic tradition. If you translate that Paramapada, Vaishnavite tradition. If you translate that into Paramashiva, Shaivite tradition. Whatever tradition you may follow, you may get integrated. The para, the ultimate, the principle of that oneness, of that ultimate, that itself becomes source of the vision document. Listen clearly, listen carefully. Para and source, Mula and ultimate. Mula is the source origin. Para is ultimate. If these two remain separate, you always have the danger of what you are following may not be the complete Satya, may not be the complete principle. But in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Mula and Para, source and ultimate, both are one and the same. So the principles you follow are complete. Sadashiva himself is Mula and Para. Understand, it is the Creator telling you how He created. Not that created perceives. For example, a man walks into the forest with a lantern. He can see 3-4 feet. So he notes down, wow, there is a big sandalwood tree. Then he walks further. Then he notes down, there is a water body. Then he walks further. Then he notes down, there is a lion standing. Then he walks. Then he notes down, there was a big python lying. All his notes put together cannot be description of the forest. Understand? They can be nice photographs of forest. Even if you take million photograph of a scene, it can describe the scene, it cannot be equated to the scene. Description is not equal. First of all, portrait is not photograph, photograph is not incident. The diluted version of happening is photograph. The diluted version of photograph is portrait. Here the description, however portraying it may be, however great writer he may be, If a creator explores the creation, it can only be the description, not definition. Description is different from definition. Understand? Only when the creator describes the creation, it is description, it is definition, not description. The creator, the source, para, becomes mula, origin, for the whole vision document called Veda and Agamas. Vedas are pure science, Agamas are vision document. Understand? Agamas, not only applied science, it's a vision document for further exploration, research and development. The fundamental primary principles are established called tattva. Fundamental primary units of principles. Understand? We all know to measure the length, the fundamental units, millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer. We have units to measure length, breadth, depth, time, second, hour, day. We have units for external happenings. Same way, for internal happenings, Vedas and Agamas give units. Understand? Those units are only called tattvas. The various internal happenings and the methodology to deal with those happenings, whether tsunami doubt or emotional imbalance or the confusion cyclone or health collapse or whatever, for all the internal happenings, I described some of the negative happenings because that is what you immediately understand. If I use the word bliss, ecstasy, ananda, you say, why 3 words? We don't even know to differentiate bliss, ananda, ecstasy, smile are all various grades, various levels. But with negative description, we are so feeling connected and very grounded. And immediately we cognize, yes. You see, I went through yesterday when I was beaten. So the immediate reference is always available. Understand? Having positive possibilities as immediate reference is life in heaven. Having negative happenings as immediate reference is life in hell. That's all. That's all is life. If you have immediate references for the best, most subtle, sacred, light romantic expressions, understand the words I am using. Yesterday, I was reading Mughal history. Bernier, man who recorded the happenings in the Aurangzeb court. I think all of you should read it. I think I shared it in my Facebook. If I have not, I'll share it today. In Tamil, there was a movie where they are describing Chola king as a cruel guy, and he takes the Govindaraja from Chidambaram and throws it into the ocean. That is the scene they are portraying. They are trying to portray the Chola Raja as a very cruel, fanatic guy and torturing somebody for the sake of their belief, which was completely false. I tell you. If Chola Raja has thrown the Govinda Raja into ocean, then who is lying down in Chidambaram now? Govinda Raja is still there. Understand, in Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, almost all conflicts are only up to Vada Mantapa or Anubhava Mantapa. That's all. Because we were such beautiful, sweet, subtle, light romance brain. Understand? This light romance brain can capture profuse, profound. Understand these two words. Profound is always visualized as rigid. Profuse is always visualized as liquid. Only the Hindu brain can capture the profound rigid in the form of profuse liquid, mercury. That is why mercury is representative of a highest intelligence. In Hindu tradition, the mercury is always representing highest intelligence, means profound rigidness in profuse liquid form. Profound rigidity in profuse liquid form. If your brain is flooded again and again with the sacred sentiments of light romance, I tell you, all Chola Rajas were practicing Shaivites, means every day they do their Nitya Puja. No Chola king can ever sit on the throne if he is not a practicing Shaivite, because the crown has to be put by the Tillai, the Chidambaram Dikshitas. Understand? The father cannot coronate the son. Crown has to come from Chidambaram, from the Dikshitars. Only if he is a practicing Shaivite, he can occupy the throne. Means every day he has to do puja, which you guys are doing. Unbroken lineage. And I tell you, a person who floods his brain every day morning with that sacred sentiment, Hridbatnamasanam dadyat sahasrarachyutamritaihi Bhadyam Saranayor Dadyat. When you flood your system with these sacred sentiments, you can never be cruel. I tell you. When I read those Mughal history documents, I understood, oh God, the Tamil movie is trying to project Chola Raja as a villain. Even what they are trying to project is only dumping a statue in a ocean. That's all, nothing else. I think those movie producers do not know what is cruelty. You need to read Mughal history. When I read the Bernier's records, God, how Aurangzeb killed his family members. You see, that I think at least I can perceive this is what he would have done it. And the cruel way Sikh gurus were murdered, or the Shivaji's son was murdered, or the way the Hindu kings and queens were murdered, I can at least understand because they are enemies. But the most cruel way, he murdered his own family people. God, I can't understand. The brain can become so dry. It can become so dry. In a human body, that level of cruelty can grow, I cannot understand. I'm not able to perceive still. I'm not able to grasp. When I read that, I only felt one thing. There is a beautiful one line in Tamil. பிறவாமை வேண்டும் பிறந்தாலும் பெருமானே உன்னை மறவாமை வேண்டும். I should not be born. If I am born, at least I should never forget you. I should not be born. If I take the body, it should be only from traditional Vedic background and Vedic family and Vedic Vatavarana, ambience. It is my responsibility to leave the Vedic Vatavarana on the planet Earth, at least by building few cities. So if I want to come back, I will have a place to come. The way I left Madurai and Thiruvannamalai, I leave at least few hundred cities. The Vedic Vatavarana, I tell you, the ambience, Vatavarana, the temperature, the weather condition. When I say weather condition, don't understand in the whether rains or shines. Whether rains or shines. Not not whether rains or shines, whether rains or shines. The Vatavarana, the psychological Vatavarana, the spiritual Vatavarana. Understand? At least few cities radiating the spiritual Vatavarana, leaving it for my own sake. Forget about social service, that is secondary. Even for my own sake, I need to leave at least few cities of carrying this Vatavarana. If some of my disciples wants to come back to get complete enlightenment or to do further Vedic work, they need a Vatavarana, the ambience. The best group as on now on the planet Earth who is able to keep the Vatavarana for coming back are Tibetan Buddhists. Understand? Just like only one building is seen from moon, the China wall, same way from superconsciousness if you see, the best Vatavaranas for taking the next body, reincarnation, you can see the Vatavarana created by Tibetan Buddhists. They have an amazing setup. Signs of leaving the body and assuming the next body. It's not that in Hindu tradition we did not have, we had. Unfortunately, just because we were not brutal to the people who are brutal to us, we lost. I am not saying be brutal to everyone, but at least be mirror. Be a mirror. So whatever is remaining can be saved. It is just because our irresponsibility is considered as spirituality. It is only spirituality, not spirituality. Irresponsibility can never be spirituality. Because of that unfortunate thought current of irresponsibility becomes spirituality. We lost some of the most beautiful, most important contributions we have done to planet Earth. The origin and ultimate, listen carefully, the origin and ultimate are one and the same in Vedagamic traditions. That is why the vision document is complete. The basic units, principles, tattvas with which we are asked to function is complete. Integrity is a tattva to measure your expression. The depth of integrity, the amount of integrity you cognize about each subject, that will be the expression, spontaneous expression of you. When somebody asks you, why do you pour milk on linga? The first response I gave is, hey, we pour on Sadashiva, not on linga. Because every time I pour, I know I am pouring on Sadashiva. It falls on linga. In Hindu tradition, if you don't find any linga, you can just keep a heap of sand on the floor. Just sit, try to get any stone. If you don't get any stone, just get heap of sand and start worshipping that as a linga. That's the way Sita did in Rameshwaram. One of the most important Jyotirlinga, Ramanatha Swami, is just a heap of sand touched by Sita with the great sacred sentiment, the bhava. O Mahadeva, Sadashiva, iha agaccha, igatishta. The power of bhava of Sita, the beach sand becomes Ramanatha. Understand? We pour on Sadashiva, not on linga. It falls on linga because We are so engrossed to whom we are pouring. Sometimes we don't bother where it is falling. That is the first. This should have been a first response from any practicing Shaivite. If you are integrated to your logic, naturally you will say, oh, I think it is oiling, massage. So that the stone won't crack. You mean to say it's oil massage therapy? And I do wonder, what kind of a stone absorbs the fat and maybe I don't know about that, so let me not get into that scene. And I do not know much about stone, and I know only about Sadashiva. Let me stop myself. Let me restrict myself to what I know. Understand integrity. Listen carefully, because this is one of the important pain point with many people in the Sangha are suffering. In our Sangha, many people have the pain point with integrity. The moment I utter the word integrity, you only remember morning the integrity officer standing in front of you and waking up. Hey, get up for morning yoga! Listen. Now you need to understand that principle. Integrity is basically the unit with which our expression is measured. See, your source, consciousness, when it starts operating using this body and mind, it always gets integrated to something. Even if you don't want to get up, come to morning yoga, you are highly integrated to Nidra Devi. Means sleep. You are highly integrated to your bed. And you are highly integrated to your tiredness. Understand? Then don't blame. Whole day I am feeling bored and depressed and tired. That is what you are integrated in the early morning. Understand? When the sun rises, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till the sun sets. When the sun sets, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till again sun rises. Understand? It's a basic principle of life. So when sun rises, to what you are integrated matters, because that is the time the commands are given to your body about the whole day which you are supposed to do. The plans are delivered to your system. If your plan is turning this side and pulling the blanket, one day I asked a person who continuously misses morning routine, spiritual routine, I wanted to remind once more, all sampradayas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Shaiva, Shakta, Ganapatya, Gaumara, and Vaishnava, all the internal subsects of Shaiva, all sampradayas agree on three things. One, on Pranava, Om. Second, on cow, the sacredness associated with Gomata. Third, need for a spiritual routine. Almost all sampradayas agree with these three truths. So one day I was asking one guy who misses the morning spiritual routine many times. I asked him, what happened? Today why you did not come? Why you did not get up? No, Swamiji, I got up at 3:30. I asked, I did not see you in the yoga 4 o'clock. No, I went to the restroom, came back and slept. His answer is technically right, practically wrong. Most of the time you are trying to be technically right with integrity, practically wrong. Understand? Integrity, if you approach integrity as a quality to be developed, you will always have a problem. The kind of incompletion you have with your examinations. You will always have difficulty. It is not a quality to be developed. It is a unit to be understood. Understand? Approach integrity as the unit of your expression. Then you will know very clearly, morning, this many units integrity to sleep, this many units integrity to yoga, this many units integrity to confusion whether to get up or lie down, this many unit to do shivasana or savasana, yogasana or bhogasana. If you are integrated to bhogasana instead of yogasana later on when rogasana comes, don't blame. Understand? See, when you eat, be very clear. You are moving towards a goal. What you eat, how much you eat is going to lead you to some goal. Eating as per the goal is diet. What you want in your life, yoga, soga or roga, based on that you decide what should be your jaga in the morning. Whether it should be yoga hall or in your bed. Decide. Understand? See, the important click you need to have is, do not approach integrity as a quality to be developed. Try to approach integrity as a unit, what all you have. Knowledge is a powerful friend to wake you up. Knowledge, if you know, if I analyze my whole month, 30 days routine, this much I am integrated to yoga, this much I am integrated to tiredness, this much I am integrated to sleep. I tell you, even if you completely sleep in the morning those few hours, I am okay with it. But you don't even sleep, you are entertaining tiredness, means lying in the bed and rolling and going into your semi-conscious state, not deep sleep. That is entertaining boredom and tiredness. Entertaining boredom about waking up, what am I going to do waking up? Boredom about what for I should get up. Tiredness about this seems to be much better. If you are integrated to this, please be very clear. This is what you are planning for your future. I am giving you an example. If you do not understand what you are generating and the result slaps you on the face, you start believing life is a drohi, traitor. Understand? Life is not drohi. You planned for it. And apart from planning, you always had a blind eye. Your head was that side. You see, if you know you are creating something very bad and that hits at you, at least you will consider life as virodhi. Virodhitva. The idea life is a virodhi, enemy, can be healed. If you fall in love and somebody showers love on you, one person's love can heal you so completely. The whole concept life is an enemy, you will forget. Only when you forget life is an enemy, you are experiencing true love. Understand? This is the tattva, unit. In the modern day, one of the biggest problem, everyone comes and says, Swamiji, I think I am in love with that person. Should I get married? Now over. What do you mean by saying you think you are in love with that person? Understand, then it is not love, forget about it. When, this is the definition, when life is enemy, concept is forgotten, your heart is healed so thoroughly by one person's love. Understand, you are in love, the other person, he or she is in love. The unit of integrity with which you cognize to what you are integrated is all you need to be integrated to Paratattva, ultimate principle. Listen. Integrity is not something to be practiced. It is supposed to be discovered. How much time? I am giving you this one example of morning routine because that is what is the pain point for many people in the Sangha. And then the next pain point is need to be alive always. Even this bowing down, there is a very clear standard instruction. First, learn to put your hand, the Hindu way of receiving. Namaste. I bow down to the divine which is in you. Not, no. I think few of the senior Swamis should take the responsibility. Every time they don't bend their body and bow down in Namaste, they need to be taught. See, it is not that the instructions are not received, you are not alive to live it consistently. You are standing there and you are lost in your own stupid worries, confusions, amazing integrity to confusion. Minimal involvement with life. Being alive and fitting into what you are supposed to be. Understand? The smallest action, bowing down and Namaste, will completely heal the person about any information you are going to give. See, sometimes practically it may not be possible to have a private darshan, because I have many classes. Even today, immediately after this session, there are many classes I have to attend. But that need to be given with a tremendous healing, completion, humbleness, respect, so that the other person understands where we are coming from. அதெல்லாம் பார்க்க முடியாது பாப்பா. They need to know why they are responded the way they are responded. Understand all the auspicious qualities, whether it is a love or care or humbleness or sweetness, all the auspicious qualities gets developed when you are integrated to sacredness in any form. It may be, you can be integrated to your Guru or your Ishtadevata, or the Devatas you call only when you have Kashta. That's what I call Kashta Devata. See, if you are calling that God all the time, he is your Ishtadevata. If you call that God only when you have Kashta, it is a Kashta Devata. Whether you are integrated to your Guru or your Ishtadevata or anybody, integrity to the sacredness is the source of all the wonderful qualities. Ananta Kalyana Gunas manifest from the integrity to sacredness. At least last 1 month I am observing, will I be able to ever bring humbleness into these fellows and their body language? It is all nothing but being alive and responsible, knowing why they are here and why I am here. Why they are here, why I am here. When sun rises, how you respond, what kind of a space you generate, that will continue whole day. In whatever you do, whether you are in the kitchen, or you are a lawyer, you are a doctor, you are an engineer, you are a politician, or you are a leader, social leader, or religious leader, whatever. When the sun rises, how you respond to life, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to the same till sun sets. If you are tired, bored, confused, don't be shocked. If life is slapping you and collapsing you, don't be shocked. Don't say life is an enemy, life is a traitor. That is what you built it. That's what you planned for it. That's what you wanted. That is what you welcome. To what you are integrated, you get that. So look around your life. If you are having collapsing health, zero bank balance, torturing relationships, the roof waiting to fall on your head, be very clear, for that only you have been integrated. To that only you are integrated. Life is neither enemy nor traitor. It gives you what you are integrated. It gives you what you are integrated. See, this place is an ocean. Any number of sharks can stay here without even me finding that they are staying here, sometimes for months. Because such large property, you can hide any one corner. And if you just get one mala, that's all, nobody will question you. Because everyone thinks, oh, he may be from San Francisco center, maybe he is from Switzerland center, he is from maybe a remote Tamil Nadu village center. Only your integrity can get what you want in your life. Look around. What you have is only for what you have been integrated. So today's homework, the essence of today's satsang, integrity is not supposed to be developed but to be discovered. It is not quality, it is unit. It is not guna, it is tattva. Understand? With guna, you always have the incompletion. I have to develop it. Integrity is not quality, it is not guna. It is tattva, unit, principle. Only guna needs to be developed. Principle need to be discovered. Principle cannot be developed. Principle cannot be developed. You cannot measure water in millimeter and centimeter. Water measurement unit is different, that is liter. You cannot measure cloth in liter because that unit is different, centimeter and millimeter. You cannot develop integrity. You only can discover integrity. To what you are integrated, discover. To what you are integrated, discover. It is discovering that is required for integrity, not developing. If you are trying to develop integrity, will continue to be pain point. So essence of today's satsang, integrity is not quality, it is principle. It is basic unit, fundamental tattva unit of life. So with this, the today's homework is look around your life, what all you have which you are enjoying, what all you have which you want to change, what all you have which you want to change on war footing. Pen down these three and see how your integrity to that brought that to you in your life. That's all is today's homework. And any homework put as a status on the Facebook will be valued with those 5: like, love, laughter, sadness, and wow, and sometime angry. So you can upload your homework as status in the Facebook to get evaluated. And the next thing today I wanted to launch, we have Achalamurthy Seva new website, and it is beautifully done by our team, sangha@nithyananda.org, Achalamurthy Seva.
ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தமே 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 கோவிந்த கோபால கேசவ மாதவ நாராயண ராஜீவ லோச்சன ஆதிசநாதன நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தமே.
Basically, we are Hindus. We believe God comes down in the form of Archavatara, deity. So, whatever offering we want, we offer it to the deity. We offer it to God through the deity. So offering to God, to Sadashiva, through the deity is the tradition of Hinduism. So Archavatara, it is a unique concept to Hinduism. I should say, instead of concept, the principle, the truth, Satya. Archavatara, God comes down in the form of deity to accept our worship and puja and seva and respond. So, today we are launching a new website for all the Achalamurti seva to the deities in Bangalore Adinam, from Archanas, Pujas, Leela Alankaras, the Swarna Kavacha Seva, Rudra Homa, 6 Kala Puja, 6 Kala Abhishekam happening. You can take part, participate in whichever seva you want. And I have also told them to fix a high quality HD CCTV camera through which you can watch the live puja happening and sankalpa being done in your name. It will be live. So all the pujas will be done as per the Indian standard time of sunrise and sunset. If you want to do it in your country standard time, we will evolve a system in those countries. For example, the whole US, Los Angeles can start offering these sevas. And or Ohio, I think Ohio is the right time zone which will be compatible for East Coast and West Coast to both. You guys can choose. But here in Bangalore Adinam, all the sevas will be offered as per the Indian standard time. The Indian time of sunrise and sunset will be the scale with which the sevas will be accepted. Let you have Samibhya Mukti, always on the body. Flowing on the body. On Jayanti day, you can see the Swarna Kavacha, the 41st Jayanti day. It will be opened for public darshan. You may be wondering how with Kavacha Swamiji will move and activities will be done. Wait for the suspense. He comes up always with some cranky ideas. So he has some more crazy ideas. So wait to enjoy the crazy idea, which many of you will enjoy. So with this, it is time. We have a long day today. The Sadashivatva batch 2 has many process, and the Adinavasis have many sessions, and Balasans have many initiations. And this is the long day, and today we also have Karaseva preparing the Vaidya Sarovar for tomorrow's Somavara Rudrabhishekam. And with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
The next power is authenticity. Whatever your understanding about integrity, please post it in the chat, and we are going to learn about the authenticity. A deeper understanding of authenticity. We have already learned the base concepts about all the 4 powers. Now we are understanding in a deeper length. Based on your learning now, what are you giving word to yourself? What are your thoughts on integrity? What are the new life changes that you're going to make? Please internalize that a few minutes. What are your understanding and what are your new life decisions that you're going to make? Please internalize. I'm reading now your comments. Integrity is the principle, not quality. Integrity to the source is the greatest. I'm going to have integrity with my words. Wonderful. And make short goals. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And whatever goals, whatever words that you are committing to yourself, be in integrity and unlock the power of Vak Shakti. Meaning, whatever you say will become reality if you have the Vak Shakti. Now let's learn a little deeper about authenticity. Christopher, listen to this. You have learned and you have made decisions about the integrity, and you are creating certain goals, small goals, and you're going to commit to do this. Now, to implement those goals, how to excel in those goals, how authentically, independently you can perform those tasks that can lead you to be the leader of your life, or can lead you to even enlightenment if you really reach the peak. When you're performing that small goals you set, so the inner image, whatever inner image you have, like I can do this, I cannot do this, so that inner image, when our inner image of ourselves matches the image that we present to others, that is, what we present to others is others' image, or outer image. Outer image. When that matches, there is no gap. We automatically want to take the responsibility, and there is no self-doubt. When these two match, what you're feeling inside, what you're projecting outside, what you're presenting to outside, if there is no gap, that there is no self-doubt. You are, when you practice authenticity, in every step, what best I can do, what else I can contribute, is authenticity. Not mediocre performance, but what best I can do, what to add in here. Then authenticity is the key to success. Authenticity is the right strategy for success. Christopher is sharing, when I felt integrity towards my words, I think I saw my walk. Wonderful. The more you follow the integrity, you empower your Vak Shakti. Means what you say will become reality. Now let's work on the next power. Unlock the next power. Authenticity.
London, Kasi, Kulim, Malaysia, and Laspet, Pondicherry, Chennai, Alvarpet, Tallahassee, Florida, Bangalore, is it Bangalore or Bangalore, it must be Gangamapura or something. Na? Workshop, UK, Hollywood, Los Angeles, Hong Kong, Sirgali, Adayar, Chennai. Welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Great. Oklahoma, blessings to all the malas and fruits. Please offer it to Bhagavan Swaminarayan. Today the Swaminarayan temple Prana Pratishtha is happening in Oklahoma. Tomorrow the Prana Pratishtha. All our devotees are going with all the offerings. Blessings. Oklahoma. Where are they? Yes. Blessings. Please go and offer everything. And tell them also my respects and humble pranams. It's first level. Today the first, then you will be having the Ashramite initiation. Blessings. So, birthday blessings. In Kathopanishad, 2nd chapter, 9th verse, once more. And I am reading out the translation here. You just know, because if you are from Indian background, 80% of the words, any language you use is from Sanskrit. And you just know, you can just match it and see the meaning. Naishadargena matirapaneyo proktan yenaiva swinyanaya preshta. May I request all the ashramites to close down their book and chant once? Please close down all the books. Now start once more. Chapter 2nd, 9th verse. Stop. I wanted Gopika and Bhaktika to chant. Let me see. Start. Okay. Oh, they were not here. All right, all right. You guys start then. Start. Naishadargena madhirapaneya proktanyenaiva sugnyanaya preshta yam tvamapa satyat rutirbatasi tvantrungno bhuyan nachiketa prashta. The state of enrichment not attainable by logical understanding, only by the being living these truths can it be transmitted. Only by the being who enriched himself with these truths can transmit it. Can you alter the translation? O Nachiketa, you have attained through your authenticity. O Nachiketa, will another authentic seeker as you ever be found? These tattvas becoming satya happens only by living. Please listen. Just today morning, we were having a commitments and completion session with ashramites. The subject came up was non-participation. I was just scanning. Why the non-participation? You see, participation does not mean only picking up the mic and talking. Even in otherwise, how you involve, how your body language is, how you are listening, how you are cognizing. Fortunately, I can see what goes on in your mind. Maybe for you, unfortunately, for me, fortunately. So the cognizance and the listening is also participation. So I was scanning why the non-participation. Why the non-participation? Suddenly I discovered the root. Why the non-participation? When you have a different personalities and constantly try to engage them in an inauthentic way instead of integrating them. I gave an example. You have a lawyer friend from whom you need to have some help. You say, I am going to become lawyer and become your junior. To appease him. Then you need some help from a doctor. You say, I am going to become a doctor and your junior, your assistant. To appease him. Then you find an engineer from whom you need a help. I am going to become an engineer and your assistant. You appease him. You find an IT consultant. I am going to become an IT engineer and assistant to you. And you find a spiritual guru. You want to appease him. So for some reason, I am going to become your brahmachari and sannyasi. In the beginning, you will have awareness, you are playing this game for certain purpose. Please understand, second time when you utter this, you will lose the power over your consciousness, your integrity. You will start believing the words you utter. Please listen. Second time any word you utter is your declaration. First time if you say, I am a criminal, it comes out of consciously, it will not make any impact on you. But this word sits inside you as a seed. Second time when you utter, you are a criminal, over. The word has started creating its impact on you. Because the seed now is becoming alive. So second time when you try to tell the liar, I am going to be your junior. You tell the Swami, I am going to become your brahmachari. You tell the doctor, you're going to become your assistant. The multiple personality inauthentic disorder starts growing in you. It is very unfortunate. Please understand. You yourself will be in a terrible confusion. Second, you will go on be cheating everybody. Third important thing, when you are in the lawyer office, suddenly doctor comes and asks you, what are you doing here? You said you are going to become a doctor and my assistant. You suddenly jump out of the room, lawyer office room, and tell him, yes, I am coming. I have just come here to see him. I am not going to become a lawyer and his junior. Don't worry. I am coming there only. And suddenly your engineer friend to whom you promised you are going to become his assistant, he sees you when you are sitting at the feet of your guru. And he sees you and asks, what are you doing here in this ashram? You say, no, I just came here for 1 or 2 days. I am just here, don't worry, I am not going to become brahmachari, I am not going to become ashramite. I am coming there as your assistant, don't worry. Understand, in every line, what you created is destroyed the moment you make this statement. The moment you make a statement to a doctor saying, no, I am not doing anything with the lawyer, I am not going to become assistant, don't worry. It is whatever you studied or worked in that line, destroyed. And then when you make the statement to your IT friend, no, I am not in the ashram, I am just staying here for 1 or 2 days, I am coming there, I am not going to be here, I am not going to be here. When you say, whatever you learnt here from me is destroyed, it is not going to be useful for you in your life anymore. It is like a karna, giving a false promise and hope to Parasurama and learning every vidya. Finally, Karna was able to use that vidyas. No. Because these vidyas function on authenticity. It is the authenticity which gives life to these vidyas. I tell you, just yesterday night I was working on the code. In Meenakshi's time, people used to have a stone slab in their houses which acted like a television. Only thing they will have to do is they have to sit in that seat and create the sound vibration. And then immediately they will be able to have darshan of Meenakshi through that slab and talk to her, get instructions, anything they want. I was wondering why now it is not possible. If you restore your authentic integrity, every sound you create will have a result. Because you are out of integrity, the sounds you create neither has effect on you nor has effect on others. Patanjali says, just chanting Om, you are in Samadhi. Ramanuja's Guru says, chant Om Namo Narayanaya 108 times, you will reach Vaikuntha. Ramanuja says, chant only once, you will reach Vaikuntha. And Shankara goes to the extreme, chant the name of Govinda once, drink 1 drop of Ganges water, or read half sloka of Bhagavad Gita, you will be liberated. Then why all that is not happening for us? Then we start doubting, maybe Patanjali is a liar, or Shankara exaggerated, Ramanuja was hypnotized by the glory of Narayana. No, you have become inauthentic. Integrity makes the sounds into reality. When you are in lack of integrity, no sound can become reality. I tell you, especially, this is the instruction to all the pujaris, priests of Dhyanapeetham. You have to maintain the highest standard of integrity. Only then your mantras will invoke gods and goddesses, either in the deity or in the fire. And the offerings you do will reach them, and they will bless the person on whose behalf you are doing the offering. Only then the Vedic rituals will become science. All the priests of Dhyanapeetham, pujaris of Dhyanapeetham, this is the instruction for you. You have to retain high integrity and authenticity. And I also declare from today, till these pujaris restore their integrity and authenticity to the level, if they say, Prana Pratishtayamaham Garomi, I invoke this energy, the energy has to be there. If you are in integrity and authenticity, it will be there. It is the integrity and authenticity makes your sound, that sound vibration into reality. Till then, I wanted Gurukul kids to conduct rituals and chant mantras, because they have a highest level of integrity and authenticity. We will have some Gurukul kids trained, especially the Prana Pratishta mantras, where the deity is invoked either in the god or in the fire. If I am not physically available there, it should be chanted by Gurukul kids. Only with highest integrity and authenticity the sound you create will become reality. Only with the authenticity the Brahmastra will become reality. Brahmastra, everything, the Pushpaka Vimana, Brahmastra, everything was operated based on the sound. Vedic tradition had everything we have now. They had the flight, they had helicopters, they had atom bomb, they had everything. It was operated through sound. In the modern Western world, we are operating everything through light energy, electricity. With Vedic tradition, we were operating through sound energy. Because we lost the integrity and authenticity, the sound we create already gets twisted, distorted, destroyed before even it comes to the throat. The moment you say, I will win, already 10 times you said, I am going to lose. How many of you feel before even you complete the statement, I will win, already part of your fear, your being has declared, no, I will lose. I may tell, but I never win. How many of you cognize this truth? It means what? The destruction, distortion of the sound has already happened. How can it create a result? Now the cosmos does not know you want to win or lose, what to give you. Cosmos is standing, scratching the head. What do you want? The Pushpaka Vimana is standing in front of you. You want to take off? Get down. Right or left? Tell me. Because before you uttered the word right, part of you has already said left. Before you utter the word up, the part of you has declared down. Highest level of integrity and authenticity is required for making the highest energies into your reality, as part of your reality. This exact way cosmos is standing in front of you. It doesn't know your instruction. It doesn't know exactly what you want. You think you are manipulating the lawyer, engineer, doctor, your guru and everybody. It is not. You are manipulating you. I tell you, inauthenticity is not required for your success and joy, for your success and fulfillment. Only when you realize inauthenticity is not required for your success and joy and fulfillment, whether your strategy for inside or the strategy for outside, you don't need inauthenticity. That is going to bring success to you. That is going to bring kirti to you. Srischa pushtischa kirtinjan runyatam Brahmanyam Bhaguputratam. It is going to happen to you only when you understand the inauthenticity is not required. We always think, no, inauthenticity is not required for my internal enlightenment and growth. maybe for my external things, I still need for some time some more inauthenticity, because this fellow is inauthentic, my lawyer is inauthentic, my doctor is inauthentic, my engineer is inauthentic, my Swami is inauthentic, so I'll retain my inauthenticity. No. If they are all inauthentic, they are in hell. You want to be in the same hell? The whole world being in inauthenticity does not justify your inauthenticity. When you decide to become authentic, you will create a right, authentic world around you. And you will simply go and get attracted to the authentic group and you will stay there. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, a fisherwoman who sleeps, lives whole day with the smell of the fish, cannot sleep in the flower shop. Every story of Ramakrishna is just extraordinary. He says very beautifully, few fisherwomen went to sell the fish in the market. When they came back, when they were coming back to their village, it became too late. So they saw a small house on the way. They asked, can we sleep tonight here? It was a flower shop owner's house. The guy said, no problem, please sleep here, all three of you. Tomorrow morning you can go. So all three of them lie down, but they are not able to sleep. They were rolling, tossing. They were not able to sleep. They were not able to find the reason. Then one lady said, I know the reason now. Because the whole house was full of jasmine smell. He had a lot of flowers stock. This lady went her old fish basket and brought the basket and sprinkled little water. Fish basket, if you put little water, it will smell. And they put it near their head, all of them slept peacefully. If you are carrying inauthenticity in you, you will be naturally attracted to a society of inauthenticity. If you decide to live authenticity and integrity, you will simply be attracted to the community, society which lives authenticity. No one can stop you. Your husband may stop you coming to the temple or ashram, but sitting in your bedroom you are attending two-way video conferencing and you will be attending the satsang. I know there are so many devotees where the husband or wife is not allowing them to go to the ashram or temple. They sit in their house and attend the satsang. So, when you are carrying authenticity, nobody will be able to stop you. Nothing can stop you. When you are carrying inauthenticity, even living around me will not help you. One thing I want to make it very clear, understand. Whether it is the success of inside, internal, or success of outside, inauthenticity is not required. It is not going to be the successful strategy planning. Whether you want money or beautiful relationship, like a husband or wife, or the family, or the health, or wealth, or success in the outer world, or fulfillment in the inner world, enlightenment in the inner world, anything, whatever you may want. Inauthenticity is not right strategy. Non-integrity and inauthenticity is not going to be a successful strategy. So I tell you, inauthenticity was never a successful strategy. a successful strategy. No, no, no. State of enrichment. Naisha darkena matirapaneya proktan enaiva sugnanaya preshta. This state of enlightenment, not attainable by logical arguments or understanding, only by the being who enriched himself by these truths can enrich you with these truths. O Nachiketa, you have attained the state of receiving this truth through your authenticity. Will another authentic seeker like you can ever be found? No. When you think, for internal success I need authenticity, but for external I'll keep little inauthenticity, but I know where I am keeping inauthenticity. How many of you cognize this truth? You are playing this game in your life. Raise your hand. You are in a big ditch. You are in a very big drainage. And be very clear. You got into the drainage and put the manhole cover on your head. You are not intelligent to separate the poison and the milk continuously. You think, I'll keep little poison inside the same milk can. When I drink, I'll drink only milk. When I give it to my enemy, I'll give it with poison. How many of you think this is foolishness? Raise your hand. Then why did you think the other thing is intelligent? If you consider this is foolishness, then why do you think the other thing is intelligent? You think, no, I know. This liar is inauthentic, cunning fellow, very intelligent. So that is why he is successful. I will also play the same game and become successful. Baba, it doesn't happen. Understand? It is again you making the mistake. No. I'll keep the inauthenticity poison in this authenticity milk. When I drink, I'll drink separately, only milk. When I share the cup to others, I'll give with the inauthenticity poison and milk to the other person. It's like one fellow brings the milk and puts the poison. Poison is naturally heavy, goes and settles below. He gives the milk, the tumbler to the other person and says, you drink half and then give me the remaining half. Even if it is heavy and settles down, you think the top glass milk, top half is not going to have the effect of poison. Or you drink the top half and give the remaining half to him. You think the top half is not going to have the poison effect? I tell you, inauthenticity will no way be a strategy for what do you want in any level of your life. Because with inauthenticity, you are in a terrible confusion and terrible anger, terrible feeling that life has cheated you, society has cheated you. Anybody whom you see, you feel they cheated you. You feel this liar has cheated me by expecting me to become his assistant. This engineer has cheated me by making me his assistant. This doctor has treated me by wanting me to be his assistant. This Swami has treated me by wanting me to become his brahmachari. Nobody wanted. You tried. You played the game. The terrible feeling of being cheated by society, the terrible feeling of being exploited, the terrible feeling of illogical anger which leads to your own destruction. Happens to you when you play with inauthenticity mixed with lack of integrity, mixed with irresponsibility. It is like a snake poison, bald oil, and some more variety of poisons. All these poisons put together, you think at some time each poison will cancel each other and it will become all right. No, it is not going to become all right. Naisha darkyena matirapaneya proktanyenaiva sugnyanaya preshta yam tvamapa satyarutrutir batasi tvang kruno bhuyan nachiketa prashta. It does not happen any justification of your lack of integrity. Understand, arguments flourish only when there is a covered inauthenticity in both corners. When anyone is ready to stand with the authenticity, the argument gets destroyed, stops. When Mandana Mishra was continued to hold on to his inauthenticity, arguments went on and on and on with Shankara. The moment he saw that inauthenticity's heat has made his garland wither away, he decided to face his inauthenticity. Then suddenly all the arguments melted. The transmission of knowledge started happening. How many of you had, when you were doing the completion process, the heat, body pain and suffering? If there was a garland put on you, it would have withered away. That is what was happening to Mandana Mishra. Shankara was just exposing the root thought patterns with which Mandana Mishra was suffering. Blessed is Mandana Mishra. At least one point of time, he decided to face his inauthenticity. Only when you enrich yourself with these tattvas authentic, deciding for no strategy, inauthenticity is going to help me. For no strategy, inauthenticity is going to support me. For no achievement, inauthenticity is going to enrich me. My inauthenticity may be enriching my innate fear patterns, the root thought patterns of suffering, but it may not be enriching and making my success happen. Please understand, no practical success is possible by inauthenticity. You think, no, for practical purpose I will keep little inauthenticity, little poison, but I will not drink it, I will give it to others. If you think you know where you are, inside the drain, closing the manhole cover. And the drain of a big cities like Calcutta. Why I said Calcutta, you know? Because when the ocean, when the sea comes inside the Ganges, the drainage water will come back to your house. All of you understand? See, the drainage water gets drained into the Ganges. But when there is a high tide, ocean will come into the Ganga, and because of that, through the pipe pressure, all the drainage water will come back to your house. I lived in Calcutta, that's why I am saying. Especially the eastern edge of Calcutta, where the Ganga is merging into ocean, that Ganga Sagar area, it's actually a leela between the ocean and Ganga. When the low tide is there, for 7 kilometers of ocean, the water will not taste salty. Understand? The power of Ganga, 7 kilometers, you can take the water and drink. When Britishers bring their ships for 7 kilometers inside the ocean, they will take water for drinking and store it in their ship for when they travel. 7 kilometers Ganga goes inside. During the low tide. During high tide, 70 kilometers ocean goes into Ganga. 70 kilometers of Ganges, the ocean gets into Ganga. 70 kilometers Ganga will have a salt during the high tide. Ganga Sagar and Calcutta is really, I think 200 kilometers or something. I don't know the exact distance. The end of this end of Calcutta. But whatever, but the whole stretch will have the salt water. It's a leela between ocean and the Ganga. So when the high tide, all the drainage water will come back to your house if you don't do it properly. If you think in authenticity, it is time you integrate, complete, and raise yourself in authenticity, not inauthenticity. Nobody has cheated you. Nobody has exploited you. Your idea, somebody cheated, somebody exploited, some anger, some foolishness, constantly makes you feel as victim. Even if you become a president or prime minister, you will only feel, I have become a victim by being put in this seat. I have seen many people sitting as a power center and feeling as victim. Many people living a very normal life feeling complete. And one more thing, it is not that necessarily if you are a power center you always have to feel victim. It is not that necessarily if you are a normal man you always have to feel completion. It has nothing to do with both. Please understand, sometimes you start believing the opposite. If I am power center, I will always be victim, incomplete. If I am normal man, I will always be complete. No. Usually what people believe, if I am as a power center, I will be complete and happy. Sometimes people start believing the other way also. If I am a power center, I will be incomplete and unhappy. Both beliefs are wrong. So completion is completely internal authenticity. internal authenticity. It is the authenticity makes you feel complete and helps you live the completion. Today I wanted to share the Sanskrit equivalent words for all the four tattvas. Listen, it's like an initiation, because in your conscious cognizance you are going to use these four words again and again and again. The first word for integrity, sampurti. It's from Chandogya Upanishad, 5th canto, 3rd chapter, 3rd verse, Rig Veda. Please all of you repeat, sampurti. This is the word we are going to use for integrity. And next, for authenticity, Shraddha. This is from Kathopanishad, 1st canto, 1st chapter, 2nd verse. Shraddha. Please repeat. Third, for responsibility. The word for responsibility, Upayanam. This is from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, 6th canto, 2nd chapter, 7th verse. And for enriching, the word is Apyayanam. This is from Kenopanishad, Samaveda. So all of you are clear for the four words: integrity, sampurti; authenticity, shraddha; responsibility, upayanam; enriching, apyayanam. All four tattvas, the Sanskrit root word, base word for these four tattvas. Sampurti, Shraddha, Upayanam, Apyayanam. Clear? So the second chapter, Kathopanishad, 10th verse. Let's move to next verse. Please start the 10th verse. Listen, just drop the books. Others, just put your finger on the mouth and let me know you are not able to chant. Come on, start. Okay. Now I take the responsibility for everybody's inauthenticity. From tomorrow, I am not going to have notes I'll chant from my memory, only those verses I'll comment. All of you understand? Jnanatma, from tomorrow no notes of the verses. Only translation, if you give, that's enough. Verse, I'll chant. Listen, all of us at one point of our life decided by hearting is difficult. How many of you cognize this tattva? So now, today, let's take off and go to the root and complete that decision. Complete that decision we made by hearting is difficult. Like that day Atma was sharing, English is difficult. How you made that decision. Same way, all of us at one point of our life we decided. So today is dedicated for that. All of you will find the root when you decided by hearting is difficult. Complete that root. Get out of that pattern by completion. Then naturally you will be able to by heart. And I also take the responsibility for your inauthenticity. And I will also come from tomorrow. Any mantra I am going to comment. Any sutra I am going to comment. I will by heart and come here. I will chant Jnanatma, very clear. Anyhow, I don't need your help also. So it's free, I am freed. So I am also going to by heart and come here. Only I will chant from my memory. Only for translation I will take the help of the monitor, teleprompter. Only if all of us are able to chant the verse, we will proceed further in Kathopanishad. Till then, we will dedicate our morning satsang time to find the root cause of why we decided by hearting is difficult. When we decided by hearting is difficult, and we will go to that root pattern and complete the pattern, liberate ourselves from this idea by hearting is difficult. No, it is not. It is not. Clear? How many of you commit today? Say, all right, no. How many of you have kept your... No. Let me ask this way. How many of you did not chant the Kathopanishad sloka today by heart? Not able to chant? Okay, in this group, raise, keep the hands raised. I have not asked you to drop. How many of you commit that by tomorrow I will find the root pattern why I started believing that by hearting is difficult, and complete the pattern and regain my capacity to by heart and come here with the next few verses by heart. Raise the other hand also. No, again, this is also inauthenticity. Okay. See, when you carry that space, somehow you will find time. Okay, listen. All right, now I got the commitment. Drop your hands. How many of you feel today I did not by heart, but I don't think I can give the commitment? Tomorrow I can come by hearting and healing, means completing this pattern. Come on, raise your hand. Come up. We will have to support them. See that group, please come up. After the satsang, I'll talk to you guys. We will find your root pattern and support in the BB first session. BB first session, we will help these people to find their root pattern. So, till we all authentically get out of this root pattern of the anger, hatred towards by-hearting from our system, classes hold suspended. Only when all of us are able to get out of this pattern and chant freely this verse. See, every day hardly I take 2 or 3 verses, not more than that. And I still remember, with all my gratitude, Swami Gautamananda, he was head of the Chennai Ramakrishna Mutt. Even now he is the head of the Chennai Ramakrishna Mutt, Mylapore Mutt. He is so particular. I studied Patanjali Yoga Sutras at his feet. Before starting the sutras, the whole group, whole class will chant. Otherwise, he will wait for the whole class to by heart the verse. You are not only learning for enriching you, you are learning to enrich others also. So you need original verses, not just not just English translation, and the ideas, not just tattvas. You need tattva moola also. Clear? Because I have committed to keep the tradition, Vedic tradition alive. You see, if I have committed only to keep the spirituality alive, neither I need nor you need tattva moola, the original verse. But I have committed not only spirituality, Vedic tradition also to be alive. So when I committed, indirectly you also committed. Am I right? So naturally, you also need not only tattva moola. So all of you now logically understand why we need to by heart the original verses. A person who is watching this satsang one way is a devotee who wants only the solution for himself, may not need tattva moola. So even if he does not chant the original verse by heart, I have no problem. But all my sannyasis who are sitting here, my sannyasinis, my ashramites who are sitting here, you are not only listening to enrich yourself, you are listening to enrich others also, not just others. Others? You are going to enrich you and others. Then you need tattva moola. Ramakrishna says, to commit suicide, just a hairpin is enough. To kill others, you need sword. Tattva is a hairpin, tattva moola is sword. You need so all of you are logically clear why we need original verses. Am I right? Now you just have to find out when you decided by hearting is difficult or not required. Maybe when you started your 2 into 2 is 4, 2 into 3 is 6. Maybe when you started your tables. Not even when you started your tables, when teacher or a mother put pressure on you to by heart the tables by today or tomorrow. So now I am not going to put pressure on you guys to by heart this verse by tomorrow. No. Till we finish, complete with the pattern of by hearting and learn by hearting as a lifestyle, the classes will be postponed. So there is no compulsion or urgency that we have to start immediately, but we have to complete immediately. Clear? So with this, I request Mahakala to bless us all today itself to complete the pattern and heal the pattern of the hatred towards by-hearting and learn to by-heart. Tomorrow, we will all come with the clarity and chant his original words, Tattva Mula, as it is, and imbibe the Tattvas into Satyas. Clear? Everybody is cognizing what I said? May I have yes from all of you as a commitment? Yes. That is okay. Whoever is here. Yes. Let me see. If you are committing, raise your hand. Great. We'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang. Dial the avatar.
Yes, now please go ahead and write what you are understanding. Internalize. Krishna says, authenticity is needed for success and joy. Inauthenticity is not practical for anything. Wonderful. Krishna says, authenticity is needed for success and joy. Inauthenticity is not practical for anything. Wonderful. Authenticity is needed for success and joy. Inauthenticity is
Experiencing what you think as you, what you as you. Your ahankara as expression power. Declaring yourself, asserting yourself. Integrate both of them. Then whatever you project or declare as you will become that. That is what is. Infuse all the qualities of ahankara, what you project as you, as mamakara, feel it as you. If you are declaring to the world, I am strong, intelligent, make that as your mamakara. Yes, I am strong and intelligent. If some part of you is not accepting, weed it out with integrity. That is practicing integrity. Aligning your mamakara to ahankara is practicing integrity. Aligning your ahankara to anyakara, others anyakara, is taking responsibility. ध्यान से सुनिए. Aligning your mamakara, what you feel as you, to your ahankara, what you project as you, is integrity. Because what you project as you will always be strong, much more than what you think as you. What is the only obstruction for this alignment, this communion? Your negative patterns. For example, you always project yourself as strong, but you don't believe inside you as strong because you have the lack of integrity. The negative commitments given to you, I am weak, I am a failure. No. Complete all that. No. I am not going to honor the negative commitments I have given to me. As I am a failure, as I am wrong. I am declaring, I am committing with myself, I am a winner, I am a success, I am Shiva, Mangalatva. It is very unfortunate. Vedantis carry a strong pattern saying, no, I should be ready to accept failure because failure is part of life. No. Then constantly you are giving a commitment to you, there is going to be failure. There is going to be failure. The expectation of failure. Listen. Dhyan se suniye. How many of you cognize what I am saying? Preparation for the shamadama, tidiksha, does not need to give you the negative commitments. Preparation to be balanced all the moments does not need to give you the negative expectation. Clear? How many of you listen? Dhyan se suniye. Bhakta, go for tea. Hindi word for all these regularly using terms. I wanted to give a new name for tea, the nectar of sleeplessness. So put it in Hindi, the word for Kutake Shamruta, something like that. Nectar first, come up with a Hindi word for it. Anyhow, listen. You always internally prepare yourself for facing any failure. Am I right? Facing any failure, that does not need to strengthen your belief that you are going to have failure. It does not need to strengthen. Listen. How many of you have the habit of mentally preparing yourself for the eventualities of failures? Raise your hand. Great. Now listen. When you prepare, usually you remind the worst situations, worst possibilities, and prepare weapons, tools to handle it. Am I right? But unfortunately, whenever you remember those worst possibilities, you give that as a commitment to you. Have awareness. Now decide. Listen. You never handled worst possibilities because of preparation. You always handled worst possibilities because of your completion. If you are in the space of completion, you face the worst possibilities in completion, win and come out successfully. You never handled the worst possibilities successfully because of your preparation. How much ever you prepare, when the eventuality comes, you have collapsed. How many of you agree, cognize, even with all your preparations, when the eventuality comes, you collapse? How many of you cognize? Raise your hand. So, all your preparation, you are preparing for the worst fire accident, but the earthquake happens. Then you start preparing for earthquake, then flood happens. You get ready with all the insurance for the flood. Insurance agency goes bankrupt. Listen. It is power of completion empowers you to face the worst eventualities. You have put the wrong trust. How many of you cognize with what I am saying? I said there are 14 scriptures of Saiva Siddhanta. I told them, get me those books. They were wondering, why you are asking? I said, I wanted few words and concepts from Siddhanta, because 2 days before, Kalabhairava was telling me, and one of our volunteers sent me a message in the Facebook, a doubt on a Vedantic book, Tamil Vedantic book, Nana Jivavada Kattalai. Paripurani, you sent it now. She sent a doubt. When I was scanning to answer her, but of course I have not answered her in the Facebook, I found there are some deepest knots are not opened by Vedantic literatures. Maybe it was not recorded in book, only the guru-disciple way. As a Karana Parampara, it was getting transmitted. So I don't have a reference for solution for this problem. Evening, when I went to Kalabhairava, I did not ask as a question, that was there in my inner space. Kalabhairava suddenly revealed, this is the knot, catch it and tell people. I don't know whether yesterday night or day before yesterday night this happened. When did you send the message, ma? 2 days, day before yesterday. Then I think day before yesterday it happened. because I was contemplating on her message, on her question. She had a doubt. The doubt is not directly related to this problem. The doubt is a different problem. When I was digging deep, why the Vedanta did not answer this problem, it landed on this route. Now the problem which I am discussing with you guys, preparation for the worst eventualities mentally strengthens your faith, your belief, the negative commitment to yourself, the worst eventualities are going to happen. How many of you cognize this now? Okay? Are you successful by preparation handling any eventualities? How many of you feel you are not successful? So from today, you will not prepare yourself for the worst eventualities mentally. You will spend all your energy by removing the weed of the worst eventuality from your inner space. How many of you cognize it? So, Shantamaya, you don't understand? Huh? Removing the belief the worst eventuality is going to happen. Understand? Now you are getting it? Listen, because if there is going to be any worst eventuality, it is always going to be happening the way you can never imagine. Clear? So the completion is the shield, not preparation. Fort is not going to save you from death, but enlightenment is going to save you from death. You go on building fort, but Yama just comes and picks you up, takes you away. You are doing, see, Parikshit did two things when he knows he is going to die. Listening to Bhagavata and building a huge fort. Bhagavata saved him, not the fort. ध्यान से सुनिए. Parikshit was given a curse. It's a beautiful story from Mahabharata. Parikshit is our great grandfather because his grandson, I don't know whether son or grandson, is Bharata. Can you just Google and tell? In his name only the country is called as Bharata. Bharat. Parikshit was given a curse. That he will be bitten by a snake and die in 7 days. He was doing all the preparations to face the worst eventuality. Building a huge fort in the center of the ocean. Overnight they built it. But fortunately, he had wise people around him and he had a sense to listen to wise people. Sugabrahma says, Parikshittu, preparing for the worst eventualities is not going to be the foolproof way to escape from the worst eventuality. Get ready with completion. Sugabrahma was his Rajaguru and he was also ready to listen to the Rajaguru. He said, right. Oh my Lord. Sugabrahma and Vyasa have the title of Bhagavan because they are incarnations. Sugabrahma has one more title, Paramahamsa. I have a great connection with Sugabrahma because my gurus, Anyakara about me was Sugabrahma. Kuppammal, she constantly will say, you should be like Sugabrahma and you are Sugabrahma. That's why she gave me the name, Diksha name. When she declared I am an incarnation as Brahma Suhi. That was the name she gave. Sugabrahma. So Sugabrahma says, be prepared with completion. Parikshittu listens to the master. Finally, see what happened. All his preparations for the worst eventuality failed. Daksha came and beat him and killed him. But because of his intelligence, he prepared with a completion. Listening to the story of Bhagavata saved him, he became enlightened. He was liberated. So the completion saves you from worst eventualities. I tell you, keeping Kala Bhairava as a witness, if this guy has done only completion, did not attend to this preparing for worst eventualities, that's time also you would have saved, you would have done something more, I tell you, even the death would not have happened. He could have done little more plannings, some prayaschitta. He could have avoided even the death. I think he was doing both. So his inner space was not completely with completion. I tell you, whenever you prepare for worst eventualities, you give negative commitment to you, which weakens you, makes you powerless. How many of you cognize this? So from today, all of us commit to Kala Bhairava that no more question of constantly preparing mentally for the worst eventualities and strengthening the negative prophecies. Only completion, 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 and power, feeling powerful to face anything without imagining what may come, may not come. How many of you are ready to commit? Great. This is one of the important click. How many of you feel this is one of the important click? Moksha Priyan has a question. What is the difference between planning for the worst scenario and planning for any bad scenario? Is Swami saying we only plan for successful outcomes then, and along with that be ready for any unknown eventuality? Moksha Priyan, I am very clear. Just plan for successful outcomes, nothing else. With your whole ahankara and mamakara, with integrity, you will have only successful outcomes. Just stand by it. Just stand by it. Just stand by it. There is no if or but. Life has no if or but our fear does not allow even to think there is a space where there is no if or but. The space of no if and but is enlightenment. If is Swadhisthana, but is Muladhara. If is Swadhisthana, but is Muladhara. All ifs are out of Swadhisthana. All but is from Muladhara. All no is from Manipuraka. All may is also from Manipuraka. For many people, it is Manipuraka. Manipuraka. Not Manipuraka. Do not prepare for the worst eventualities, because you are constantly strengthening, giving a negative commitment to you that worst eventuality is going to happen. Even you need to prepare. Tell yourself, I am not giving the negative commitment to me that worst eventuality is going to happen. Consciously, again and again, complete every time. Listen. Understand? Listen. Consciously complete with yourself. Even if I am preparing for it, even in the deepest unconscious of me, subconscious of me, indirectly or directly, I am not committing with me, I am not going to believe, I am not committing that this negativity is going to happen to me, that this negativity will be made to happen in me, in my life. I am not committing. I am committing with me, authentically, with integrity. I am a winner. I am a successful person. I win. I succeed. Part of you will say, no. If. You say, no, there is no if. It will just say, no, if. No, there is no if. How many of you cognize exactly, this is what goes on in me? A man who can see what goes on in every being's inner space like CCTV camera is Antaryami. This is what Krishna means when he says, I am the Antaryami in all of you. Means he knows what goes on in all of us and he gives solution for it. How many of you feel, I just sat inside you and got the footage and giving solution for it? So be very clear, for all of you, I am Antaryami. So now if you do the Manasa Puja, Hridbadmamasanam dadyat. It's authentic experience. Now you know I am the Antaryami. This is what is the meaning of the word Antaryami. One who resides in the innermost space. Today sit and complete just with this one pattern. Take this as homework. Because this is one of the important pattern with which everyone suffers. Mapriya is sending a question. Can you explain, can you please clarify the difference between this complete cognition and the so-called positive thinking? No, so-called positive thinking is always positive negative thinking. Listen, usually your thinking is negative positive thinking. In positive thinking, you have positive negative thinking. Only in this complete cognition, you have positive experiencing. Where the deep wound, where you started believing the negativity is going to be lifestyle of you, can be healed only in complete cognition. Positive thinking cannot heal your strong belief the failure is going to be part of your life. Understand? Positive thinking can be fighting with the negativity, can never heal the negativity. This complete cognition will heal the negativity. How many of you are cognizing it? Listen, your ordinary thinking is negative positive. Negative positive means usually negative. Rarely you think positively. Positive thinking is like a consciously you try to be positive but fall into negative. Then again start positive, fall into negative. This is complete cognition. I call it Purnatva. With this Purnatva, your strong negative beliefs itself will be healed. How many of you are cognizing it? How many of you are excited to go and practice this? The most violent, powerless beings on the planet Earth are suicidal tendency people. The most violent people on the planet Earth are murderers. Most violent and powerless people on the planet Earth are suiciders. ध्यान से सुनिए, केवल पूर्णत्व की स्थिति द्वारा ही आप अपने नकारात्मक संभावनाओं को जीत पाएंगे. ध्यान से सुनिए, केवल पूर्णत्व की स्थिति द्वारा ही आप अपने नकारात्मक संभावनाओं के जीत पाएंगे. I can understand actually. Not only I am repeating the word, understand. Nakaratmak. That's a negative thinking. Am I right? Nakaratmak. I will just develop the pronunciation, that's all. But all the satsangis and samajis, thank you for putting up with my training. Your passions, which you show during my training period, is the dedication you give it for the future generation which are going to listen to my Hindi satsangs. I have one more question from Singapore. Is positive thinking a kind of deliberate conscious ahamkara building? I tell you, a deliberate conscious building being built without foundation. So any time it will collapse. When it collapses, the damage will be too much. A small earthquake is enough to collapse the whole thing. The damage will be too much. केवल पूर्णत्व की स्थिति द्वारा ही आप अपने नकारात्मक संभावनाओं को जीत पाएंगे. Not by सकारात्मक संभावनाओं के जीत. ध्यान से सुनिए. श्रद्धावान लपते ज्ञानम. Unite the ahankara and mamakara. What are the major obstructions for ahankara and mamakara uniting? One of the important wedge between ahankara and mamakara is constantly preparing for the negative eventuality. Am I right? How many of you recognize it? If that wedge is removed, I tell you, if that wedge is removed, I will have thousands of people as sannyasis. Why do people don't become sannyasis? The fear of negative eventualities. नकारात्मक संभावनाओं को, नकारात्मक संभावना, negative possibility. All of you listen. Today what you all received is Kala Bhairava Prasada. Understand? It's a Kala Bhairava Prasada. After the satsang, go and have his darshan, take his blessings, commit in front of him that I am going to complete this pattern as your prasada and complete it today. Yesterday one of my brahmachari was telling me, when I start doing Swapurnatva, so much of suffering is coming out, I feel like I just want to run away from here. I told him, you don't need to run away. You tell me any place where you go, this suffering will not chase you. I will give you the money and send you there by a private chartered flight. You don't need to run away. You show me a single place where you go, this suffering will not chase you. Why should you run away? I will give you the money and arrange for everything and take you there. ध्यान से सुनिए. सकारात्मक सोच से नहीं बल्कि केवल पूर्णत्व स्थिति से है आप आपके नकारात्मक संभावनाओं को जीत पाएंगे. सकारात्मक सोच से नहीं बल्कि केवल पूर्णत्व स्थिति से ही आप आपके नकारात्मक संभावनाओं को जीत पाएंगे. just by completion alone. Just by completion alone, life is faced. Never by any preparation for the worst eventualities. Please listen. Only when they feel responsible, they become human beings. Listen. Till the chicken is able to come out of the egg and find its own food, the hen is responsible for hatching it. Till the cub starts hunting on its own and finding the food and all the survival techniques, the lion or lioness is responsible. Till you learn responsibility, I am responsible. Understand, only when you learn responsibility, you become a human being. Till you become human being, as a human being, I am responsible for making you a human being. Hen cannot say that I will not make this egg into chicken and chicken to hen. Each one of you are only egg, the possibility. Till you become hen, till you become chicken and hen, as a hen, I am responsible. How many of you are catching it? Yes, this is what is Shwasraddha, means when many of your own patterns are dead, you do Shraddha for yourself and then take sannyas. Only a person who has killed all his patterns can take sannyas doing Vrajahoma. Listen. Because before the Vrajahoma you have to do Shraddha for yourself. Atma Shraddha it is called. You declare you are dead and you do all the last rites for yourself. You can do last rites for yourself if you have killed all the root thought patterns you are carrying. Now the pain always resists. ध्यान से सुनिए. Completion is the only solution. Even to handle others' inauthenticity, completion only gives you courage. The lion or lioness is responsible for the cub till the cub learns to hunt on its own and able to survive. If the lion or lioness disowns the cub, I tell you, by the nature of lioness it cannot disown. By nature of me I cannot disown you. Don't worry. I can only wait. I cannot give up on you. Maybe you will be wasting few janmas, but I will not be able to give up on you. I'll wait. I'll wait. And I'll continue to wait. The ultimate sacrifice is sometimes lioness forces the cub to fight with itself, acting as if lioness is angry and attacking the cub, to teach the cub how to fight, how to hunt. It may give its own tail for you to learn to bite. Even this is not ultimate sacrifice. What is ultimate sacrifice, you know? When the lioness turns on, when the cub is trying to bite the tail, tolerating is not ultimate sacrifice. When the lioness turns on, shows the face, and out of that fear, the survival mode is awakened and the cub jumps on the lioness. And lioness will be laughing inside, in the heart. That is ultimate sacrifice. Cub does not even know the plan of the lioness. Cub thinks lioness is attacking me and I have to win, I have to attack. Cub can never win the lioness. But just by making the cub attack, lioness feels he has won. Lioness, she has won the ultimate winning. She is successful in making the cub attack back. Now she knows he will survive. He has become me. Even when we see utter inauthenticity in others, when we take responsibility for it, we become leaders. Life oozes through us. ध्यान से सुनिए. पूर्ण स्थिति एवं उपायनम के द्वारा ही आपके मनुष्य का जीवन जीने लगते हैं और संपूर्ण तारा से मनुष्य के कहलाता है. Every time when you are split, you are asking for one more person to fight with you. Listen, not to share the work. When you are split and you are fighting with yourself constantly, you feel it is too much. If you have one more person, it is easy to fight with him. you will be little relieved. It is just a change of fighter. You need, not assistant. Only when you are complete, even if one more person is given, he will be an assistant. If not, there will be only stunt, not assistant. When you are incomplete, even if there is one more person, there will only be stunt. They will not be assistant. Every time when somebody opens up with the completion, they only feel load. How many of you feel, oh God, I have loads, tons and tons to complete? Raise your hand. But I tell you, if you complete just few kgs, so many tons will suddenly disappear. Why, you know? The incompletion is not in mass volume. It is just a sheet covering. This lion is not solid inside. It is only sheet covering. When you see from outside, it looks so huge. But when you start completing, it's only the sheet. How many of you catching it? It is not solid statue. It's a sheet metal piece. Your incompletions are sheet metal piece, not solid volume material. When you start doing it, you will understand. You will, from outside, you will not believe it is not a solid statue. But you will feel, oh, so heavy, how will I lift? It is sheet. The heap of your incompletion is just polythene sheet of incompletion. Start, you will understand. You think, no, it may be for others. You don't know my incompletion stuff. I know what you know and what you don't know. Both. It is like mother is asking the child, hey, are you eating the chocolate you are not supposed to eat? The child keeps the chocolate behind, holding behind the back. No, I don't have chocolate, I don't have chocolate. He doesn't understand. Mother can just see through behind what you are holding in your hand. She is tall. Just, I commit with you guys. Same way, within a year, I will start speaking fluently Kannada also. Even now I can do personal conversations. I'll pick it up. I'll pick up more. Then let's come back to the subject. Heal. Do completion. I tell you, the demon who is sitting inside your body and enjoyed your body and mind for quite a long time will not even allow you to do completion. How many of you feel you don't even want to do completion at some times? Why you know? Because those demons, he lived in your body for quite a long time. Now you are saying get out. Why he will get out? He will tell, let him get out. Let Swami get out. Why should I get out? He is a new tenant. I am a old tenant. I am living here for ages. Just because somebody new is coming, you are asking me to get out. You can do Viraja Homa only after Atma Shraddha. Swashraddha means doing last rites for yourself. You can do last rites for yourself only if you have destroyed all the root thought patterns. So before Shivaratri you have to complete completing all the root thought patterns. How many of you commit, you will be ready? God. Great. Prepare yourself, great. Otherwise, wait for the Guru Purnima batch, second batch. Or wait for the third batch. This is the real sannyas, understand? Real sannyas. Destroying the root thought patterns. Completing with root thought patterns. And doing Atma Shraddha. If you destroy the root thought patterns, you can do Atma Shraddha and you are ready for sannyas. If you destroy yourself, you have done Atma Hadya, you are ready for hell. I have a question. Swamiji, you asked us to do completion as a process, as a technique many times today. Could you explain 1 or 2 lines the technique for the completion if possible? Listen, I never asked you to do the completion as a technique. I only say completion as a process. Technique means you go in and come out as it is, as you are. In process, you go and come out as a new person. There's a big difference between technique and process. Technique has no conscious involvement. Just blow the nose this many times. Process has a conscious involvement. It evolves while you do it. Let me define the process of completion. If somebody else is also involved, sit with the person. If that person is not available for some reason, sit with mirror. Invoke that person on the other side of the mirror. If there is no other person involved, only you need to complete with you. Already other person, you are there in the other side of the mirror. Sometime you may have to do with you and somebody involved, invoking that person also in the mirror. So first you do with you and then invoke that person in the mirror and do. Listen. Now I am giving you the method for the process of Swapurnatva with you. Identify your source of inauthenticity, the repetitive pattern or the inauthenticity. Invoke that person on the mirror. Literally do. Tell your name. Iha gaccha, iha gaccha, iga tishta, iga tishta, iga sannidehi, iga sannidehi, iga sannirudyasva, iga sannirudyasva, iga sanmugibhava, iga sanmugibhava, atradhishtanam kurumama, dhyanagrihanam. Invoke your inauthenticity, you are incomplete on the mirror by doing prana pratishta. Talk to that person, heal that person, make him as part of you by befriending that person until he accepts and understands his inauthenticities and declares he will become part of you, supporting you, living with you, enriching you, becoming you. Do the process. Talk it out. If you have to do completion with somebody else who is not available to you physically, then again sit with the mirror. If you have to do Swapurnatva and Purnatva with the other person through mirror, don't sit in the same mirror. Move to the next mirror. If you have invoked yourself in a mirror, don't invoke the other person in the same mirror, just move to the next mirror. Invoke the other person. Same prana pratishta process. With integrity and authenticity, and I invoke your energy here, with which I need to do the completion. You will see he is there. And do the completion. You may even receive suddenly a phone call from that person. He wants to talk to you and complete with you. You do not know the power of completion. Just try this one. If you have something to complete with me, invoke me in the mirror and do. When you see me next time, when I see you next time, my eyes, my behavior, my attitude, my words to you, everything will be different. I'll prove it. Then you will know the power of this completion. Manishananda says, it is true. He has experienced it. Sri Manisha. And you know how to invoke me. Just do the prana pratishta. I am there. And species on the planet Earth. Completion alone is the shield to protect yourself in future from everything. Completion alone is the sword to win in every situation of your life. Completion is the sword and shield. How many of you feel even though you resist completion, you don't want to do completion, you fight with completion, you suffer with completion, you know after the process you are going to be liberated, you are going to be free, you are going to be a better person. Then do it. Sahajananda, then do it. That is the beauty of completion. Even when you fight with me, you know you are in my lap. I hold your nose not to kill you, but to teach you to breathe through the mouth and ears also. Completion, space of completion is a shield and sword for your life. Do it. Do it. Do it. Space of completion is a Brahma Kapala. Shiva carries. Any incompletion, drop it in that, it will swallow it. It will destroy it. It will eat it away. Space of completion is the Brahma Kapala. Mahakala carries. Any incompletion, drop it in that, it will swallow it. Carry the space of completion, that is Ananda Gandha, Pratyagatma Chaitanya. Listen, I am redefining our programs. You have to be introduced to 4 tattvas in LBP level 1. And you have to be taught to find the root patterns and make 4 tattvas as a lifestyle in LBP level 2. And you should be living it. Only then you qualify for the LBP level 3, where you are carrying the space of completion so that you can be initiated into Ananda Gandha. Only if you are carrying the space of completion, you can heal others. Your Ananda Gandha is open, alive, active, available to you and to others. I am so excited, feeling powerful, energetic by these 4 tattvas. I even feel like declaring, I disown all other my teachings other than these 4 tattvas. I am not going to declare, I will wait. But I feel excited so much. Maybe I can declare, anything which supports you to live these 4 tattvas only, I accept as my teachings. Everything else I disown. These 4 tattvas and anything which supports you to live these 4 tattvas, only I accept, not my teachings anymore. In inner awakening, we will be making that person live these 4 tattvas and able to go and teach and make others live these 4 tattvas. In inner awakening, the person has to become Jivan Mukta. When he goes back, his family, society, team, the whole people, whole group around him, whoever comes in his breathing space should live these four tattvas. Only then you had inner awakening. Or you just wasted your time in inner dirtying with enema and everything else. Each organizer, each volunteer, each devotee, each visitor to our temple should be just living these four tattvas. Should be just living these four tattvas. Each inner awakening graduate should be radiating these four tattvas so powerfully in your life. Everybody around you should be just start living these four tattvas. Every dog in our campus, every grass in our campus should bark these four tattvas, should radiate these four tattvas. Every grass should dance with these four tattvas. It is completion which is a sword and shield. पूर्णत्व स्थिति ही आपके जीवन को सुरक्षित रखने वाली ढाल व तलवार दोनों है। पूर्णत्व स्थिति ही आपके केवल जीवन को सुरक्षित रखने वाली ढाल व तलवार दोनों है। पूर्णत्व स्थिति ही केवल आपके जीवन को सुरक्षित रखने वाली ढाल व तलवार दोनों है। Shield and the sword are not two. I also commit with all you guys. From today I will type at least few statuses in Hindi in my Facebook. Means I will type in English but Hindi statements in transliteration. Completion is the sword and the shield. Completion is the Brahma Kapala. If you see Kala Bhairava, he will be carrying the Brahma Kapala in his hand. The completion is the Brahma Kapala. Offer anything incomplete into it, it will swallow. Let us bring authenticity and integrity, responsibility and enrichment, enriching. केवल पूर्णत्व स्थिति ही आपके जीवन को सुरक्षित रखने वाली ढाल व तलवार दोनों है, एक ही है पूर्णत्व स्थिति। When you are carrying the space of completion, listen, you are in the lap of Mahadeva. Nothing can touch you. You will always be successful. Even Garuda cannot touch the snake which is in Mahadeva's neck. I declare till the time of Guru Purnima, next few months, as the months of completion, season of completion, Purnatva Rutu. So from tomorrow in the Sankalpa mantra, you will read it out as Purnatva Rutuhu till Guru Purnima. So that constantly everybody is reminded in the season of completion. Clear? Now actually it is Vasanta Rutu, am I right? Shishira Rutu. So you will read out as Purnatva Rutu till Guru Purnima. Purnatva Rutuhu. We'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang with this.
Christopher posted, I understand that completion is the shield and sword were possible and worst outcome, not preparation. Yes. Now the next power is responsibility. So what is responsibility? Responsibility is expanding your possibilities. Responding to the world from the best possibility is responsibility. Basic definition is feeling that you are the source of in and around you. Not only just what for your life, for the life of others, in and around you, you are the source. And responding to that is responding and acting is responsibility. Basically, expanding your possibilities. Responding to the world from the best possibility is responsibility. Responding to you and the world from the best possibility is responsibility. Responsibility awakens leadership quality, leadership consciousness in us. Responsibility not only awakens leadership qualities, it awakens the consciousness, leadership consciousness in you. In the outer world, if you are taking responsibility for some position or post, you may express leadership qualities, but when you take responsibility for everything happening in and around you, you express a leadership consciousness. When you expand your commitments and responsibilities you hold in your being, for you goes on expanding and expressing all the possibilities. And the next power is causing. To be able to unlock the enriching and causing others' reality. Causing others' reality. See, all of us carry the energy to make what we want as reality in our inner space. All of us carry the energy to make what we want as reality. That is what life is for. And whether you want health, wealth, happy relationships, bliss, completion, or success in any field that you want, whatever you want, causing that is your life. Ability to cause in your life, ability to cause that exists in everyone. Unfortunately, life is too much of wood dumped in small fire. What does it mean? Even too much of wood can put out the fire. A small fire is a fire of possibility, and a wood is impossibility. If we put constantly too much of impossibility wood on the possibility of fire. So too much of impossibility is dumped on possibility of fire. So possibility fire is too small and impossibility wood is too much. So all of us have the possibility fire in us. Unfortunately, we are putting ideas of impossibility too much and dumped into the possibility of fire. Nobody else is dumping, it is only we creating this impossibility wood and putting on the possibility of fire. So we only have to remove to cause our reality and cause others' reality. So why we put so much of impossibility? Because of our boredom, tiredness, vice versa. From today, I stop preparing for the worst eventualities. Wonderful. Instead, I shall focus on completion. So wonderful. There is no if or but. release from my thoughts and vocabulary. Super. Only the space of completion can we heal ourselves and heal others. Wonderful sharing, Machanti, wonderful sharing. Now, let's listen from Swamiji a beautiful explanation on how to handle our tiredness and boredom and say all the time, oh, this is not possible, that is not possible. How to handle, how to take responsibility, how to cause our reality. So let's listen from Swamiji.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotaris, visitors, viewers. Everyone sitting with us all over the world, Nitya Satsangis, Sarvangnipide Jamans. Everyone sitting with. Only anything becomes part of your spaceization. Anything you fill, your depth, that becomes your declaration. Thing. Yajamans. Everyone sitting satsangs. First thing. Anything you fill in your logic becomes your imagination. Whether oneness or any decision you take, anything you fill your logic, it becomes your imagination. Anything you fill your breath, your heart, it becomes your visualization. Anything you fill your depth, that becomes your declaration. Then comes time. Length, breadth, depth, time. Only anything becomes part of your space can be ever yours. Till something has not become part of your space, it cannot be yours. It is only your imagination, visualization, declaration. Length, breadth, depth. Listen. I made a statement, ferociousness breaks the time layer, removes tiredness, depression, boredom associated to length, breadth, depth, and makes anything as your space. The example story I gave, Bhishma. Understand? Two incidents I gave. In my life, one day I missed the morning Manglarati in Ramakrishna Mutt. Mutt has a beautiful routine. Early morning, during the summer it is 4 o'clock and during the winter it is 4:30. The morning Manglarati, everyone has to come and sit and do the spiritual routine. One day I missed the morning Mangalarti because I overslept. I did not do the cute analysis. Oh, what is the pattern? What must be the reason I overslept? I did not do all that cute diagnosis analysis. It was a ferocious decision. I think we should stop sleeping, that's all. The ferociousness with which I decided to stop sleeping. Only next 3-4 days I did not sleep. but the ferociousness was powerful enough to open my time layer. My decision to be in Mangalarati moved from length, imagination, breadth, visualization, depth, declaration to the space. Time opened up. And after that, not only I never missed Mangalarati, never sleep was a voting component of my life. Understand this word. Sleep last voting right in my life's any decision. Any decision I took in my life, sleep, tiredness, depression, boredom, all the four are, see, tiredness is the chemical effect of sleep. Depression is the psychological effect of sleep. Boredom is emotional effect of sleep. Coma is physiological, psychological, emotional effect of sleep. Death is the conscious effect of sleep. After that day, no decision could be influenced. Understand? After that, no decision in my life was influenced by sleep. The story of Bhishma. He goes to the woman. Santanu has fallen in love. Actually, he is going to pick up a girl for his father. That itself was not usual in Vedic tradition. And she expresses the fear that my son will not be a king. So I don't want to marry your father because you will be the king. Even if you don't become, your son will fight for the throne. See the ferociousness with which he handles the problem. He is not saying, don't worry, I will not fight, I will make sure my son does not fight. No! The ferociousness, I declare myself Akanda Brahmachari. Understand, the scene is described by Vyasa. It was such fantastic scene. Son sacrificing his life for father's lust, which is not dharmically expected. Dharmically, he is not expected to do this. He just deals the whole problem with ferociousness and says, not only I will be a servant forever to the Hastinapur throne, he declares himself as a servant of the Hastinapur throne forever, and he died for Hastinapur throne till the end. Understand? He dropped his body to protect Hastinapur throne. The last act he did, giving all the spiritual and dharmic strength he had to Dharmaraja, now who is Hastinapur throne head. Before he left the body, he made sure The right person is in the Hastinapur throne, Yudhishthira. And he infuses all his best things, Vishnu Sahasranama, and the system to rule. Both he gives to Yudhishthira. I don't know how many of you know, Vishnu Sahasranama was chanted by Bhishma on deathbed. On arrow bed, he chanted, and he gifted the great spiritual principles, the principles of administrating a country through a spiritual way, and gave literally everything to Hastinapur throne and left the body. Listen. See, in our Puranas, every incident and the boon and the whole story you need to connect and see. Only then you will understand the principles. He declares with all the ferociousness, no more sex. I am a brahmachari, Aganda brahmachari. Understand the ferociousness. Time opens. Listen, whenever something happens on the planet Earth, when the time layer opens, the gods and goddesses shower the flowers. Any incident you read, Devatas were showering the flowers, that incident will be directly related to opening of the time. What is opening of the time? Your vow or the decision is from space, not restricted by time. Understand? Something is imagination, visualization, declaration, if it is bound by time. The same thing, if it is not bound by time, it becomes your space. It becomes your space. If you take the vow of integrity for 3 months, you will be constantly tired, bored, depressed, frustrated. Oh, this is binding. Anything which you think you will break will tire you, bore you, depress you, and force you to break it immediately. Why delay? Most of these people who take some vows for a few days and try to practice, they end up like that only. I know one fellow from Tiruvannamalai, he will go to Sabarimala every year. The day he finishes the darshan, the way he will rush to the lower camp and run to the liquor shop. Because almost for 20 to 30 days he did not touch the liquor. I used to think, then what he must be thinking in Sabarimala when he was going. Because the speed with which he will rush back. Anything is kanta, broken, brings tiredness, means within that time, it has not become part of you, it has not become your space. When Bhishma declares, everyone knows his power of integrity. And he says, I am Akanda Brahmachari. Over, everyone knows it is beyond death, not even till death, beyond death. In Bengali there is a proverb, they always remind in Ramakrishna Math, a sannyasi can be declared pure only the direction, the way his ashes flow after his dead body is burnt. After you are dead and your body is put to the fire, the way it flows means even that ash should not flow in any wrong direction. It's a very symbolic proverb. Only the ash, the direction of the ash of the sannyasi's fire can prove his purity. Means that ability of akanda, that proves whether something has become your space or not. Understand? Now you put all these statements, the zigzag puzzle. Ferociousness opens time. That makes your imagination, visualization, declaration into your space. When Bhishma declared, I am Akanda Brahmachari, the power. It was so powerful. It was so powerful. Heaven showered. Heaven showered. Understand? Any situation, if you deal it with ferociousness, your declaration becomes space. Your declaration becomes space. Where the whole nature just supports you. What makes you powerlessness? Your own fear or incompletion or distrust on you. You may not stand with something which you are declaring forever, whether it is a sannyas or marriage or oneness or Shakti manifestation, whatever. Your own feeling, you may not stand with it, or you may not be capable of standing with it. That makes you powerless, and that makes things only as a imagination, visualization or declaration without letting it become space. Understand? If you declare from your space the oneness, now you will manifest all the powers of Sadashiva. Because the initiation is same. It's not that initiation is going to change. Initiation is same. That's not going to change. Antidote for not manifesting powers is ferociousness. You just need to add more ferociousness in your oneness declaration. Your inner space need to be told ferociously, oneness is going to be the space from which I'm going to make all the decisions. All my decisions are going to be from oneness. All my decisions are going to be from the logic of oneness, visualization of oneness, depth of oneness. Understand? If you want to have a big breakthrough, in power manifestation, I am giving you the knack technique. Ferociously deal with your powerlessness. Let ferociousness become the attitude with which you deal your powerlessness. As I told you, the moment I saw the hypocrisy of the society, my ferocious response to the society is my satya. When I saw the stupid sexology ideas and ignorance, stupidity, hypocrisy related to sex, my ferocious response to the society is my brahmacharya. When I saw this whole possession, ownership concept stupidity, it is all about might is right. Understand? Nobody is owner. Just a mighty fellow is owner. That's all. Don't think ownership and all is absolute. No. Might is right. That's all. Is the reality of ownership. Legality of ownership and reality of ownership is different. Understand? The whole hypocrisy of the ownership and possessiveness of the society, my ferocious response to it is aparigraha. And whole society's economy system, not that somebody cheats you for money, the very concept cheats you. Not that somebody cheats you for money, exploits you for money, the very concept of money cheats you. My response to that, ferocious response to that, is asteya. My ferocious response to the philosophy, highest practiced philosophy on the planet Earth is might is right. In a way, they try to make it as right is might. But actually might is right. My ferocious response to this hypocrisy of might is right is my ahimsa. Understand, your ferociousness makes your declaration as part of your space. Bring ferociousness into your declaration of oneness, you will manifest powers. There is no other cheating methodology or knack. Hypocrisy. God is not a snake, so you play some sound and mantra and he just dances for you. No. No, you always think he's like a snake, so you play some mantra and he will just stand up and dance for you. No. Bring ferociousness into your oneness declaration. Sadashiva will manifest through you. You will manifest all the powers. The moment I made you manifest one power, I have already initiated you. After that, only help I can do to you is help you to become more ferocious in your oneness. That's all. The moment one power has manifested already, borewell is drilled and we have reached the water source. After that, I have nothing to do other than fixing you the motor pump and making the water available to you constantly. Ferociousness is the motor pump. and the source is inexhaustible. Deal with your powerlessness ferociously. Declare your oneness ferociously. The moment you decide to declare your oneness ferociously, you manifest all the powers of Mahadeva, all the powers of Sadashiva. All the powers of Sadashiva. All your powerlessness, silly conversations, silly pleasures. That's the right word I'll use. Silly pleasures. Deal all your silly thought currents, silly pleasures with ferociousness. Deal all your silly thought currents and silly pleasures with ferociousness. I tell you, especially the Adinavasis and Sangha members who are getting trained directly through Jira, understand this helps you in 10,000 ways. This Nava Avarana, Tantramsha means in Sanskrit software, 9-layer softwares with which I am training people to reflect their life. If you see, first of all, with all your integrity, record whatever you are doing and what